cold at the touch, dead in the eyes, no signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife, leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more, no. A crying dove may never fly. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. Just black and white. Black and white, just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. Just black and white. Black and white.
Good evening, or it isn't even evening yet, it's just me being so used to broadcasting in the evening, but good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Simracersworld TV. My name is Hankook, joined by Edward May for one of the absolute highlights of the year here on the channel. It's the Virtual Belcar Series 2021 Season 2, the final and decisive round of action here, the 24 hours of Zolder, 4 classes of cars, all giving it everything to see if they can grasp not only the points that are on offer tonight, double that is, but also the most prestigious win of the season by far. And Edward, we've been awaiting this one for some time. We've been truly anticipating it as well, and I think it's going to be a grand one. What's your expectations for what's going to be on show for the next 24 hours here?
Well, so the day is finally here, the Virtual Belcar 24 hours. All of the drivers will have been practicing plenty in beforehand, you can count on that. So expect some exciting racing, maybe some intriguing strategies over 24 hours. If you can make as few pit stops as possible, that will serve you right towards the end of the race. I think, though, a lot of the times we see these longer endurance style events, the action really does ramp up in the first 6 hours. So me and you, Hassa, we are in for a treat, that's for certain. And of course, with all 4 classes looking very healthy indeed, plenty of scope for some close racing. I know the TCRs, they tend to be very close together on the track. And as well, with a huge raft of GT3 drivers in the Lamborghini, well, that's going to be very intriguing to see how they all negotiate the twists and turns of this Zolder circuit, because it's not the easiest track, as I'm sure you're very aware, Hassan.
Absolutely so, it's certainly not, and especially not with these 4 classes of cars having to negotiate not only traffic, but a twisty and very technical course indeed. And one of these old school tracks, and I really love Zolder for this, where mistakes are often punished to a degree that we don't see with modern circuits nowadays, with all the runoff areas and but basically just tarmac or astroturf or whatever you can just basically drive onto nicely and not really suffer any consequences. This track here, very different indeed. Now let's go through the main contenders and some of the action as well in the standings that I'd actually like to cover a bit of quickly. In Belcar 1, which is of course the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 machines that have been nerfed ever so slightly, Simtag E-Team number 2 leads by 4 points, 92 to 88, ahead of Arnage competition. Jimmy and Tunis for Arnage, quickest in practice so far. Let's see how that plays out in qualifying, which will be starting in about 3.5 minutes. GTE Racing on 79 points, still very much in with a shout. They had a strong early season, but it's maybe been falling into the clutches of the opposition here in the latter part of the season. Then JWS Motorsports on 53 points. A lot has to go right and in their way for them to clinch the title today. Sim District in 5th ahead of PSR Totalplan, Valkyrie X, and Simtag 9th, with the Valkyrie Esports by Francorchamps Miniatures in 10th place in Belcar 1. Belcar 2 sees JWS Motorsports lead the 911 Cup cars. And those are, of course, the previous gen 911 Cup cars that are being phased out. And mind you, I think it's going to be one of the last times we really see this car around. The new car really gaining traction and popularity on iRacing. It is a joy to drive, although also a slight bit easier to handle, and we're gonna see plenty of that today as well. This old 911 Cup car, truly a beast to master indeed. But JWS 118 points to their name. They're leading Flemish Sim Sports Yellow with 96 points, and it's those two really duking it out, because ART Sim Racing won 58 points to their name, but really a battle for 3rd place with ART Sim Racing 1, then Sim Formula Europe, Optica by Dynamics, and Vulcan Sim Racing P-Cup, all within 20 points altogether. In Belcar 3, Data Network Esports lead with 114 points, only 3 points clear of Flemish Sim Sports Black. And that's going to be one to watch as well. The GT4s, as it is, of course, Belcar 3. They've been providing us with some very, very good racing action this season so far. And it's a massive gap down to B Sim Racing GT4 on 56 points. And then another 3-point gap to Brab. Greenleaf Racing in it as well in that battle for third. Let's see just how that plays out. And we will do our best to get the calculators out. And of course be wary of the points that are given along the way, but I'll get into that a little bit later on. Sim District TCR green by BMS Esports, lead in Belcar 4. That's the TCR machines with 104 points. And that's with a fair gap to Flemish SimSports Red on 78. Then QSR Esports on 60 points. Close battle for third yet again in Belcar 4 with a Duct Tape Racing on 57 and Ignium Motorsports on 54 points. And with the points out of the way, Edward, we're very, very, very close to qualifying. And I am nearly out of breath as well here.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, Virtual Belcar, the qualifying is not as important for the 24 hours as it would be in, say, a 45-minute sprint. That doesn't mean that it's not important to start off well on the right foot for the first of the 24 hours. Put yourself in the best position, maybe towards the front of your class, outside of all of the drama in the mid-pack and towards the rear. Having a look at one of the drivers here, Valkyrie Esport by Frank Lachon. Nolan Lemeray. Good looking livery that, isn't it? Hope to see him towards the front so we can get some of it down into the down into the pit lane. And that's something that drivers will have to worry about, is going into the pit lane, but also negotiating that final chicane with slower cars up in front. You don't want to have any front to rear contact that we've seen happen several times. And now here it is, qualifying, getting underway. You can see all of the drivers making their way onto the circuit. Huge raft of cars for this evening's race, or for this whole afternoons, evenings, nights, and then mornings race.
Yeah, indeed, and it's always special when it's 24 hours of racing, and when you're doing shorter endurance, and I say shorter because there aren't more, I don't think there is any races left on the calendar longer than 24 hours. They've existed. I think we'll have the time to touch upon that at some point in the broadcast, but it's just something special, and it requires a bit of a special mindset going into these races as well. So we'll see if it's any different in terms of results than what we've seen over the course of this season so far, with the races being 3 hours long. As such, as you said, Edward, we are indeed into qualifying as well. We've got some lovely angles on a custom camera pack provided to us by the organizers, and I've been drooling over some of the angles as we were warming up for the broadcast here. A word of appreciation as well to all the partners of Virtual Belcar. You'll see the logos and links in descriptions as well. So basically 30 minutes of qualifying, but what we've seen before, Edward, as well, is that it can be difficult for the teams to actually get a clean lap in with all the traffic here.
Yeah, and I think it will obviously come down to getting the track space, but with 30 minutes, half an hour, you do have some scope to just come through and just sort of grin and bear it, go with the flow of the traffic. Sometimes you're going to have laps that don't work out. Maybe a couple of times you will have laps that you'll have basically perfect track space. Maybe like here, actually, as Thomas Stockmans comes through, gets a nice healthy tow from the Lamborghini. Maybe not so much for the Lamborghini itself, like getting held up slightly through the right-hander onto the back straight. Going through the chicane nicely. Another thing to worry about is off-tracks. Any of those will invalidate your lap, and I think coming into the Villeneuve chicane is really one of those times you can gain so much by taking a line that's close to cutting. But of course, by doing that, you do run the risk of cutting the track itself, and the 1X is very, very bad in qualifying. Fully invalidates your lap time, so you need to wait all the while through this final sector for having a second bite of the cherry. Let's have a look at Thomas Stockman's for for Theta Network Esports. BMW GT4 driver, only 2 more corners to go. Hard on the brakes into the chicane. Avoiding the hostage curb on the first part and then slamming it through the second. Thomas Slutmans are just waiting for the time to come through as we have provisional pole set at Jimmy Antunes for our large competition. 23 Lamborghini. Nice and pink. Love that. And he'll be loving the way he's up in P1.
Yeah, indeed, and they're looking to... I was just looking at the Loctite sponsorship, and I was thinking with that close championship battle as well, they're going to be looking to take a hold of first place early, get those points in, and then seal the win, like you would do by applying some of their sponsor's product to a nut or a bolt, for instance. And of course, Edward, in terms of broadcasting as well, these 24-hour races are indeed special. It gives you time to get around and about. For my sake, that often means plenty of time to get into to cycling anecdotes, which is always nice. But also time to just fool about a bit and have fun, of course. Not to say that we don't see action in these races, and especially here, because it's not the first time we've had 24 hours of racing here from the Virtual Belcar Series at Zolder. Actually, casting my mind back, I believe it is the 3rd time we cover this event here on the channel. Another driver I want to cover for BMW Belux is Nicolas Rubelar, who, unless there are multiple racing Nicolas Rubelars around, which I don't think so, will be the Nicolas Rubelar that has made a name for himself in Gran Turismo Sport, and a driver that I indeed have covered years ago on some of the absolute top tier level series in that competition, and he's made a step, you could say a step up the ladder of sim racing into something that's certainly a tad more immersive and complete, you could say, as a simulation, coming from Gran Turismo now into iRacing.
I'll tell you what, Hassel, I just love that livery. It's very, very BMW, isn't it? The sort of very famous 3 stripes, dark blue, light blue, and red trim on that BMW. Definitely doing well in iRacing, as he does in Gran Turismo Sport, up towards the top end of the GT4 field. Currently just behind Senna Hulsmans, though, in that Porsche Cayman, which is very strong in that class from memory. And now we have Sandy Mitchell Simdristic GT3 by BMS5 Esport, a car that did very well. That team actually doing very well, you have to say, in the Dynamics Endurance Series. They had the first round at Zandvoort, and that team won handily in their Lamborghini. So now we're going to see what they can manage here in the Virtual Belcar 24 hours. They're still in a great spot, provisional pole position, but by about 0.05 of a second, the Jimmy Antunes large competition very close in behind. So that bodes very well, doesn't it, Hasse, for the racing if qualifying is already so close. But of course, all of this can change. And another class we haven't focused too much on, we've had a look at some GT4s. We've had a look at some GT3s. We haven't focused on the TCRs much. So we can see now, top of the class, Naveed Hussain, who goes fastest yet again in his class with a 1 minute 38.66. Very strong time, nearly 0.8 faster than Robin van Gogh in second for Simdristic TCR Orange. Ignia Motorsport, again, you can see that paint job that we've seen so many times on Simracersworld TV and the TCR Leagues broadcast on the channel. And of course, as well, I think I remember seeing them at the other series that we raced in TCRs, which was the, I don't remember, it was the 2.4 Endurance Hour series at the Nürburgring. So definitely no stranger to Simracersworld, Ignia Motorsport. And definitely no strangers to the top in qualifying.
No, absolutely not. Sandy Mitchell, to the best of my knowledge, a debutante in this series, and I find it pretty impressive to sit on this provisional pole time here as we're nearing the completion of the opening 10 minutes of qualifying. Still a lot of drivers just settling in. A very warm welcome to all of you joining in here early days. I think you're in for a weekend of really good racing and a lot of sim racing going on at Zolder this weekend as well. With the 23 hours of Zolder as well, the race for mental health going on, which is quite the star-spangled, not the banner, but a lineup spangled with stars indeed. Probably serve for a nice bit of back and forthing. I know a few personal friends of mine that are experts at streaming not only one or two things, or not streaming, but watching, you know, of multiple. I've heard up to 6, 7, even 8 streams going on at once, which I find baffling, interesting, and a little bit amazing as well that someone can have that kind of mental capacity and focus. I certainly don't. Anyway, we're on board with Damian Hückenschmidt in the 995 GeForce Experience Esports blue car. That's a little bit of a bump.
He was a little bit unsighted, wasn't he, coming into the first corner, having to negotiate the TCR. That threw him off his line. You can hear him now backing way off into the low chicane. Rear of the car stepping out, so this is not going to be an improvement for the car that's in 8th place. And now we come to the Porsche Cups, the other class we haven't had a look too much at, and it's Christoph Reis, the Flemish Simsport yellow, with the other Flemish Simsport car, the TCR, right in behind, in the just a bit further back. Kim Hayek driving that TCR car and swiftly diving off into the pits. Always makes you think that their brakes have failed when they just spear on forwards, but of course that's the line you take going into the pits to get some fresh tyres.
Yeah, certainly. I found myself thinking that as well on a few occasions when you see someone just scooting on there in the background. It's also worth noting that the pit exit as Zolder is, I'd say, prone to causing a bit of controversy now and then, because it basically spews you out on the entrance to turn 2, which is not necessarily the nicest place to be. And I think what we've seen on the previous iterations of this particular race is that it's often early in the race when everybody has to settle into those kind of quirks and weirdnesses that the different tracks has as traffic flows along. And that's another thing that you're not gonna be looking at much more than, well, what, 12-15 minutes of racing, I think, before we see the different classes beginning to merge together in true multi-class racing fashion, and that's where the real attrition usually begins. Jimmy Antunes, by the way, just to keep our focus on qualifying where it's supposed to be as well, he's being held up by it's the duct tape racing TCR here, I think. But he's managed to grab a provisional pole, and that's with a time of 1:28.04.
Ooh, there's changes in Porsche Cup. Christoph Reis has just taken P1 and swiftly dived into the pits. So the 999 Porsche for Flemish Simsports yellow shooting up the order ahead of Vince Peters, but what can Vince do to answer back? He's going down in towards the final couple of corners now. GT3 car getting well out of the way. Hard on the brakes. Balance it right on the knife edge between locking up and not powering out. You can see he was able to take a lot of that inside curb through that final corner. Is that going to be the difference maker as he comes up to the line? What is it for Vince Peters? Not an improvement, not enough to snatch P1 yet, but there's still time on the board. Well over 15 minutes of racing as we come to the GT4 class battle, and it's Nicholas Rubelaar, currently top of the timing sheets, was able to get ahead of Senna Hulsmans. And by a margin of, well, 2.5 tenths of a second, there's still scope for drivers to maybe try and answer back, maybe see if there's anything left in the tank and if they can get that clear track space, which is so important to aim for, especially when you're a lower class car and you don't really have the power in your hands to get those times on the track where you have clear air.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's a good point. And also a good point to mention, Flemish Simsports really looking competitive on the pace of the Data Network esports machine as well. So that's going to be looking like a hot battle for the win in GT4. And we've got a very well-populated BLC1 class, as always. That's one of the Lambos. I think that's Damien Hügenschmidt, who's had some kind of issue. Let's just pull back the replay here. Oh, he finds the TCR on the outside, and the car rolls.
Very good job not to have a contact with anyone. I think he was a little bit surprised maybe, or at the closing speed going through turn 4. As we have Hiruzen's coming up to a GT4 car himself through that corner, but less dramas for Kenny. On board, you can see him, he avoids the first curb, hits the second one as Antunes goes even faster now with a 127.8. First driver, I think, into the 27s, or he's comfortably into the 27s now for Antunes. Arnash competition at the top is Naveed Hussain, who is top of the TCR still, having a little bit of a moment going through the chicane. Now following Kenny Ruzen's on board through the hairpin, going plenty of speed through there, going out through Jochen Ring chicane, which isn't really much of a chicane. And Harlan Rex just coming underneath the sponsorship bridge. Can really take the curb on the inside for that final corner, but you can't really do it on the first part, so you need to avoid the left-hand curb, smash the right-hand curb, and power across the line to get P3. Kenny Rusens with a great effort.
Yeah, very much so, and not too far off the front row indeed at the moment as he slots himself in ahead of Sandy Mitchell. Will that be an instant response, though? And I'm waiting for it, but I don't think... No, that's certainly no improvement. Looks like he's been hit by the traffic hammer on that lap, because he was about 5 seconds down. But that just goes to show how easily you do that as well, and that is a thing to take into consideration as well, and a lot of viewers, I think, will be well familiar with the concept of these endurance races and just how it is to be out there as well, in a car, driving in traffic, and all the time having to be considerate of the fact that that you're actually surrounded by cars. They might be quicker, they might be slower, but you all need to make your way around safely, and those that do that for 24 hours, it's a big challenge. They usually do very well for themselves indeed. Here is Jarno de Houw for GTE Racing, so far managing 5th on the grid. And Greenleaf with a bit of a sketchy exit on turn 1 there. That was Jelle Verstraeten there, and he, I think, calls off the lap as well.
Yeah, I do love that McLaren, though. Such a fun car to drive in the GT4. Shame there's only one on the grid, but I'll be keeping a keen eye on Jelle Verstraeten Greenleaf Racing, because I just love driving that car. It's so much fun behind the wheel. It's maybe not the fastest in its class, but by God, you can be sure it's a really satisfying car. Ice Racing have done a brilliant job with that bit of machinery as it gets passed by the GT Porsche Cup car. Over we find Allende Sim Formula Europe, and intriguingly, a lot of the Porsche Cup cars are kind of in the mix with some of the slower Lamborghinis, which could be interesting to see how that pans out in the race. Maybe over the stint, the GT3s are quicker because they can set the lap times more consistently, don't have anything to worry about in terms of locking up or getting a little bit too excited on the throttle because they have ABS and TCR, as this was the car that was off the exit of the chicane. And there's another incident there. Maybe they were exchanging details there. There seems to be a potential coming together.
Yeah, I think so as well. But it's a good point that, and certainly not the first time as well, that we've seen the Porsche Cup machines being able to mix in with the GT3s. And you gotta wonder with the new gen Porsche Cup car being considerably quicker than the old one, that is only gonna get more significant in the future whenever these two classes of cars are on track together. Now it's Ignium on pole in BLC4 so far at least, but it's Sim District with the green and orange teams second and third. Olivier Bulting at the moment, third, or second, my apologies. Then Robin van Gogh here, who's in third place. Hendrik de Grave for Flemish, fourth now with the Dynamics Racing blue car, driven by Sven Calbert here in qualifying. And it's still all pretty close. We have a look through the timing order of BLC4. Flemish has claimed a provisional lead coming into the final 10 minutes of qualifying here in the GT4s of BLC3. Now ahead of BMW B-Lux and Data. So that's Rubelar second, Stockman's in third place, and then Pierre-Yves Desaut for Decipit Racing Team. And a few GT4s in the pits as we speak. But a good observation, Edward. We have the leading Cup machines that are, well, sort of at the lower end, but not that complete bottom of the BLC1 machines. And then they kind of mix it in through there. But we have also seen bigger fields in the Porsche Cup car, and that might just have something to do with the fact that without both traction control and ABS, it is just also that little bit more challenging to drive than any other car here, I think.
But it is very, very fun to drive, seeing those cars go around. And of course, Zolder, the 24 hours, is one of the most demanding events on any racing calendar. It's so tricky to go through this circuit. Constant corners, your mind has to be switched on. You can't have any room for mistakes, which is why it's so dangerous in the night, and you see plenty of mistakes creeping through. So there's all of that to come, of course. And I remember doing a endurance race here, and realistically I could only physically keep up with about a stint and a half. You're constantly going through corners, constantly just on the ragged edge if you're pushing for the lead. So that's something to consider as well. Usually drivers in endurance events like this, they can try and make the tires stretch out over the course of maybe 2 stints, but usually you feel very, very trained for that final half hour for your final stint. And of course the TCRs, they're a little bit different. They're a little bit of an outlier, taking only front tires. Maybe we'll see some of the TCRs use the rear tires at the start of the race right the way until the end, because you don't really use them at all. They're just there along for the ride and just happy to be involved.
That's a good point. That is a good point indeed. Sam Cartert here, who's in for the Simtag E-Team number 2 machine, has now taken a provisional pole from Jimmy and Toons. It's by less than 1/10 of a second. Rosen's now 3/10 off in third, ahead of Cedric Wouters, then Sandy Mitchell. But it's still all relatively close, with 8 minutes left on the board. Still time to get that all-important lap in here at the end of the session. But you gotta say, Edward, with the amount of traffic and now that the session has been going on, you know, the spread gets bigger, but at the same time, you don't really find a quiet spot on track in it. It seems it's as much of a game of chance here. It's a new fastest lap as well for Cartert here. It's a 1:27.76. And that's gonna just add a few hundredths of a second to their advantage. It's still just 1/10 that they're clear of Anaj. and everybody else just being raced that little bit here, Edward.
Yeah, it's a very, very good effort. Just watching through for what was one of our pole sitters at the time, Simracersworld GT3 by BMS5 Esports, Sandy Mitchell. Currently out on the track. I don't know if they're in line for an improvement. So we have for Thomas Layson, 999 top of Porsche Cup. Direction change is so important to have a car dialed in for quick turns of the steering wheel. The way the weight transfers needs to be really dialed in, but they have had plenty of time to do exactly that because they've got a long time ahead of them after this qualifying session. 24 hours on the famous and sometimes infamous Zolder tarmac. Getting out down onto the brakes, shifting through the gears, avoiding curbing, then trying to hit it for the second part. Careful on the exit, careful on the power, no traction control to lean on. Comes across the line, Thomas Layson improves, or doesn't improve, but sets a faster lap time than he did previously. No improvement for Thomas Layson just yet, as now up towards the front is Jimmy Antunes for our Arch competition that takes top spot in BLC 1, but only by, well, 1/100th of a second.
Yeah, and we don't even have 3 decimals on SDK, so that could be the tiniest of margins, which indeed it is. And always amazing to see this as well, coming into such a long race. The non-qualifying setup here, times are so close to one another. We get these kinds of situation. Because basically Kenny Rosens and Cedric Wouters have done more or less identical lap times as well, with 28.08 both of them, and then just less than a tenth of a second down to Jarno de Houw in the GTE car as well. We have the top 6 all within half a second. And
yeah, I can tell you, I have the pleasure of diving into the specific lap times that have been set, and I can see that our large competition was about 14 thousandths of a lap faster, so not that close between the front runners. And then again, you can see Valkyrie Esports, JWS Motorsport drivers duking out for 3rd place. There's only 2 thousandths separating a pair of them. It was a 1 minute 28.077 for Valkyrie, then a 28.079 for JWS Motorsport. We're seeing Sam Kaiser getting a little bit caught up with the TCR. That could scupper his chances of putting it on pole. But of course, like we mentioned at the start of this broadcast, qualifying isn't everything. Just putting yourself towards the front end of the field will be enough, because you're in the best spot to make up places at the start, but also to execute your strategy in mind of getting those top spots come the end of the 24 hours. Sam Gaita getting a little bit of a twitch, but the car settles down and lines up nicely for a power down. The car just goes in this Lamborghini in the BLC1 class. So good, accelerating out of the corners, and starts another lap. Got maybe about 2 laps potentially, 2 and a bit laps if you come across the line now. All dependent, of course, on if you have to take slower laps getting into the track space. Going down to the business end of qualifying with only 3 minutes to go here.
Yeah, indeed. And it's still Hulsmans in BLC 3. Some reason SDK wants to show BLC 3 before BLC 1. I apologize if that triggers you. Let's see if we can do something to get that fixed up as the broadcast goes on. But right now I'd like to have my attention solely on these final few minutes of qualifying. You said, Edward, that the 24-hour race qualifying isn't all that important, but in the end, the opening few laps of a race like this can be very chaotic indeed. You could find yourself in a position where qualifying results does indeed matter just that little bit more than you think, because it also affects what kind of traffic situation you start the race in. if you're able to be one of the first cars that encounters the traffic, it can sometimes be a little easier as well when you delve into that part of the race. Of course, it takes a few minutes. It's not upon the opening few laps, but we're not going to get much further into it. Last time around, when we were here, we had the Radicals on track and not the Lamborghini GT3 machines. And that, of course, meant that lap times were indeed considerably quicker. And look at the bouncy nature of that machines. I'm lost for words, more or less, Edward. It was like watching West Coast rap videos of the 1990s. There was some crazy angles there. And having to control that, I don't think that's going to be the racing line for the race. But it's nice to know where the limits are. And Senna Hulsman seem to know that pretty well indeed here.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that too much in the race, but it is a little bit fun just to do it in... Well, I think Senna Hulsman's was held up just a touch earlier on. Won't be too happy about that, considering Ubela close in behind for BMW Velux, closing that gap down now to just 1/10 in the BMW class. But has a mistake, goes off. That's it for P2. So now we're going to follow Rudy Jetton, the mighty Pink Panther Racing team. And he'll be looking for a mighty lap here, as this is basically the last lap for qualifying for himself. Clear air in behind. Doesn't seem to be anyone coming through to overtake. I think clear air in front as well. So it all comes down to the run through the chicane and makes a mistake. Runs wide, loses time, loses track. Will be coming across the line in qualifying. No better than P3, it seems. Any other drivers coming through to improve in class? No, not yet. Jimmy Antunes comes across the line, doesn't improve, but stays on original pole position. Fabrice Cornelis, that's an outlap. He's not going to be able to come through across the line. So, the top two seemingly sorted, unless Cedric Wouters has anything to pull out right at the end. Look at the clear track space he has had this lap. There doesn't seem to be anyone that he's overtaken in behind as well. This could be it. Cedric Wouters having a look at the sector times though. Only yellows, no personal bests. Going into the final chicane now. Does he get a good run? Seems to be very nice indeed. Gets to the outer edge, just tapping the grass on the exit, the dirt on the exit. Comes across the line. Christoph Reis, no improvement, unfortunately. Oh, not Christoph Reis, Cedric Wouters, sorry. No improvement either. Only is able to stay in fourth place, but will be starting on the second row for first part of this Virtual Belcar 24-hour race. Let's start to ramp up. Damien Hugenschmidt, 995, now coming across the line. Inside the top 10. Can he improve up a little bit further? No, not quite. Stays in place, but well, a car just ahead. Jeroen Vatlet, that was currently in ninth place, now up to 7th. Great effort by the Simtag E-Team. The 86 Lamborghini and BLC 1 jumping up a few places right at the end there, Hassa.
Yeah, indeed, and that's what you want to do. Leave it late. Great indeed, if you can squeeze out that lap time at a point where no one really has the possibility of answering it. And that's exactly what they have done. Edwin, I think we do have the grid coming up on the screen in a short second, and we do have you as well to take us through it. When we get that far, I've made the mistake before of being a little too early on it, and then we're sit here and just left with an awkward pause, as it would have been had I not kept on talking for a moment there. It's called experience. It comes with time and painful experiences. And with that said, and a little bit of an anecdote, maybe some words of wisdom, if you will, here is Edward May with the grid order indeed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hassa. So the starting grid in the BLT1 class will be Jamie Antunes starting the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder from pole position, but by the thinnest of margins to Fabrice Cornelis, who will line up alongside him on the front row. Any reasons? Valkyrie Esports, the 667 car, able to get on the second row of the grid with JWS Motorsport Cedric Wouters putting the car in P4. 4. They've got Yano de Hau for GTE Racing. They will start 5th ahead of Simracers GT3. That effort done by Sandy Mitchell enough to put him in P6 ahead of Sharon Vattler. P7 Simtag E-Team. Lucas Romano PSR by RPM. P8. Then we got Alexander Reyes, Flemish Simsport White. Damien Hugenschmidt, GeForce Experience in 10th place. DJ Day in RP Motorsport cars for P11. And then P12, Carlos Maestro. Then we come down to the first of the Porsche Cup cars. Christoph Reis, Vince Peters, JDOS Motorsport behind Flemish Simsport Yellow. And we have Ricardo Michalewski, ART Sim Racing, and Steven Dwarf Dynamics Racing Simulators in the BLC 1 class. Come to BLC 2 class car, going Bevers. BLC 1 class again, Peter Kuipers, Mark Forstein, Steve Clays. And then we come to the first of the GT4 cars. Senna Hulsman's able to put it on pole position in BLC 3. Flemish Simsport Black ahead of BMW Belux Nicholas Rublar. Rudy Jetten, P3 in BLC 3. Mighty Pink Panther Racing able to get on the second row of their grid, just ahead, I believe, of Theta Network Esports and Thomas Stockman's. If I can pronounce that name, I'm going to just say there's a bit racing team ahead of Lamol, Benjamin Lafayette, and Abel Court rounding out BLC 3. Then we come to Naveed Hussein as the cars are making their way on the outlap. So we have plenty of time still. Naveed Hussein, Ignium Motorsports, top of BLC 4 in the TCR car. Head of Olivier Bultink, Sim District TCR Green, running alongside him with Robin Van Gogh, P3, BLC 4 for Sim District TCR Orange, Flemish Simsport Red, lining up alongside in P4, Kim Hayet. Great effort from the Flemish Simsport Red car ahead of Sven Calbert, rather. Dynamics Racing Blue, P5 in the BLC 4 class. There's the Kuiper, Ronnie Heyman, and Stefan Keremans, who I think will round out the full grid. 36 cars for this 24 hours of Zolder Hassa. You can see the drivers making their way on the outlap. And intriguing, actually, Valkyrie Esports, Kelly Rusens backing up the field somewhat, leaving plenty of space to, well, put it on pole position. Carlos Rodriguez, Arnage competition starting that car now. Didn't see much in qualifying, but Carlos is the driver who's going to be starting this Virtual Belcar 24 hours at the front, crossing the line in first to kick off all the action, Hassa.
Indeed, it's been a great show in qualifying, and also a show of the strength and depth across the top tier teams, that they've had multiple drivers in for qualifying setting their lap attempts, and then they had their third driver starting the race. I say third drivers just because the other two has been in the car already, and Dieguez has been so strong this season so far. And it's coming down to the wire. Shall it be Simtag E-Team to claim a hat-trick and grab a third consecutive Virtual Belcar title for Fabrice, Cornelis, Kuhn Kloppen and company? Or is it going to be a Nash competition in their debut season? Well, 24 hours from now, and we shall find out. That plus a whole lot more. We're going to be all the wiser. Round the final chicane they come. And now we're just waiting for the flag to drop. And it's a late start indeed. And here we go, we're green. 24 hours of Zolder. And we're underway, and it's an immediate run here for Cornelis, who's up along the inside. Into turn one, they're going to go side by side. They've done this plenty of time before. We've seen RG-bargy between the two teams. And the battle for the lead, no one gives way. Look at this, Cornelis around the outside is gonna grab that one. Yes, he is. And the reigning champs are showing just what they're made of here. What a brilliant start throughout. Let's see here. Oh, and a different side-by-side battle between the 999 and the 11 of Vince Peters. The rest of Porsche Cups close in behind, and the 11 is on the grass.
He keeps out the wall. That is brilliant car control Vince Peters able to hold on. He loses positions. Oh, just diving to the inside, avoiding the cars as they brake. They're all so close together. It's almost a given that there was going to be a bit of contact, but amazing awareness by Vince Peters, JWS Motorsport. They're going to be breathing a sigh of relief. Of course, they've lost positions, but it's so much worse to pick up damage within the first minute of a 24-hour race. So great stuff from Vince Peters to have the awareness, to have the car control, to keep it on the clean, on the straight and narrow, even if he had to take a trip through the gravel. But Fabrice Cornelis, what a lap that was, getting up into P1. He timed that start to perfection, got the jump on. Actually, all of a sudden, Carlos Vegas has lost out. He's in behind. Now, Kenny Ruzen's Valkyrie Esport up a position now. So it is Simtag E-Team ahead of Valkyrie Esports with the first lap in the books of this 24 hours of Zolder. This is how the move was done. Kenny Ruzen's looking to the inside through turn number 4 and getting it done. That was well before all of the action kicked off in behind, so he missed that just a bit. Carlos Vegas not getting off to the start he was hoping for, but I think just settling back into the rhythm now. Worrying about all of those cars in behind as we see side-by-side action. Kenny Herriman's PSR by RPM going for a move on Damien Hugenschmidt. Two of the cars coming together. Kenny Herriman's losing out slightly, having to slow down. We're taking a compromised line through the chicane. Losing out on 2 positions as Damien Hugenschmidt is up to GeForce Experience Esport, going very well indeed in this early phase of the race. And then we're going to come down through the classes, I think, to look at some of the Porsche Cup action. You can see the 3 of them there battling it for the lead. Christoph Reyes, the 999 car, leading the way ahead of Vince Peters, JWS Motorsport in 3rd. Tell you what, that was height-of-mouth stuff, Hasser, but credit to him. He's kept on going, hasn't lost out too much, and actually already opted for fuel saving. You can hear it there. They're thinking about the strategy very early, which is a good sign that they're on track for a good result.
And it's also a due course of action here. He had such a close moment, and as you said, hard and mouth stuff that. But the right call, I think, just to leave that little bit of space, stay safe out there, and make sure that it's that it stays just a scare, it doesn't get followed up with something even worse. We know as well.
Like this as well. Oops, sorry, Hass, I was just saying, driving like this as well. He's taking it nice and easy on the steering after that moment. He's looking out for the tyres, which could be intriguing. I'm not sure what the track temp is, Hasser, but it could be very good in terms of taking less tyre stops. As there's actually, just noticed, Hasser, if you look at the front end of that 55 car, there's a little bit of damage.
That is quite interesting here. This machine of Ricardo Michalewski. Yes, indeed, that's had a knock at something. Now it might
through the chicane.
Yeah, I was just about to say it could just have been the curbs. If you hit him at a bad angle, you could indeed harm or hurt your car. Indeed, harm is maybe a little bit of a big and heavy word to use in this situation, but it could damage the vehicle and just cost that little bit of time. Now, of course, this is one of the tracks where you, theoretically at least, with the Porsche Cups that aren't all that aero dependent, could run just that slight bit of damage without really being held back too much. Now, look at the pace here of Kenny Rosens here. Early days, he's really putting on the pressure to the rear end of Fabrice Cornelis and the Simtag E-Team number 2 car, the 667 here. Really, really strong.
Very good effort indeed. And actually, again, I think the curbs have played their part because there's slight damage to that right front corner. Fabrice Cornelis just up the road. You can see it there coming down into the braking zone. It's not much, but they do monster it over the curbs. It doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much. I think most cars will have a little bit of front end damage just by margin of how much you monster the curbs on this Zolder circuit to get that time. Down, down, down. Out of the order, unfortunately. Arnage composition. Losing touch slightly is Carlos Diguez, who lost a little bit of time on those last laps to the leader, but again, is just trying to claw back, get into the rhythm. It's a long old race. Don't worry about track position just yet. Just put yourself in the best spot come the later parts. Is actually, we're having a look at Sim District GCR Green by BMS Esports. Currently fighting for the lead in behind Naveed Hussain, Ignium Motorsport. Naveed who put that car on pole position, holding on to the lead in BLC3, not BLC3, BLC4 TCR class. And then Henrik de Grave, Glamour Sim Sport Red, TCR cars that we've been very familiar to seeing over the years, aren't they, Hasta?
Yeah, very much.
They do provide with excellent racing.
Very much so to both of the statements, and I was just about to say something indeed with casting my mind to the BLC 4 class. Expect that lead battle to last the race. Of course, we can always have stuff happening, but we've seen it before as well. Even over the course of 24 hours, those class wins lower down the class order has been decided on a knife's edge sometimes, and it's been great to see indeed. Great to see so many tuning in with us as well, and it is indeed, we've spoken about it before as well, Edward, and even earlier today, and the two of us have been speaking about it as well. The fact that this is something special to us and to the drivers as well. It has that sort of atmosphere about it. At least to me, it does. Sorry if I'm talking nonsense to you here, but it's certainly been met with a lot of anticipation, and so far what we've seen has been absolutely great. Still, Cornelius just ahead of Kenny Rosens. That's a small margin still. Rosens doing a very good job of staying with Fabrice, but historically, I'd say when we've really seen Fabrice Cornelis shine is when he's been having to deal with traffic along with having someone on his tail. He seems to do that better than most, and more consistently than most as well. A great trade to have in this sort of racing indeed here, as Sandy Mitchell is close to the end of Jarno de Houw here, fighting for 5th place.
Yeah, Sandy Mitchell, Simdristic GT3 MS Live Esport, a car that was put on pole in the early stages of qualifying. We know it has the pace in the tank, and we're going to see what they can pull out close in behind. You can see through this middle sector behind Jarno de Houw GTE Racing, but because of how narrow this Zolder circuit is, you can't find the space to make overtakes so easily. You need to set them up well in advance, or even try and make the moves in the strategy battles in the pit lanes, saving fuel, trying all these little tricks, maybe aiming for undercuts, overcuts, depending on the situation. As Benjamin, Greenleaf Racing, looking for a move slightly on. Yeah, can't get through just at the moment. But this is a battle that's really high up. Looking now from the back end of the Cayman. Through the chicane. Cayman very strong on direction changes because of the weight distribution. But then the other corners you can see favouring the BMW. And then you've got the McLaren, which is just general decent all-rounder. Not really specialist in one corner or the other. You can see how high up though you sit in the BMW car compared to the rest. You're sort of, it's almost like a bus looking down at sort of sports cars, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. It's and it's one of the most charming aspects, I think, of the GT4 class, is that you can see a car like the BMW now go head to head with something that's a much more purebred sports car. Not that the M4 isn't purebred, or with its history with it. That's a great move by the Greenleaf car to take 6th place away from Deciped Racing Team. Let's just have another look at that one. That was Benjamin de Pape.
He looked down the inside a bit late on, but was good on the brakes, able to get the move done. You can see the awareness as well from Deciped Racing Team to just let it happen early on in the race. Only 10 minutes gone. Don't want to be making any rash considerations, rash decisions. Look at this though, battle inside the top 10. Kenny Harriman's PSR by RPM. Right up there, and there's a slight mistake, running a little bit too wide, perhaps, from Ray's. Down the inside into the next corner. Kenny Harriman sees the opportunity, but does he seize the opportunity? Yes, he does. Down the inside into the next corner. Easy, easy stuff. After that little mistake from Alexander Reyes. Right, easy down the inside into turn 2, then gets the move done as the corners open up through turn 3. Good stuff by Kenny. Alexander Reyes losing out just slightly, but it was more down to that little mistake rather than his pace. Means that if he just dials those out, he's in with a good way, as we're already coming up to back marker traffic here.
Oh,
my word.
Yeah, speaking of traffic, Edward, Damien Hügenschmidt finds out the, not the hard way, because it could have gone worse, even worse, but it's the scary way indeed. Let's see how that looked from his onboard's perspective, and just managing to catch a glimpse of having to swerve around the rear end of that TCR. And it's that closing speed. You really gotta get used to it, and gotta make sure that you're well in tune with the different classes and their pace, because that's very much what's required in a race like this, and it's really not an easy exercise to pull off time and time again, because and that's a thing actually. Say you're racing in IMSA with one of the longer races like the Daytona, Petit Le Mans, Sebring, where the GT3s and GTs can look, somewhat alike when closing in from behind, and the problems that the prototype drivers face therefrom. Nothing looking that reminiscent of one another here, but certainly indeed more than enough to keep him busy.
Yeah, you're usually going to be having something to do in these 24-hour races, be it racing with other cars, be it talking with your teammates about strategy, or just battling with the circuit itself. As a little bit wide through turn 1 goes Benjamin Lefebvre, Greenleaf Racing. But also, I think the focus has got to be on trying to break ranks with these other drivers for Benjamin. He's showing good pace early on. If he can get clear, maybe about a 1.5 seconds margin to Pierre-Yves Desaut, then that means he can easily drop off, get the toe broken, and try and focus maybe not on catching up to the cars ahead, who are about 6 seconds the margin between P6 and P5 in BLC3, but definitely on focusing on the strategy and executing that to the best of their ability. Now coming back up to BLC1, the Lamborghini GT3 cars, Sandy Mitchell we're on board with, closing down into the chicane. TCR cars battle for the lead in BLC4. You can see there the cars just navigating now, such as the pace differential between Lamborghinis and TCRs is that with about 15 minutes gone, we've already seen a lap put on the leaders in BLC4.
And that's exactly within my window of expectation as well. I said 12 to 15 minutes, and so it's turned out to be. And that's not going to stop at any point within the next 23 hours and 45 minutes here, which is quite a daunting thought as well. I think if the drivers have that sort of mentality on their head, they'll be a little bit perplexed with it as well. Rosens has taken the lead here, and I wonder just what happens, but he had a bit of a moment as well afterwards. He's not lost the lead from it. Oh, and he's gonna go the other way around, gain the slipstream, and that's sort of what Mika Häkkinen did to Michael Schumacher at Spa. And was that in 2000, Edward? Or 2001? I have to say, I'm lost whether it was one or the other, but then Rosen Rosen's had a little bit of a moment afterwards. Oh, ever so slightly extending, but it's not going to be something that really costs him too much time.
I'll try and remember now. I think it was Spa 2000.
It was indeed Spa, but it was just the year 2000 or 2001.
I think it was 2000, if I remember rightly.
Someone in chat will be sitting here with the knowledge.
It was the lap. Who was the lap car?
It was Ricardo Santa. Yes, indeed, yeah. Ricardo Santa in the Minardi. Was it Minardi? I don't know. I think it was Minardi.
That would have been. I think that would have been the 2000 Spa race. But tell you what, that was. I think you were bang on the money. Very reminiscent, using lap cars to take one of Formula One's greatest ever overtakes, and it was definitely a great move to get into P1. Obviously, like we mentioned, we haven't really focused too much on it, but the traffic is going to be playing a key part of this race for several drivers. It's one thing that you can't really take into account for your strategy, is it? You can't plan for traffic, it just sort of happens. So that could throw a few spanners in the works, but great effort from Valkyrie Esports, up 2 places since the start of the race to get up into P1.
And just how do you reckon they're gonna play this game as well? Kenny Rosen's now having taken the lead, might not have been expecting this when they got going. They'll be joyous in this position and really, I think they'll be attempting to just see if they can cling on for as long as they can. But for Fabrice Cornelis and the Simtag team, slightly disappointing maybe. They make it through. That's on the Brab BMW. Lovely camera angle this, especially on the Lamborghini. Nestled in at the air intake.
I have a look at this, and I think if I, like you were saying, Hasse, about what they'll do, if I was Kenny Rosen's, I'd just focus on getting through these next laps, save the fuel, look after the tyres with the traffic as well, and just keep your eyes on that Simtag E-Team number 2 car. There's a reason why Fabrice Cornelis has won so many of these Virtual Belcar championships. You can see him piling the pressure on immediately. It's going to be down to keeping Kenny Rosen's cool as the flash of the headlights. Fabrice is making his intentions clear. He's coming.
Well, a little bit of a mind game maybe as well, I'm thinking, from Fabrice here. He'll be just trying to give Kenny Rosen that little bit of extra stress, and a little bit of extra something to think about, something to throw him out of the rhythm. It seemed to me the Simtag car got a little unsettled though in the Villeneuve chicane.
It's difficult going through there because you are slightly unsighted when you are that close in behind the car in front. It's very difficult. Maybe if you've got VR and stuff, you can use other brake marks, but for me, as I run on singles, it's so easy to get unsighted on the brakes into those corners, especially where you've got quick direction change. You need to see the corner well in advance. You can sort of pitch it in, pitch it out again, get that weight transfer through. Slower class cars getting slightly in the way, but they can't just fall off the circuit, of course. Kenny Rosen's navigates the first of these 2 cars he's battling with, then making a flash of the headlights, then diving down the inside. That would have put the jeepers up the mighty Pink Panther Racing team. Thankfully, they've gotten through it without contact, but I think that information that Kenny was going for that move came a little bit late.
And that's how it is sometimes, and they gotta be ready for it. The mighty Pink Panther Racing team certainly also experienced with this sort of racing by now. Interesting that the
2 pink cars, beautiful.
Indeed interesting that the Anash car has lost a few seconds there. A little bit of twitch under braking for the number 5 JWS Motorsports machine driven by Cedric Wouters. And it just takes, as you see here, Edward, it's one car's worth of traffic is enough to cause this sort of trouble. And then if you catch up to a pack of them, it's going to be worse by the 4-fold, 5-fold maybe even. It's so challenging and really the whole situation with this track and car classes combination, it just demands so much precision from the drivers, and on such a repetitive basis that and that's what we've spoken with the drivers in interviews here in conjunction with these Zolder 24-hour races. It's often spoken about as one of the hardest races to do in terms of the mental test that it is, and just how taxing it is as well mentally. And when you see these overtakes of traffic, even here early days, only 20 minutes into the race, you do understand why.
Yeah, I touched on it before, and I'll touch on it again. It's probably one of the hardest circuits to do any form of endurance racing on, because it's so demanding both for driver and car. You've got the curbs that you can easily pick up damage on. You've got the corners where a slight misstep can send you into the wall. And you've got the other cars that will try their very best to overtake you on a very thin and narrow circuit. And with the traffic, that just adds that extra bit of spice to the mix. Just having a look through, though, at the various classes battling BLC 3 for the lead, I believe. Because Rubelart up in behind Senna Hulsmans. BMW Willux against Simracersworld Black. And in behind, you've got then the battle for BLC 1 class lead closing in. So we're going to follow this fight in the BLC 3. Senna Hulsmans as Kenny Rusens and Fabrice Gonalese make their way through the final bend to start the 16th lap of racing here in the Virtual Belcar 24 hours. Only 22 minutes gone. You can see on board the closing speed between Lamborghinis and the GT4s. And already getting held up, Kenny Rusens down the inside of one, not the other. Fabrice takes the chance to go for the move as well. It opens up for him, why not? Go for it. An easy move on the straight. In behind the Cayman, that has extended the gap slightly in favour of Senna Hulsmans there. Only slightly, as the gap is still around half a second. Look at how much the GT4s mash it over the curves. I want to see him go through next lap, because they absolutely fly over the curves.
It's absolutely insane to see. We saw it in qualifying as well, when they were really trying to send it, really trying to maximize it. But even here in the race, I'm really worrying too much about whether they're going to pick up damage from it or not. It seems they're fairly confident that the machinery is going to stand the test of time here for 24 hours of pounding the curbs like that. Certainly it's going to be an interesting one. But it's also that particular chicane, Edward, is where we see, I think at least, the most mistakes happen as well. Because if you touch the sausage in the wrong way, it's so easy to basically just get spat off at the left-hand side into the wall, and that's going to be a bit of a problematic situation to be in. That is the GTE Racing Lambo just sneaking up the inside of the Flemish number 12 GT4. But as you said before, Edward, correctly so, the Flemish team, and Senna Hulsmans particularly behind the wheel of the car, he's managed to just edge out his advantage ever so slightly. Now let's see, coming up here, I'm gonna go on board with Senna Hulsmans just to have a sort of idea what we're talking about. This is full attack. Bonk.
Nicholas even takes even more sometimes, because the BMW is obviously slightly higher raised, can take the curbs a little bit easier, and he gets full airtime, all four wheels off the track. It's really a sight to behold, but definitely Nicholas losing out on the traffic battle on that occasion. But I think pace is close. They're getting slipstream off of one another. They'll get up to one another very shortly. You can count on that. Ricardo Mikalevsky now, ART Sim Racing, leading, not leading, but in third place in BLC 2, ahead of Peter Denny's Dynamics Racing Simulators. The Lamborghini car fighting for track position with Porsche Cup car, as TCRs try their best to get out of the way. Of course, they have their own races to run. Speaking of that race, it's close between Naveed Hussain and Olivier Bultink yet again. TCI Green by BMS, he's brought Olivier Bultink. Very capable driver. Can he manage in a TCR car? Definitely up there. Definitely keeping Naveed Hussain honest. But the fight for class lead in, I think it is within, BLC 1, still as close as ever. Kenny Rooson's under massive pressure from Fabrice Cornelis, and I think actually Christoph Reis and Vince Peters in this class BLC 2, where we're following third place, is close as ever. Yep, they're still nose to tail pretty much. As we approach the half-hour mark of racing here, Hasta, it's very exciting.
Yeah, indeed. And I think we have Race Control with us live from Zolder. Indeed, they are trackside, seeing every bit of action as well, looking through every incident. It's always nice watching a race like this, knowing that it's a live stewarding that's happening. And nice to know that our system is working as intended, so that you out there can have a bit of a chance of being kept in the loop with what happens in terms of penalties. Usually we do see a few penalties. Usually that's well, it's an unavoidable thing here, Edward, in connection with what we've already mentioned, that sometimes things are gonna go into whatever degree that might be wrong indeed, and sometimes penalties do get lashed out, and that's how it is. Christoph Raas still leading BLC 2. He's doing a very good job of it at the moment. We've had our battle box pop up for a second, but I just want to make sure our class display is still up to date. So it's still Kenny Rosens who leads BLC 1. It's the battle that we're currently watching here in BLC 2, the lead battle. Then Senna Hulsmann's still ahead of the Belux BMW in BLC 3. In BLC 4, it is Naveed Hussain who's extended his gap there in class to just over a second. That's of course to Olivier Bultink in the Sim District TCR green car. Ever so slightly closing in on the opening 30 minutes of racing being completed, and that also means, I think, for most of the drivers in the field, that they'll be settling into the rhythm now, and the worst of the race starting nerves will be gone as well, unless of course you haven't been able to settle into the rhythm. At this point, I think, if it's that situation that you're sitting in, it's only going to get worse, and that's always such a terrible thing when you're in the car at race start, starting for your team in a race like this, and you just cannot find the groove. It's like a musician on a bad night when everyone's out to hear him play, and it's that's a tough one to sit in. Certainly not the case for the leading cars here, and it's not something I'd be able to call out here from the commentary booth. Just something I know from the racing that I've done myself over the years.
I think we might have seen that just a touch from Carlos Diguez for our large competition. Obviously, a driver that didn't take any part in qualifying, didn't put that car up on pole position. But Carlos, I'll tell you what, he's done a great job of getting back into the rhythm after losing those 2 places. Definitely got over those pre-race jitters, if there were any, and is actually trying to reel in those front 2 for Fabrice Cornelis and Kenny Roosens that themselves have been battling with one another and battling with the traffic. After 30 minutes of racing, only 1.3 seconds to second place. Currently on board with Carlos Diguez on Irish competition through the first corner. Taking it nice and easy on the tyres, not overworking the car. You can see looks nice and stable through the corners. You can sometimes as well hear the scrubbing of the rubber, the scrubbing of the tyres, but not really much of that coming through for Carlos. Nice and easy running through all the way from curb to curb, inside white line to outside white line. Getting all of his marks nicely on the brakes. through the chicane. This is a real tell of how much the drivers are going for it. Nice and smooth, nice and steady. Seems to be going all to plan for Arnage competition. I think if you maybe to go on board with Fabrice Cornelis, we'd see a slightly different style of racing as he's pursuing Kenny Roosens, because we did see him earlier flashing the headlights, trying a bit of mind games. I think he might be racing to overtake. The car powers out at the slow speed. This Lamborghini is so strong, applying its power. It's very, very good, very stable at the rear. Sometimes a little bit too stable at the rear for its own good, because the front can have its own little instabilities and slide around a touch. Going up to some traffic just up the road, you can see there, I think that's the outline of a TCR car.
Yeah, indeed. And Cornelis, oh yeah, he's
committed.
He's committed. That's a very good way to put it. I think he's fully committed, but he's also safe when committed. He doesn't commit to stupid moves very often, which is why he's had such a great record in this series, and especially with the long races as well. With his team, of course, and his partner in not much crime, you could say, on track, Koen Klapman. He usually races pretty cleanly there.
When I mean committed, I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it as in, when you are in these endurance races, you have to commit to the moves. You can't sort of look for the moves, but then sort of half go for them. You need to fully make your intentions known to the cars up in front that you're coming up to, especially in the faster classes. You need to have that commitment, because when you don't, that's when we see all of these incidents happen. 9 times out of 10, if there's coming together between two cars, it's a miscommunication. It's the faster car thinking, oh, I'm going to go for the move. Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, I am. Oh, no, I'm not. Whereas for race, you don't get any of that. You get, I'm going for the move, and he goes for it. And it's usually, in fact, most of the time, in fact, 99% of the time, a very clean overtake. So for Reece Cornelis, for Simtag E-Team, definitely trying to apply some pressure. A tenth and a bit quicker that last time through compared to our class leader. Fastest car on the circuit, though, at the moment, Carlos Diguez closing in that gap, looking after the car in the early stage of the race, working out for Arnage competition.
Yeah, and good stuff. They're in no hurry, and it seems they're completely confident in their approach, which is a good approach to have as well. I think they know that Kenny Roosens is maybe ever so slightly holding up Fabrice Cornelis, but I don't think they'll be able to make the pass on him. They don't seem to have that kind of speed advantage. The straights here at Zolder aren't really long enough to gain that much useful slipstreaming, but you'll lose plenty of downforce from being close, like Fabrice is, to the car ahead, which does give to the advantage to whoever follows without being close enough to have their clean air on the nose of the car broken. Here's Bulting, though. Look at this. He's going for the class lead on Naveed Hussein. Track jinx left here, and he's not going to be able to stay on the inside into the Villeneuve chicane. That was a nice try. Oh, not quite there for Olivier Bulting, but there's a battle that I predicted would go all the way to the checkered flag. Certainly looks like it's not going anywhere at the moment for them here, and they've got Senna Hulsmans coming around to lap the TCRs for the first time around as well.
Oh, glad to see Simracersworld F3 series in the YouTube chat. Hasser and Ed, 2 legends. No, mate, Simracersworld F3, you're a legend of this channel. You've been a part of our journey for a very, very long time, and we're glad to see you in the chat. Same to everyone involved in this race. Good to see plenty of cars. Senna Hulsmans, look at that down the inside, taking the fastest lap of the race for BLC3, trying to extend his margin over, of course, Rubelard, and succeeding so, actually. The traffic definitely playing its part. Senna Hulsmans navigating this bit beautifully. Coming up now to New Motorsport, the car in the lead of BLC4 TCR car. So now we have all of the, or at least the leaders in the BLC3 class lapping BLC4 down the outside rather into chicane. Go the Porsche Cup cars. Monstering over the curbs goes the GT4s.
They go plunging in. It's like I don't know. It's like a little bit of a pogo stick reaction there as they hit the curbs. It's but it works out, and we see it as well with the GT cars and touring cars alike in real world, and the engineers as well. And that goes to translate from real life to iRacing pretty well as well. So good at setting up the cars just right to have just the perfect bounce, and yet to have the setup and the suspension subtle enough that it picks up the bounce as it lands on the tarmac again without keeping the bounce going, which is really something you want to avoid. And it's one of the worst sensations to have behind the wheel of a sim car, and I think a real car alike. And I say I think because I've never tried it. I who don't have a driver's license for good reasons. Nevertheless, it's
dangerous on a bike. We wouldn't want you in a car now, would we?
No, that's true. That's true indeed. No, but on the serious side, I'll be taking my license in not too long. Actually, I've been saving up for some time, and with dreams of moving into the countryside one day. I figured, you know, if I'm not going to be a city man anymore, then I might just need a driver's license, and that'll be a great excuse to get to actually drive cars, which, to be honest, mate, I'm pretty excited about in the end. It's going to be a whole new world of fun that's going to arise for me as well.
Have you decided on what your first car could be? Have you got any thoughts of your first car? And maybe if you're moving out to the country, if you're going to get a cowboy hat and start calling us y'all?
No, I don't know if I'm that far into any sort of decisive process on that yet. I think it's gonna have most to do with what you can get away with relatively cheaply in terms of insurance and whatever our financial situation sort of allows us to do. I'll tell you that the cars in Denmark come with a 180% import tax. That is all new cars, which makes getting a new car in general really, really expensive. Actually, yeah, and it's quite shocking in terms of just how much you actually have to put in. So we'll see. I'm hoping for something that'll be interesting to drive as well as practical enough for everyday use. But there are a lot of cars out there, and it's. I'm not really in a situation where I think I can say I'm looking for that specifically.
There's definitely many different things to look forward to. Many trials and tribulations that the drivers will negotiate here this afternoon and well into the night. And they'll come back on the other side, hopefully in the morning, looking nice and clean. Senna Hilsman's doing a sterling job, you have to say, in BLC3 class. Navigating the traffic, getting through nice and easily, and by doing so extends his gap, his margin to second place Nicholas Rubler. Meanwhile, up towards the front, opening out just slightly on account of the traffic for Reece Cordelise, losing touch. As I say losing touch, he's only about 1 second back from Kenny Rouzens at Valkyrie Sport by Frank Auchamp, still leading this race in BLC1. Rodriguez as well, getting held up very, very much on that last lap. Trying just to get through on one of the Porsche Cup cars, the Cayman. Down the inside he goes. Then coming to Porsche Cup, Vince Peters, Christoph Reis. Close as ever, isn't it, Hasse? A little bit of a twitch on the apex from Vince, running slightly wide. Means he can't get on the power as early as he wants to and make a move into the next chicane. So backs out, lifts up, chicane, gets on the power to actually stabilise the rear of the car, keep it hunkered down. works in his favour. JDM Motorsport, though, just back to the start of the race. That was heart and mouth stuff, Hasser, and credit to Vince for keeping a level head, taking the time loss. And you know what? He's made all of that back up.
Absolutely so. Absolutely, and no real surprise there, I think, for me in terms of actually having managed to bring back the time and stay on the tail here of Christoph Rast. And I think it's close because Vince Peters and the JWS team also recognizes the dangers that come with going into this sort of hand-to-hand combat here at Zolder. They want to have that play out in the pits. We saw Vince save his tires early in the stint. We saw him lift off as well. Carlos Dieguez as well doing the same early in the stint. Just trying to maximize the efficiency of their strategy and trying to gain the upper hand early in the race here. Maybe by ways of the brain and not of the muscle.
I've just seen as well, Hasser, in the chat, Kim Bahayet selling you the perfect car for the countryside as a tractor. Maybe you can follow the footsteps of Jeremy Clarkson and get a Lamborghini tractor and get a farm going. Maybe you'll, maybe you could vlog it all and make a little pretty penny off that.
I think you're getting
I want to see
Hasser's
tractor vlogs, to be fair now. Now that I've mentioned it, I want to see Hasser vlogging around the countryside in a tractor.
That'd be great indeed, but a tractor
It
isn't much good for going to the local store, is it? It's I could have an electric bike for that.
I've lived out in the countryside back home in Norfolk. You see tractors going to the shops plenty of times. Seen a couple parked outside the local co-op.
I would not be surprised to see that in even the just slightly rural areas of Denmark. Denmark being a country that's basically small enough that you never really get that far away from everything. There is always something, some little village that has a bit of a boutique or something in a relative vicinity. So it's a little bit of a strange place in that regard, but also very cozy. Vince Peters finding it cozy on the tail here of Christoph Rast. We're looking through the standings, trying to pick out where the action is, and this seems to be the place to be in the field at the moment. Naveed Hussein, who had that close combat there with Olivier Bulting not too long ago, he has gained a bit of an advantage. Now I think, though, he's had a bit of a scare, and that's going to leave Bulting closing as they cross the line. More traffic to come for Naveed Hussein, which might slow him down ever so slightly more. And this could be what held up Olivier Bulting as well, as you see him right back, and he's on Naveed Hussein now. Be trying to wrestle away the lead from the Ignium car. Here's Kenneth Franken, and this is why the BLC4, the TCR that is. I was about to say GT4. There you have it, the B Sim Racing TCR machine with Kenneth Franken being involved in a little bit of a scare. I think a little too hard. Too late on the brakes as well, into that final chicane, losing the rear end. And that's a close call for Naveed Hussein. Cost a bit of time, but not much more than that. As we've seen on many occasions as well, Edward, these Audi TCR machines, they are built like absolute tanks, and they'll take punishment like a few other race cars will. Without really being hampered in terms of performance, and that must be a nice feeling to have as well as a driver. Did you just know that the car is going to take the punishment?
Yeah, definitely good to see though. Olivier Bulting doing as well as he does in a TCR compared to a GT3 car. Obviously, last time out in the Dynamics Endurance Series, round 1 at Zandvoort, that happened. Well, just a week ago now, week today, he took the victory there at Zandvoort with his teammate. But can he come through to get a victory in TCR? That's going to be, I think, a real question, a real quandary for Olivier. Syndristic TCI Green by BMS Esports. Very quick drive. You can see him getting out of the way for Porsche Cup car. BLC2 going through. And Navish saying Trigny Motorsport is probably the strongest driver out there on the circuit, at least in the TCR class, with an I rating of 6,268. Not the highest I rating in the field so far. That goes to Carlos Rodriguez with 7,716. But that shows the level of competition that Olivier is up against, one of the fastest drivers in a TCR car that he's keeping in touch with.
Yeah, indeed, and Kenny Rosens and Fabrice Cornelis not far off as well, with a 7.6 and 7.3 KI ratings respectively as well. And myself being the holder of a 2.4 KI rating, I sort of have an idea of what it'll take to get up on that tier of racing, and it's a level that I have no idea of how I would ever achieve. It's probably not going to happen, and like no matter how many hours I put in, I think the limits of my talents would probably not allow me to get that far within the realms of iRacing. Mind you, these are some of the top drivers around. And Fabrice Cornell is just getting within the second as well, of course. This is not like Formula 1, so it's not like he'll have a button to open up his rear wing that'll magically allow him to push back into the advantage. Not that it's needed in the same sense, of course, either. And I, for one, dreaded the DRS. I think it kills racing like few other things, because it just, in many ways, eradicates any sort of opportunity or ability to defend a position for the car ahead.
Yeah, I think that you see it because of the effects of dirty air, especially in Formula 1. They have to have DRS to actually allow the cars to get somewhat close to each other. Now, maybe we won't see that in the next year of race. We might see DRS limited slightly because, of course, the cars lose less downforce behind one another. But I definitely agree, Hasse. I'd much prefer, in terms of in the modern era of racing, a lot more of this sports car style racing, especially touring cars. They provide some of the best racing without any of this sort of artificial excitement like DRS modes. I think the one thing I will allow is maybe things like push to pass, because everyone's on the same playing field. Everyone has sort of the same amount of deployment, and you can opt to put it in different places. So I think that's the only thing that I'll be fine with. But yeah, DRS, nah, not a fan.
No, exactly. Push to pass is just a different ball game in the end, because again, as you say, it has a limited amount of uses. Just like you had it with the DRS in DTM when they were running the Class 1 machinery as well. Just making it that little bit different from having unlimited DRS, at least. It's of course a subject very much open to discussion, but for me at least, it does make racing much better. Just because it what you're trying to find or fight indeed in the end is predictability, and I often find that DRS just makes racing even more predictable in the end. But that's just me. The keen-eyed observer that is Thomas Smets has indeed seen that there are drivers with over 8 KI ratings in the race as well. Dave Haling for Flemish Yellow, 8.3k, and Nicolas Rubelar as well with an 8.2 KI rating, which is just impressive to say the least.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And I'm just looking throughout the whole field. There's some close action, especially up here. Jonah Howe right up with Cedric Valters, who himself is getting closed down by Sandy Mitchell. All of a sudden, the traffic is given and also taken away the advantage these drivers had to one another. And the battle is on. P4, Cedric Valters just up the road, fending off the Howe into the chicane. It's all about getting a good exit, really, from this chicane into the next, into Villeneuve. Sometimes drivers making a few mistakes lose out into here. I think that's really the only way you can sort of make these overtakes, is by forcing mistakes from the drivers in front. Maybe forcing them to go defective into one corner, so you can sweep around, get a better exit and go into the next. Maybe like we're seeing here, but this is actually not a defensive move, a move to think about going down the inside of a TCI car, but far too late. Is there going to be a move up the road? Defensive driving, you can see from Valters. Moving to the inside slightly. What a jink to the inside. That would have been a great move if Jarno was able to pull that one off. Thought about it, almost did it. Couldn't quite work. He's really racing hard though. You can see the pressure he's piling on for 4th place. Down the inside now into turn 1. Committed on the brakes. Sweeping through. Is there a switchback maneuver? It ought to be the switchback of all switchbacks. And it is able to work out instead. Now Sandy Mitchell sees an opportunity, diving down the inside into turn 2. Side by side, 2 abreast. A little touch on the exit. Nothing too untoward though. Sandy Mitchell taking 5th place. And in the space of 2 corners, unfortunately Cedric Valters drops not 1 but 2 places.
And indeed, Lamborghini factory driver in real life, which is something that I didn't know. So, no, you never stop learning, and it's just another case of that impressive move. Very opportunistic, very, very well timed to just push through with the traffic as well. This battle, I suspect, is going absolutely nowhere, and Cedric Valters, I think, is going to be ever so slightly annoyed in this situation. It's going to be a bit of an exercise in just to say, it's not that important, we'll get him later on, because it's 2 places lost in the space of 2 corners there for Valters, more or less. Jarno de Houw is not waiting for anyone either. He is flying along at the moment, and as we say that, I believe there's been another issue for Kenneth Franken, and it's been in the very same position as he had that last moment. So that last chicane causing him a little bit of trouble indeed. Usually we have a policy of not just catering to everyone's requests, but when the requests are to watch one of the best battles that are currently playing out on track, we shall indeed oblige happily to follow the racing action that is happening here as Jarno de Houw 4th, Sandy Mitchell in 5th, and then Cedric Valters in 6th place. Still duking it out close with one another. He's the British GT champion of 2020, so not just a factory Lambo driver. Well, there you have it. I must admit that I don't follow the European National GT Series as close as I feel like I should be doing, especially as a commentator on a sim that very often sees even top level racers like Sandy Mitchell indeed cross over and partake in the events like this, which is always a pleasure. I remember we did a 24-hour race at the Circuit of the Americas as well, and we hadn't been told about it or anything. All of a sudden we realized that Shane van Gisbergen was on the lineup as well, and in the race as he got in the car. That was a bit of a cool moment as well, to see your heroes on track as well, on an event that you're commentating on. That's always sort of neat and impressive as well, and of course goes to show that the differences between real life and publicly available simulators indeed is getting smaller and smaller, all to our benefit.
Yeah, I think it was racing. I think actually still races with Barwell Motorsport in British GT. I think it was partnered with, I think it was Rob Collard, who obviously races in sort of British Touring Car Championship as well, well known for that. So yeah, good to see Sandy Mitchell getting involved in all the action, both virtual and real world. And can he try and put a move on the other Lamborghini up in front? Jarno de Houw, definitely accustomed to the Huracan, being as it's a car he drives in real life. It would be actually good to have a chat with him at some stage. We can, obviously, to everyone taking part in this race, doors are open for interviews at any time in these first 6 hours with me and Hassa in the booth. Go and chat about your race, come and chat about your strategy, and just generally have a bit of an old chinwag with us.
Yeah, the door's open. Indeed. Just come and knock, or maybe just push it open yourself. That's not even possible because we have to drag in the drivers. That's what we usually say. We're gonna drag them in screaming and kicking against their will to be interviewed mid-race. That is rarely the case, but we do like to have a bit of fun. It's so nice to be joined by such knowing people in chat, and I feel like it's very often the case here on SRW TV, indeed, that a lot of the people watching are indeed very knowledgeable on racing in general. Which also is just nice that you don't need to explain much of the basics. Of course, if you are if you're new to sim racing or new to racing in general, and you do have questions regarding racing or whatever, something you feel like we can answer, well, don't hold back. I'll say that much, and we'll do our best to answer. If we can't, then someone in chat probably can, and that's yawning a how on the wall from out of nowhere.
Oh my word, that was... How's the car doing? Is there a little bit of damage perhaps? You don't know how. Whoa! We couldn't really see it from the angle. The Porsche kind of blocked our view. Maybe have a look on board potentially with Sandy Mitchell. This is it. Late on the brakes, going to the inside. Oh, and there's a bit of contact. Unfortunately, Sandy a little bit too late on the brakes, perhaps. Maybe wasn't seeing the fact that Jarno de Houw was braking earlier because of the Porsche.
Yeah, and that is the thing with the Porsche Cup machines, that having less downforce and that lack of ABS as well as front tires, then I think are indeed that slight bit skinnier. It just all adds up, don't it? And in the end, the braking performance is not just marginally worse than the GT3s, it's actually considerably worse indeed. Here's Alexander Raz, first to pit in, I think, of everyone, and that's actually been saying quite a lot about the cleanliness of the race so far. Edward, we've yet to see any real heavy incidents. We've had a couple of close calls. Then Jarno de Houw, who was in the wall there, that's going to be a bit of a bummer, but it doesn't look like the car's been terribly hurt from it. And as such, I think they'll be okay to push on and maybe just take their repairs as the pit stop they're going to have. That's going to be coming up for them anyway shortly. And as we say that, in they swing, into the pit lane they come. The three race leaders, and I suspect there's more to come here.
Yeah.
Another thing to
stays out. Wow, this is a trick. Staying out, able to come through, able to save the fuel.
And able to
new leader.
Yeah, and able to go the hour as well, and that might be something that we'll be paying more and more attention to. Edward, sorry, to plow over, but I'm just gonna say, because that might just be really important when push comes to shove at the end of the race. If you can extend that extra stint at the end of the race here.
Yeah, but of course, I think the reason why they've been able to. Some of the drivers have not been able to make it to the hour is because we had that extra lap behind the pace car at the start where they were burning fuel. They've essentially gone a lap longer than they were expecting to or thinking for the first stint. So maybe the future stints will be up to the 1 hour mark, and they'll have space to save a lap here or there and make it to, of course, the all-important 1 hour mark next time by. They exit the pits 30 seconds shy of the hour, so not too bad for Kenny Harriman's Maestro Rusens. Harriman's actually hasn't taken a trip into the pits yet. Neither has Maestro. Kenny Rusens has. Fabrice Cornelis has. Order is still the same in terms of the drivers that have pit. It's Valkyrie Sport by Francorchamps ahead of Simtag E-Team, ahead of Carlos Rodriguez. And in fact, all of these drivers, looking at their pit stop times, did they take tyres or not? Doesn't look like it. I think they've kept the same set on. So now Kenny Harriman's, what's he going to do? Cedric Wouters has come into the pit lane. Does Kenny Harriman's stay out? Nope. Dives into the pits. Again, every time I see that, I always have that little bit in my stomach where I was like, oh my god, They've locked the brakes. They're going to crash. Nope, they go through. They're normal. Everything's all good in the hood, as they say. Carlos Maestro hard on the brakes. And it stopped in time for the pit lane. No Kenny Reasons coming through the final chicane now. Hard on the brakes, turning it in. Over one curb, over the other. Powering out. Should be able to take back the lead of the race from Cedric Valtis, who is still stationary in the pits. Gonna have a look at Cedric. Actually, is he taking tyres of the car up on the jacks or not? I think. Just taking fuel. You can see foot to the floor. No tyres taken. So drivers opting to at least double stint tyres.
Yeah, and that's even with the track temp that as we started the race was 35 degrees, and it might have been getting ever so slightly cooler.
33 last time we looked, but
yeah. It's down to 32, so it's going to be falling here as we're 4:15 sim time, which means that we're 10 minutes ahead of Central European time. We're going to be an hour and 10 minutes ahead of Greenwich Mean Time in terms of the sim time. It's going to be very well matched with at least, obviously it isn't, because with the track temp of over 30 degrees means we're racing in the summer. I was just about to say that it would be perfectly matched with the sun setting just about now. But that's it's not so cruel on the drivers that we're going to be looking at such a long night indeed. Often something that really is hard indeed. I remember doing a winter 24-hour race at the Nürburgring where there was a vote on whether to go for a summer sim date time or to go with the actual date of the race, and it was chosen to go with the actual date of the race, meaning that we had darkness fall right around 4 o'clock, maybe actually a bit earlier in the race. And then with the sun coming up at about 8 o'clock in the morning, so that was a very long night. And then at Nordschleife, of all places, it made it absolutely atrocious.
Well, Vince Peters into the pits in the Porsche Cup class, BLC2. As we see plenty of other cars coming in the GT4s, BLC3, all making their stops. Senna Hulsman's goes Rubula stationary, not taking tyres by the looks of things. So the GT4s extending their tyre stints just a little bit as well. Taking fuel on board. Getting the race underway. Senna Hulsman's ahead of Nicolas Rubula by the tune of around about 5 seconds, I think, on pit exit. So that was a good bit of a management in terms of the traffic for that first stint from Senna. Good stuff. Christoph Rise, Glamour Sim Sport Yellow. He has already come into the pits. Vince Peters is on his way out of the pits. So what is going to happen here? Will Christoph be able to come back through? He's a little bit too far back, actually. So Vince Peters will find himself on the road, and in terms of the pit strategy, in the lead of the race.
Yeah, it's worked very well for the 11 car of GAWS Motorsport. And they've managed to snatch away the lead from Christoph Raas on the pit stops as we expected them to want to do. And they've done so brilliantly, and the 999 will indeed be saying just that after having done such a good stint ahead of the 11 machine. But it also seemed like there was so much patience in Vince Peters' driving, especially after that early, very hairy incident indeed that it didn't cost him anything really, except for a big old scare there. I think it was on lap 1 or lap 2 indeed. But certainly a close call that did go without the worst of consequences. Jarno de Houw in the GTE car has gotten ahead of Sandy Mitchell. I think that was on the pit stops. And now it's all left to do again for Sandy Mitchell.
See the Hout with a fresh car, taking us one and only fast repair for the race, getting a nice clean trim to his car. No damage whatsoever for that GTE racing car. As James Slates, this is him going through turn number 4, running slightly wide, spins it around into the softer tyre barriers. A little bit of damage there, but nothing that's race ending, thankfully.
No, indeed, it's just a bad place to be in, because if you back up too far on the track, you'll be on the racing line, and effectively you are on the racing line as it cuts across to the right. But all good. I think all taken into consideration. Could have been much worse, as you said yourself. And we've had an overtake here on Nicolas Rubelar, who's now in the pits. I think he's back out again, but he's been in twice, so I wonder if there's been some kind of problem with the pit stop or something here at least. And he's fallen sort of a long way back here as well, Nicolas Rubelar. So I don't really know what's been the cause of that. We haven't seen anything on the race control messages, although there is some damage to the right-hand side front of the car. You'll probably see.
I mean, if you've seen how much he's been taking the curves, it'd be surprising if there wasn't damage.
That's a good point, Edward, and that might just be the cause of it, although I suspect it's a little bit heavier than that. I mean, you wonder if it's been a pit stop that was caused by the damage as well. If that's the case, that's rather unlucky. Now, Edward and I will be going on some short breaks every hour and a half or so. So that means in just over 20 minutes, we'll take about 5 minutes and leave you with an interesting battle to follow on board. And we get to stretch our legs and restock our supplies and all that stuff. And Rubelar's really looking to the inside, but there's a TCR, there's a BLC1 Lambo there as well. And the Pink Panther Racing Team, I don't think is going to be able to hold on, is he? Oh yeah, for now. That's Seth Kosemans in the 48 Pink Panther Porsche, the 3Ps. The mighty Pink Panther Racing Team indeed. But you can really see on Rubelar that he has some certain pace about him. I think it's not going to be long before we see some kind of move being made on Seth Kosemans. It might be here already into the Villeneuve chicane, although he would need to be alongside in the braking zone for that to work. And Loic Lamal, by the way, is relatively close to the rear end of this battle, effectively making it a trio. Really going
very close, yeah. Oh, I'm just thinking, for a moment I thought Nicholas was close enough to make a move, but doesn't quite seem to have the legs in his car. So again, set up differential, but look at the run now. He's got a much better time through the chicane, Hasse. This is it. It's opened up massively for Rubelar, but he's forced around the outside. The BMW is good through these medium speed to high speed corners. Can it come through, sweeping around the outside? Nicholas Rubelar, yes he does, up into P3 in BL3. Great move. He set that beautifully coming out of the chicane. And Seth Kosemans has to, unfortunately, concede the position.
Yeah, but I also think Kosemans went that little bit too far to the inside. He could have taken much more of a smooth line through the corner, and as such, I think he could have carried more speed. Now he's going to fend off Loic Lamal. Lamal's going to have a look into the chicane, but it's a very risky place, I think, to try and actually go for the move. And it's going to cost them a lot of time if they decide to do so. It seems that the turn 1-2 combination is the best place for overtaking. If you can stick it around the outside through turn 1, then grab the inside line for 2 on the following corners. That's a very good way to go around and get your business sorted here at Zolder. It seems it's one of the only real opportunities. Of course, you can get it done down here as well, but you need a very good run. And you absolutely need to be side by side. A tricky exit through what is indeed not really a chicane. And what very much is a chicane is the final chicane under the Bio Racer Bridge. And let's see if it's a good run this time around for Loic Lamal here as they come on to the start-finish straight. I think he is just that slight bit too far back yet again. And it's still, by the way, just to keep you in the loop here on the standings at the head of the field, Kenny Rosen's still leading Fabrice Cornelis and Carlos Diegues. About a second and a half. No, that's my apologies. That's about 5 seconds down on Cornell. So that's actually grown quite considerably here on the opening minutes of the second hour of this race. Indeed, it's been very good over the opening hour as we've seen some brilliant racing that's already taken place, and I think there's going to be much more to come. Just where that came from, look at this here, that's the Pink Panther car! And Lamal going for it. I mean, it wasn't quite there, was it? But it was certainly close indeed.
Well, you got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. He'd certainly got a handful of tickets in his hands, but suddenly his numbers weren't coming up. So, like, Lamal has to wait a little while before having a second bite of the cherry to find another way through. But that was definitely a good look, wasn't it, if nothing else, down the inside. And actually already the gap between Zef Kosemans and Rubelar is well about 6 seconds. So this fight must have definitely slowed the pair of them up massively, because in the space of a lap, Nicholas has cleared a huge margin.
Oh, them all wanting to go for it here, but it might just be an opportunity as the Lambo, the Flemish Lambo, comes through on the mighty Pink Panther Porsche.
I think Zef is definitely struggling with the tyres. You can see him running wide of the apex there through turn 2. So now it's up to look just to leave the car a little bit easier into the corners, out nicely, which he does through turn 4. Now set it up, focus on the exit through this chicane into the next. He did it once before. Can he do it again? Brakes slightly earlier, gets on the power a little bit earlier as well. But I'll tell you what, that was a much nicer run this time through from Zef Kosemans. He was able to stay ahead once more into the chicane, this time a little bit clearer, but he makes a mistake, Hassa. He runs wide, he cuts over the gravel. That's going to be a slowdown. We're going to go to a replay here just to see what happens. Too late, the brakes, too much speed taken in, realizes he wasn't going to make the corner, backed out of it, went across the gravel. And he does have a slowdown to serve, but has he been able to do it in time?
He might have been able to bleed it off in a way that Loic Lamal wasn't really able to fully utilize, which it's going to be a bit of a frustration for Loic Lamal, but the 912 certainly just has to live to fight another day here. They're really putting on this pressure. They want this fourth place in class. Yeah, exactly. They've been doing it well so far, and they haven't been pushing their luck either. Doing everything in a safe manner. Here's a poor exit from the mighty Pink Panther car, and Loic Lamal sees the opportunity to sneak up the inside, but it's not a done deal here. They're very much side by side. The 48's gonna have the inside if he can manage to hold on here, but he can't. I was gonna say the inside for the chicane.
This is on though. He's used the slipstream of the car ahead. Use the Lamborghini, but can't find a way through Hassa.
No, indeed, Loic Lamal does go through on a very good move here, as Zef Kosemans did find it a battle that might not be worth taking at this time and point in the race as well. That's something to think about as well. Remember to play the long game. It might not always be what we want to see as we sort of as commentators and and fans of racing as well, always want to see as much racing as we can, but there is just this strategic aspect to endurance racing where you sometimes have to really just let it go and take it up later on, because it can really cost you in the long run here. Sandy Mitchell, 6th place at the moment, still half a second down on Jarno de Houw in the GT car. And they're really, really, really close. That half a second got decimated rather quickly by the GT4 machine. And this is the battle for 5th place in BLC1. And we'll just have a look at the class leaders for an overview. It's still Kenny Rosens and Valkyrie Esports by Francorchamps Miniatures. And the 667 machine leading ahead of Simtag E-Team with the number 2 machine of Fabrice Cornels, Carlos Diegues in the night competition 3rd. Then Cedric Wouters in the JWS Motorsports machine. And the aforementioned 2 cars that are duking it out for 5th place in BLC1. In BLC2 it's Vince Peters in the 11 car, having taken over the lead on that last round of pit stops, and they've been making no mistakes ever since, carving out a nice advantage to the Flemish car of Christoph Raas. 9.7 seconds it is now. Senna Hunsmans and Flemish Simsports Black still leading in BLC3, though the Data Network Esports machine with Thomas Stockmans behind the wheel has moved up the order from their starting position, also due to the bad luck of Nicolas Rubelar, who's back up into 3rd place. So still all the action to follow as well in BLC3. And Naveed Hussein has held on to the lead so far in BLC4, still relatively closely followed by Olivier Bolting. The gap is just around 3 seconds for the class lead between the two, which indeed completes our a bit of an overview of what's going on around the field here.
Yeah, it definitely does let us see the bigger picture. Good, like you mentioned, overview of everything that's going on that is continuing to go on. Is this fight? Sandy Mitchell, Jarno de Houw, still at it, battle for 5th place. Sandy, you can see Simdristic GT3 BMS5 Esports in the Lamborghini he's very, very familiar with. Trying to find a way past Jarno de Houw. Can't do it just yet. Let's try and like to see set the move up earlier. Getting a good run. You can see the slipstream working out. TCR car, both drivers navigating. Just to come across the nose before braking into the chicane. But the direction change is much stronger for Jarno de Houw. Gets the power down. Gets a better run into the next chicane. Can Sandy set up something coming out of here potentially? Nice on the exit. Good and stable. Jarno de Houw though just a little bit better through these first couple of sectors. But then in the final one I think is where we see Sandy Mitchell really close in. Slow speed corners. The hairpin. Car just hunkers down. Great lap though from Cedric Wouters to keep his advantage. Traffic played a little bit of a part, but not too much. This is basically as clear as a run as you're going to get at this Zolder circuit at this stage of the race, at least, with almost 40 cars sharing the track with you. Total of 36 currently out on the track.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. We've just gone through a bit of the standings in the TCR class. You have Sim District 2nd and 3rd leading the, or chasing the leading Ignium cars. What I meant to say then, Hendrik de Grave for Flemish, and Dimi Deals now in for Duct Tape Racing in 5th place in class. If you want to have the full overview yourself, I've left a pinned message with a link to our live timing server, which will help you keep the exact same sort of golden overview that Edward and I have here from the comms booth, and you never need to ask again. Here I am, not feeding fish to the people, but teaching the people how to fish. all jokes aside, do indeed feel free to make use of the live timing. We've got the hour and a half mark, Edward, closing in. We're gonna go on a short break then. If you were to sum up the first hour and 20 minutes of racing that we've seen here, how would you do so?
Brilliant. I think that's the word you could use. It's been brilliant action from start till now. The first hour and a half has really flown by. So far, though, it's been a great drive from Valkyrie Esports, getting to the front early doors, seizing on the opportunities when they came through, but don't count out Simtag E-Team and Fabrice Cornelis, drivers that have spent plenty of time here in the Virtual Belcar Series and won plenty of races, plenty of championships. They usually come good by the end of the race just on account of their experience. So it was for them. And of course, in BLC 1, our Irish competition, Carlos Rodriguez driving that car at the moment. They put it on pole position, let's not forget. Still very strong contenders later on in the race. And then you've got the excitement in the Porsche Cup class, BLC 2, with Vince Peters, Christoph Reis, JW Motorsport having that incident early on, but recovering nicely up into the lead of the race so far. Gap has been coming down, though, I think, between Vince and Christoph just a bit. We'll keep our eyes peeled to see how that materializes. Then running down the story in BLC 3. Been great stuff, hasn't it, from Sene Hulsmans, who's extended his advantage to the rest of the fields after a little bit of close racing with Nicolas Rubelar until Rubelar had to make an extra pit stop for reasons that we still aren't entirely certain on, Hasse, but it's definitely interesting to see how that's appeared. But Rubelar's having a charge back up through the field. 8 KI rating, just noticed as well for him, highest in the field. Very strong showing from BMW Velux thus far. What can they do, though, to try and take the top spot come the end of the race? Keep your eyes on them. And then, of course, I like to mention TCR, a class that's been dominated so far by Naveed Hussain, Ignium Motorsport. But when the driver changes happen in around about, or at least their pit stops happen in around about 10 minutes time, 10 to 5 minutes time, we expect to see TCRs making their pit stops. All of that can and probably is most likely to change. It's the first of the TCR cars, as I say that, comes into the pits. Nels the Copa for QSR Racing Esports, the 334. First pit stop from BLC 4.
And indeed wanting to maybe just try a bit of an undercut on the Dynamics car ahead. Whoever it is that they're battling, might make sense to get those few laps in. Might do it to avoid some traffic as well. There are plenty of reasons that you would call a car in. Of course, these slightly skewered pit strategies that the larger fuel tank size and of course a much better fuel economy from the TCR engines as well, all makes them able to just run that little bit more. I think the GT4s are actually limited on their on the amount of fuel that they can run, which would also explain why we've seen all of the GT4s in the pits at least once. Matter of fact, we have indeed seen every car in every other class but TCR in the pits at least one at this time of the race. Sandy Mitchell still trying to figure out just how to get past on Jarno de Houw. As de Houw goes into the chicane here. And that's the trouble, isn't it? Then there's one corner and you find yourself stuck behind a slower car that's going to cost you half a second or more even, and you have to claw back that time. Sometimes it comes in quickly because the car ahead then gets held up, but then you have to pass it, you get held up as well, and then the time is lost and there might be clear tech for the car ahead, and you've got to chase back all of a sudden. Again, it can be so frustrating to battle in here, but also it is in many ways, I think, the ultimate form of racing in terms of how much you have to take in and take into consideration, and traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Sometimes you're on the receiving end of or on the unlucky end, but sometimes, as we've seen on a few occasions in this race as well, traffic can really be helping out with creating opportunities for some really good overtakes here and there. And it's about staying awake and just being keen on grabbing the opportunities when they arise. And
speaking of opportunities, Olivia Bultink's taking the opportunity to get into the lead of the races. Naveed Hussain has come into the pits, battling BLC4. Let hope you can see Igni Motorsport up on the jacks, taking tyres. Naveed Hussain staying in the car, which means he'll be spending around about just shy of 3 hours behind the wheel of the TCR for this first stint, which will be very intriguing to see what Simdistrict TCR Green do. Are they going to keep Olivier Bultink in the car? Are they going to swap him out for another driver? What is the plan? What will they do? Of course, if they can extend their stint, get to the 1.5 hour mark, makes things all the more easier for them later on. No extra pit stops needed, or potentially at least making their last pit stop as short as possible to make up places at the end. Saves a good fair few seconds if you stop for less time. Carlos Maestro just getting through some backmarker traffic. You can see how close they all are together in his pursuit with Jeremy Debova, RP Motorsport, both of them sweeping around the outside of the Igni Motorsport car. Naveed Hussain, who has now just exited the pits. There's Olivier Bultink coming into the pits, though. I think just coming up to that point now, Haas. Are we going to see Olivier? Is he come across the line? Is he coming into the pits? I think he might be staying out, potentially.
Oh, and I think we might have had some drama for certain Vince Peters here. Oh! And that's Sandy Mitchell and Vince Peters, both of them going around. I think Vince Peters just having to take evasive action. That was enough to swing the rear end of his 911 Cup machine ahead. Or around, I'm sorry, but it's all but diminished his advantage on Christoph Raas and the Flemish car. It's down to 1.7 seconds. So they'll be saying yeah, and not 999, even though they are, of course, Flemish. In which case they'd still be saying yeah. Or maybe other Flemish joyful expressions that I'll let you imagine yourselves here. Gemma de Boever still trying to stay ahead of Carlos Maestro. They had a bit of a close one before Maestro in the 677 Valkyrie Esports rookie machine. Gemma de Boever for RP Motorsports.
Still out there, still staying out, whereas his stablemate in the other Simdistrict TCR car has come on into the pits. So intriguing to see how this is all going. John Rune's now making his way out of the pit lane. Eric de Grave has also stayed out. Same with Timmy Deals. Sven Calbert on the track as well, staying out there. Oh, there's a moment from... Which car was that? It looked like QSR. It was. No, it was the Coper. Oh, coming up to the back of the Lamborghini, taking a dip on the inside curve through the Villeneuve chicane. Car steps out on him, keeps it out the wall though, thankfully, so no damage gained from that. Carlos Maestro now. Valkyrie Sport losing slight touch with Jeremy Debova. It's Carlos Doiguez for Arnage competition. 23 up in third place still. And I'm waiting to see when the TCRs are going to make their next pit stops. Watching for Olivier Bultink. This is an incident that's just happened. I think that was Bram Bellemans. Oh, getting a little bit of a tap up the rear, but that was him getting through on Pierre-Yves Dessot. Great move down the inside, even with the traffic playing its part. And Carlos getting through some of the slower BLC1 class cars. Yeah, not wanting to give this up. Trying to use maybe the Lamborghinis, a little bit of extra slipstream, as that is Vries Cornelis coming through. As I think in response to that little half spin Vince Peters has, he's just set the fastest lap of the race in BLC2.
Which is quite impressive here from Vince Peters. He'll feel like he has something to make up for, and he does that by setting a blistering pace indeed. We're an hour and a half into the race. Edward and I will be back after a quick break, about 5 minutes or so, just to stretch our legs and make a cup of coffee and such. Don't you go anywhere, except for if it's just a little bit of the same, and we'll see you very soon indeed, right here. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the next, well, an hour and a half until we take our next break. I hope you haven't drifted too far off, and I hope we haven't missed too much action, but I'm looking on the event viewer, and it seems we've actually missed quite a bit of stuff here, starting out with the fact that Carlos Maestro have indeed gotten past on Jeremy de Boover. That was for 11th place in BLC1. We've had an incident for Kenny Hermans in the PSR by RPM car. That's in the hairpin. I bet he's a little too quick on entry. That's very good evasive action from Loic Lamont. I think that is in the 912 car. Then another small incident for Kenny Hermans. Naveed Hussein got past on Olivier Boltink. Was on pit exit, which means they're close again fighting. And then Sam Verhulst has had a bit of a problem in the 29 Revolution Racing Enduro machine, going all the way across and into the wall on turn 1 and in the pit exit. And I'm afraid you see that from another angle. It looks sort of strange. It's sort of like it's the rear end getting loose, I think. And that will explain his way of trying to keep the wheel straight to keep the car. Damien Hugenschmidt got passed on Alexander Vras as well here for 9th place, going off track onto the grass. That is a dramatic overtake, to say the very least. I think that deserves another look here. Rallycross style indeed, Edward.
Brilliant by Damien. That was an excellent move. You can see the car was trying to break traction, but he held firm and held his grip in getting the order up into 9th place. Excellent overtake. Further though, up in front, Kenny Roosens leading the way, but his advantage has been slowly but surely eaten up by Fabrice Cornelis so far this race. Definitely closing the gap down since when we left off. Speaking of gap since we left off, when we left off, it was in BLC4. Olivier Bolting leading the TCRs, but back up into the lead, Naveed Hussein. Olivier not too far behind though, so the gap still close even after the pit stops. Means that, of course, the fight is not over yet, and when the drivers inevitably get out of the car and hand over to their teammates, they allow their teammates to start to squabble and fight with one another now and see what they can do. See if potentially either Simracers TCR's driver is a little bit quicker than Ignium's, or if Ignium's is, scary thought, even faster than Naveed. That would be a bit worrying, I think, for all the other competitors in BLC4, because that car is looking very strong in this early phase of the race.
And that's also where we know that that at least the Simtag E-Team number 2 car and Anage competition are super strong in the width of the team. There's basically not really a difference, of course. Fabrice Cornelis, you could say, have that little bit of X factor about him as well, but Koen Klopman and the rest of the drivers that they have had in through on the team for the longer races, realizing that 2 drivers for a 24-hour race at Zolder might not be enough, considering that human beings also have to rest the mind from time to time to stay on point. But they've been so consistent, and the level of the squad, of the drivers indeed on the team, so high. That goes for an Nash competition as well. We've seen that time and time again over the course of the season. So Jimmy Antunes is going to take the wheel of this car, I suspect, after this stint, which is just about well, it has about 20 minutes left on it at this point, Edward. I think we're going to see Jimmy Antunes come into the Anage competition car. They're about 11 seconds off of Valkyrie Esports by Francorchamps Miniatures. That's 667, I'm sorry. Driven by Kenny Rosens, who's done such a good job so far. We've seen Kenny Rosens before. We haven't seen a Kenny Rosens really on this level. shining like he's been shining for the opening 2 stints of this race so far. Of course, iRatings and all reflect the level that has been put out here for the day. But it's brilliant to see it as well. A bit of damage for Fabrice Cornelis there. You can see it right-hand side on the front. It's taking a bit of a knock. Thomas, thank you. Coffee is brilliant. Thank you. I'm not done with it yet. It's still slightly too hot to drink. It's the time it took me to make it. But thank you. It's a good coffee. It's nothing real special. I don't think it's a thing that it's not like an international brand. It's Café Noir. It might be something that's only sold in Denmark. I'm not quite sure. But it's a decent brand of instant coffee indeed. When speaking of instant coffee, which is kind of the frozen pizzas of coffee, you know, it's coffee, but it's not great coffee. It at least rarely is compared to a really good cup of coffee. But that's a whole other discussion, one that I'll be happy to take at some point. But we got quite a bit of racing to keep our eyes on here. Sandy Mitchell now 7 seconds down on Jarno de Houw up ahead.
Yeah, and I was about to jump in and try and defend the honor of frozen pizzas. Hasse, as a student, they are absolute top tier cuisine. Brilliant meal. Nice frozen pizza. But no, let's have a look.
Yeah, it was the incident, I'm sorry, with Sandy Mitchell and Vince Peters earlier on. Just wanted to see just what happened. It might have been a bit of a touch between the two coming into the corner. I think I heard the slight crunch of two cars rubbing one another.
On Hasse, I've just seen Steve Kleiss saying he's going to be taking the 2-driver challenge. 2 drivers for 24 hours. That is... yeah,
that's...
Not sure if that's...
It's impressive, I'd say. Very impressive, Steve, to see someone... because it is indeed a big challenge. You'll need your cups of coffee, I suspect.
But do you reckon then that might mean that we'll see some more mistakes coming through, potentially? Some errors from both drivers, if they're having to essentially do... Because how are they going to do it in terms of sleeping? You don't want drivers oversleeping, but how are you going to sleep in shifts that are about, you don't want to have a driver in the car for more than, 4 hours at a time, but...
No, that's true, but I think that if you have drivers that are experienced enough, and Steve Kleiss certainly carries a lot of experience as well to his name, it's possible just to get in the groove in a zone where you don't really push to the limit. You're sort of at 95, 97% all the time, and you just get into the rhythm and basically just drive around without really causing much trouble to those around you or to yourself either. And that's I think how they would go into such a situation, taking on a race like this, 2 drivers. But yeah, indeed, we do indeed need to hear from Stella, and we need to have a bit of cycling chat going on as well, I'd say, Thomas. And then we are closing in on it. It's quite quickly to have a full blade. Oh, and something's happening here. That's the 995. And Sandy Mitchell almost getting caught up. That's Van Hugenschmidt, I think. Not quite sure if there's anything to catch a replay by for that one. There actually isn't, but that was that was, to say the least, Edward, a sketchy moment.
Yeah, it was a little bit spooky, a little bit scary. We're well past Halloween now, but still a little bit about season spooks. Wouldn't go amiss, I guess. Again, a little bit worrying as Damien Hugenschmidt just goes across the front end slightly. Olivier Bolting could see a little bit of a twitch coming through from the TCR car. That gap is closing down to Naveed Hussain and Olivier. Now almost 1 second the margin. All of a sudden, the fight is well and truly on. It was about 2 seconds when the pit stops were done. Now we get coming down by a tune of a second. Olivier Bolting very, very strong in the GT3s. Winning last time out, like we mentioned, in the Dynamics 6 hours of Zandvoort. And now at the other track that starts with the Z, Zolder. Olivier Boltink right up there. Definitely you can see the car working well for him. Going through turn 4, much better run compared to Naveed Hussain. Naveed just struggling, I think, a touch in these past 4 laps or so with the traffic, with the car itself as well. Doesn't seem to be as switched on as it has been before. Olivier reeling him in.
Yeah, indeed, and with such strength in the GT3, you could call Olivier Boltink the sort of Wout van Aert of this Virtual Belcar Series as well, then, because he's a class leader in the BLC 4 class. His team coming into this final race with a healthy advantage, trying to take home the title, which would explain a cautious approach, I think, now that he's beginning to catch up here to Naveed Hussain. Mind you, of course, I haven't really gotten around to talking about this yet, but I'll touch upon it now. There are points at 6 hours and 12 hours, and then a full set of points, and that'll be, I think, at least the normal full set of points. So 25 points at the end of the race, and then 12.5 for a class lead in the different classes at 6 and 12 hours. So plenty of timestamps to be aware of, both for the drivers and the viewers alike. We'll be seeing. We've produced just a little bit of math on just what those points are going to mean when we get that little bit further into the race. And I'm afraid we've had a few sketchy situations here around. First off, it's been a problem for Bram Bellemans, and that's of course the number 9 Brab car, or the Brab, if you will. It's in a Clarkson-esque manner as he loses the rear in the final chicane, finds the escape road, and then finds himself in a little bit of a tricky place. Lucky that there isn't a load of traffic coming up, and he manages to escape it pretty quickly. Then Johnny Nellis in the 911B Sim Racing TCR car has hit the wall in the very same place. I think it's taken him a bit of time to get out of. And then Christoph Hermans here in the 132 duct tape racing car. He's gone one way and then the other, back on track and just facing the wrong way. But in the TCR machine that you can't spin that easily, even though that could have been much worse as well. And last but not least, Edward, it's been James Slates who's had a bit of a problem, or Slats, I'm afraid it is, or not I'm afraid it is, but my mistake that is. Anyway, the 81 RP Motorsports by BT car, who's found himself coming around and losing a bit of time there. It's just a flurry of incidents to catch up with. And then a battle that we've seen happening between, well, that was Sef Kosemans and Loic Lamal, who's now 22.5 seconds up the road. This is the McLaren of Jelle Verstraeten, who's now catching up to the mighty Pink Panther racing machine. And they're going to duke it out, I think, shortly, over what is 5th place in BLC3 here.
Yeah, this is definitely a fight. Could go on. For BLC3, you can follow Jelle Verstraeten, Greenleaf Racing. I do love that McLaren. I hope we can, if we can, has to go on board. It's a brilliant car. It's just so fun just to send it into the corners. Really nice and balanced, but you can wring the neck of it. But isn't one that'll, you know, step out at you at a moment's notice. You do need to do something very wrong to get the car to go on you. Even so, it's just satisfying to drive more than anything else. I'm not sure if you've had experience behind the wheel of the new McLaren, but
it's almost a full plate now for Thomas Smets. I'm sorry, as we have my apologies for my barky dog in the background coming through. And sorry for cutting across you, Edward, but I found it that important to mention.
No worries, Asa. You can just see backmarker traffic getting through on Jelle Verstraeten here. But of course, then that means that as well, that faster traffic will come up to Zef Koosman's gap now well under a second. We're going to see how much it closes in on this next lap into the first corner. Gets onto the apex beautifully. Closes the gap down by a tenth now. Next corner coming through. Again, maybe just a little bit too early on the turn in. Over the grass. Loses out. A little bit of time. Too slow through turn 2. Turn 3 is already gone by. Turn 4 runs slightly wide of the apex, but gets on the power nicely and early. Closes the gap all the way back down now, so the battle ebbing and flowing. Then into the chicane, where we've seen TCR's monster over the curves before. Oliver Stratton again gains on the Porsche Cayman. Villeneuve chicane coming up. Braking, turning direction change a little bit late on the turn in perhaps. But still he's gaining, isn't he, on Kozman's now well under half a second just through the Villeneuve chicane. So, all of a sudden, Clerc Lamol in the GT4 class struggling somewhat. You can just see how much closer that gap has come down.
And I think also a big change to the GT4s was the, well, now it's not new anymore, but still relatively recent update to the tire model, which I think dramatically changed the handling of the cars. That has been applied to in a positive manner. It's much more progressive, and all the GT4s the 4 machines that I've driven, at least the Cayman and the McLaren, has become so much more entertaining to drive, and it's like they're so much more trustworthy as well. You can slip them around, slide them a little bit as well. You can be driven a slip angle here as they're too wide. It's a really good place to be here for Verstappen, because it's going to be, well, around the outside if he can hold it. Yes, he can. Exactly that. And Jelle Verstappen takes that 5th place away from the mighty Pink Panther Racing team. But I think a lot of the drivers in the GT4s here in BLC3, they will be enjoying themselves that little bit more with the new tire update. Or something we'd like to hear your opinion on as well out there, but I haven't really met anyone yet who didn't like it. Of course, I haven't spoken to everyone in the world as well, that goes without saying, but it does generally seem to be the opinion that a lot of people like them, and it would indeed be very, very interesting, as you mentioned as well earlier, Edward, to hear the opinion on that exact thing from someone like Sandy Mitchell, who knows the car. He's driving from so many hours of driving it in real life as well.
Yeah, it would be good to get some sort of insight. No matter what, though, he's doing a good job, isn't he? BMS driver, Simtag GT3. Closing in on Yada Howe, little by little, lap by lap. Fastest driver on the circuit last time around, this Zolder circuit. Definitely got some good paces. There's a little bit of bumping and barging just up ahead. That's because all the cars are ever so close together. And all of a sudden, Sandy Mitchell doesn't know which way to go. Tries to go one way, then go the other. Boxed in by the TCR cars. The Johnny Neal's BSim Racing TCR car backing out. Then Duct Tape Racing getting past by Sandy Mitchell. Definitely losing time, though, did Sandy through there. Full 2 seconds slower on account of the traffic, is Nicholas Rubler having a look at his lap times as well, caught up in a lot of traffic, slower on that last lap compared to Thomas Stockman's or Senna Hulmerson's. But on the whole, he has been getting closer and closer to those front runners.
He's closed in a little bit, I think, on Hulsmans, but that was really not a lot. Senna Hulsmans and the Flemish Sim Sports Black team so far today has been brilliant, and they've been really setting the pace in BLC3. The BMWs seem to be ever so slightly outside the reach of that Porsche Cayman at the moment. At least that's how it stands. But the gap between Thomas Stockman in the Data Network esports machine and the aforementioned Nicolas Rubel are now in picture is down to just over 10 seconds. So Rubel are certainly closing that gap rather quickly at the moment. So we've seen it come down lap by lap. And I expect here, as we're coming towards the dying moments of the second stints as well, that a lot of the tires are going to be very worn at this point. Those that have been double stinting are going to be on well-worn rubber by now. They're going to be aching to get something fresh underneath them to really bite into the track and give them a good few worth of a good few laps worth of fresh pace to inject into the race for them. 3 minutes away from the second hour of racing being complete, and it has been brilliant indeed. And these 2 hours, Edward, as well. These 2 hours, Edward, as well, has flown by. It's been absolutely brilliant in terms of racing, as it so often is with these Belcar races. I have to say, the standard is really, really high. And by now we've come to expect this kind of standard from these races here.
Oh yeah, it's a very high level of competition all the time in every Virtual Belcar round this season, but I think definitely more so here for the 24-hour. It really does raise the level of the drivers, as we see coming into the pits. Kenny Roosens, Valkyrie Esport by Francorchamps, coming in just before the hour mark, like we saw last time they had a pit stop. Is there going to be a driver change? Are they changing the tyres? So we might want to dive down to pit road, watch Kenny Roosens, see what happens. He can just find him going through. That was... Oh.
He's out the car. It's Nolan Limaray who's in the 667.
So that car is expected then to go up onto the jacks. Usually if you change drivers, you change the tyres. Going into the pits as well. The Hout and Sandy Mitchell.
Yeah, indeed.
So I'm expecting most of the times now drivers to take off the tyres and put in a fresh driver as well.
That is certainly to be expected after 2 hours of racing. I'd be very, very surprised if anyone could manage to get anything efficient out of another stint out of on the same set of tires. So that's going to be given, I think. I mean, we can maybe see people dipping into that in the night. I'm not quite sure about that. The night and the morning, of course, as well, where we do see much cooler track temperatures. And speaking of track temperatures, it's been a while since we've had a look. Last time we checked, it was 32 degrees. It's down to 28 degrees by now, with an air temp of 18 degrees. So expect the track temp to fall from now on. Fabrice Cornelis and Carlos Diegues into the pits here. Scott McFall now ready to get in for Sim District. Maxim Vandenhoe over for GT as well. And I'd expect Wouters and Harriman's in as well. Here's Nolan Limaray, who will indeed still be the virtual leader on track once we've had everyone in and through the pits. Scott McFall. Interesting to see if they can get the better of GT on the pit stop. No, they cannot, but they're certainly close indeed. I'm wondering why... Oh, the Anash car, that was a lap up because the pit stop is that long with the tire change, fuel, driver switch, and all that stuff. But it is indeed Jimmy Antunes ready to get in. And I think Cedric Wouters is going to be coming in as well at the end of this lap for JWS Motorsports in the number 5 machine. And BLC1, as he's taken over the lead for now. But I don't think that's going to be able to last long. So it's just a matter of them stretching the stint. And here is indeed Nolan Limaray. See here, Antunes is not yet moving. Sam Kurtzert, who's taken over from Fabrice Cornelis, he's, well, not too far back on Limaray. It's about 6 seconds at the moment. But it's been a good pit stop for Valkyrie. They haven't lost much. And Tunis is in the car as well. Was so swift in qualifying. Put the car in pole position. And whether or not they're going to be able to make that translate into something similar on track for this stint that we're going to see in the next hour's time here.
Yeah, I think usually the battles come thick and fast, but now with different drivers in, all of a sudden, pace might be different. And that can, of course, mean intriguing races, intriguing fights, maybe drivers opting not to squabble too hard, as we see Ricardo Mikulewski squabbling with backmarker traffic, opting for the safer route across the gravel, even if it is slightly slower in terms of serving penalties. Scott McFall, though, Simdristic GT3, driver that was actually partnered with Olivier Boltink last time out, took the race victory in GT3 a week ago. So definitely in good hands is the 145 machine, just about navigating a bit more traffic than he was used to last time out at Zandvoort. And obviously with different paces as well, didn't have to negotiate TCR cars or GT4 cars. Speaking of GT4s, a little bit wide coming out of that corner. We can see the Pink Panther, Mighty Pink Panther racing car, the Coastmans. Should be fine though, coming out of the chicane. For Scott McFall just to breeze on by, accelerate out. Ooh, that was a little bit scary though, wasn't it? You could see both of the drivers opting to, or at least trying to go to the right-hand side of the circuit. They had the same idea. Scott McFall quickly darting to the left, using the extra aero, the extra twitchiness, the dartiness of the GT3 car to quickly move out of the way, keep his foot to the floor. Watching as well, drivers that we expect to see. In fact, all the drivers, I think, now, at least in the front runners in BLC1 Hassa, have made their pit stops.
Yeah, and I'm sort of surprised too, except for Jorn van den Akker. Oh yeah, he has. I was looking at the wrong number. I'm sorry. My apologies. He has indeed been in twice, and very similar times as well on the pit stops, which is also maybe why I'm a little bit surprised to see Scott McFall coming back out in 6th place. But he was, of course, chasing the GT car, or they were chasing the GT racing machine as they were coming into the pit stops. It does, of course, make sense to see Van den Akker where he is. A little bit of a marooned man at the moment, slightly on an island. He's 10 seconds ahead of the GT racing car now, driven by Maxim van den Hove. And then 17 and a half behind Jimmy and Toons.
Jimmy and Toons for our large competition. Driver that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Hassa, was the driver that put it on pole position, Jimmy and Toons. Close stuff there on the exit. That slowed down Naveed Hussein right up. And now the gap, 0.3 of a second between Olivier Boltink and Hussein for BLC 4 class lead. It's all of a sudden exploded, Hassa.
Yeah, very much so. They were about 0.6 of a second from one another, but then that exit of a corner that really seemed to be the same situation that you described just a few minutes ago, Edward, with the two cars going for the same line on the exit of that final chicane coming onto the start-finish straight. And it certainly helped Olivier Boltink get even closer to Naveed Hussein. But it just notice the fact that it doesn't really look like Boltink's a man who's pushing to get closer to the tail, really. I think he'd be perfectly happy sitting there on the tail of Naveed Hussein, and then maybe if the opportunity arises, he'll come in for a move and commit to something. But he, I think, mostly wants to play it safe. Being in the position they're in the championship standings, it would make sense for them as well to play the sort of safe bet to make sure that they are in a position to pick up the points that are on offer at 6, 12, and 24 hours, and all of the 3 sets indeed. But it's been a really good start to the race for both Ignium Motorsports and the Sim District TCR Green Machine. Up ahead here is Kosemans. We've had Verstraeten now in the pits. So the GT4s of BLC3 coming in as well. Flemish Sim Sports Black with Sebastian Keimel taking over. We've got Nicolas Rubelar in the pits. Olivier Fenerk has taken over the data car. And Loic Lamal ahead of him has yet to pit. Same goes, by the way, for Seth Kosemans for Mighty Pink Panther Racing, who is at the moment in 5th place in class. But as for Stratton is in, I think he is going to get past on Kosemans on this round of pit stops. And you can see just how much it can mean as well to sometimes make that clever decision, Edward, to take a position or to take a pit stop, maybe a lap or maybe even 2, 3 or 4 earlier to avoid a cluster of traffic that's otherwise just going to slow you down, and make sure that you're going to do slow laps on those laps if you stay out. And it is of course managing that alongside with also making sure that you don't lose out on the overall strategy and have to take an extra pit stop at the end or something like that, which can be quite the challenge.
I think you've perfectly stated it there. Yeah, you can obviously try a few different strategy battles to see if you can get the upper hand on your competition, maybe pitting slightly earlier, trying to avoid traffic, but you don't want to lose sight of the end. The points are scored really at the end of the race. That's when it all counts. So yeah, drivers, they can't afford to lose sight of the end goal and maybe risk taking an extra pit stop. This is Olivier Bernahek getting through on Adam Pinzex, I think. How would you pronounce that? Pinzex.
Yeah, I think Pinzex. I think it is Pinzex. Adam, I'm not quite sure.
I was just say Adam. Gets past Adam in the BMW electric car. But of course, there's still pit stops that's going through from Le Mans as well. So primarily that will be 2nd and 3rd, not 3rd and 4th. Expected to fight soon.
Oh, and look at the gap here, but by the way, between Sam Coulthard in the Simtag machine and then Jimmy Antunes for Arnage.
Ooh.
And that gap is closing rather quickly at the moment, of course, with
Antunes
the traffic.
Is very quick.
Yeah, indeed, Antunes is absolutely flying. And there's a bit of traffic playing its part as well. But Antunes is going to get held up here by the PLC 1 machines that I think sometimes it'll find costing the most to actually get lapped here, as there's almost battling going on for what isn't really on track position. That's Jochen Lennart, I think. Is now I think they're just also making sure that things go by in a safe manner for him as well.
I think though that has really slowed down Antunes now. The gap 3 seconds compared to almost 1 second.
Yeah, but that is the terms of strategy, and in terms of the terms of traffic, indeed, and how it often plays out, and not really something that you should, I think, go too much into fumes about. So certainly something that can make the red mist descend upon the drivers, which isn't really what you want to happen here. Anyway, Adam is on the tail of Olivier Fenerk. Sebastian Keimel is leading BLC 3 for Flemish Simsport flag. And a good call as well that Christoph Raas has now taken an extra stint on the tires, and as such is ahead of Vince Peters in BLC 2. So we'll see what kind of a effect that has in the long run. Who will it play out for? Well, that is a very, very good question. Not one that I can really answer anyways. Olivier Boltink is passed on Naveed Hussein. And I wonder just how we've managed to miss that one, Edward. But here it is, into the first chicane. On the outside, traffic playing a part. And I've said that Boltink was going to take it easy and play the safe game, but I think he sort of proves me wrong a little bit. This is very committed.
Look at this. Olivier Boltink What a brilliant move that was. Very smart with how he did it. Now up into the lead of BLC 4, and already now with a gap just over 1 second. So he's been absolutely flying. Speaking of flying, up to the front of the field, Nolan Lemeray definitely keeping the pace that his teammate had up towards the front. Sam Koiter, bit of damage you can see on the front of his car, a lot more than what we saw at the start of his stint, so probably just a little bit too eager over the curbs perhaps compared to his teammate, but the pace hasn't really slowed up much. Jimmy Antunes closing the gap back down to Sam Koiter now that he's got a little bit of fresh track space to sort of work with, but not really closing as I think he was hoping he would be able to do so far this race, considering he did obviously put it on pole position. I think it's fair to say Arnold Competition probably put one of their faster drivers in the car at this stage of the race, whereas Nolan Lemeray and Sam Koiter are about similar in terms of pace, or at least maybe the touch slower than the drivers that started. But looking at lap times, there isn't too much in it, really.
No, there really isn't, and it's Pinchix, I think it is Pinchix, who gets close, then finds a Lambo on the inside, and gets a sort of poor run, but might get a really good run in through here, though. And that is how traffic can giveth and taketh, all within a short frame of time in the end. A bit of a look. Oh, he knows he's not going to be anywhere near close enough to make anything happen here, though Van Erck ever so slightly misses one of those apex, or just takes a slightly more conservative line. Even though it's the two identical cars, they could be on quite different setups with regards to just how they behave. You take a lot of curb, and it seems like there's very good speed in the BMW B-Lux machine. It's been so the entire day, both for Rubelar and for Pinchix, and you wonder where they would be without having taken an extra pit stop. Still don't know just what that was down to, Edward, and I'm ever so slightly perplexed by it. Would love to know if it was a penalty or damage or whatever. Of course, it seems they've had a repair on the car, because the front end certainly isn't mangled as it was earlier, but yeah, it would be nice to know.
Yeah, good to see them back up to pace, closing down for a good little battle, good tussle between himself and Olivier Van Herk. Oh, as Olivier has got some traffic to try and get through, which he does, and then Mighty Pink Panther racing car.
But look at Sam Koiter here. He's really getting held up, and he might have to send it, and he can't get past on the BMW. So that's more time lost.
And smart to stay in behind, because otherwise that could have been a huge incident, Hassa.
Yeah, indeed, that could have been massive. Could have been. It's one of those situations where the smart and experienced driver really knows that there are times where you can be opportune and try to stick it in. But there are also times where you really just have to say, okay, this is not it. And I think that was just one of those moments. And you can see Sam Koiter now also taking advantage of the fact that Jimmy Antunes is being held up by the same bunch of traffic. Nolan Lemeray is seemingly slightly off the pace, but it's hard to judge just off of one lap, so we'll need to keep an eye on the lap times there. And there is a 30-second stop and go penalty for the 995 machine on lap 78 for avoidable contact. We'll have to see just what that was about.
Sam Koiter, like you said, struggling a little bit with traffic, but being smart with how he does it. Not wanting to get involved in incidents, otherwise the front of his car might look a little bit like Jacobs does at the moment. GeForce Experience Esports Blue. You can see the front end definitely looking worse for Warehouser, but still going along lap times. Not too far off those front runners.
Yeah, that's a good point. We see here is Van den Akker, who's now got company from Maxim van den Hove, which is certainly a good position to be in for GT racing. Behind him is Scott McFall. And it's a gap of 9.5 seconds or so. Into the pits comes GeForce Experience Esports Blue. That's with Jacob Erlbacher behind the wheel. And that is, of course, that 30-second stop-and-go penalty that we got a notification of just a second ago. And then Hove, who not only caught up to Van den Akker, but has now also gotten past, which, see if we can recall whenever that happened. I'd like to see just how that was done. Oh, and we've had issues as well here, I'm afraid. And you're gonna be heartbroken, Edward, because it's the Greenleaf Racing McLaren. Oh, and it takes a big bump there on the curbing. Jelle Verstraeten, and that, I'm afraid, oh, that could have hurt the engine. Just a second look here. As he comes across, maybe having to... Oh, he clips the grass, that's it. We'll have to see what the effects of that's going to be in the long run. Here is the pass, by the way, for Van den Hove on Jorn Van den Akker. And Van den Akker says, no thank you, I'm not going to try to stay in there. And Maxim Van den Hove goes through up into 4th place overall. Christoph Braas here in the 999 machine is running around following Diede de Vlaming in the RP Motorsports by DB Racing machine. And as such, the leader of BLC2 sitting in 12th place overall at the moment. Here we are about 2 minutes and 20, or 2 hours and 20 minutes into this race. And Siggy Sanchez has had a problem as well. So has Naveed Hussein. And that we're gonna see, that's rather interesting. See, let's see what happened to the Ignium cars. Got spun, turned around by the 81, and then helped on his way as well. I don't think it's going to cost too much there, Edward, in terms of damage on the car, but that's going to be a big scare for them.
There's a lot of frustration creeping through. You can see the flash of the headlights. He's lost a decent chunk of time. He was about a second behind, maybe even 7/10 of a second behind Olivier Bolsing just there. Now all of a sudden that gap is 6.5 seconds. So Naveed Hussein definitely frustrated to be losing touch. And when he's lost that amount of time, you can easily just lose sight of the cars you're racing with and lose that little bit more over the course of the stint, with around about 40 minutes until we see the TCRs come in for their second pit stop. Expect to see driver changes at that point.
And then look at this here. This is the lead car in BLC3 that gets a tap by a TCR machine.
I mean, the TCR can't vanish. I'm not sure if it came from a little bit too far back. We'll have another look. Stop and go for car 87.
And that is not Sebastian Keimel. That is the 12 car we're watching at the moment.
Car 87, I believe. That was, I think, was that not the... Who was that actually at the stop and go?
Well, that was not the car. That was the 995 machine. I'm just looking through.
So I think I said 87. Here's the car being driven by Peter Kuipers. RP Motorsport is the 81 car, my mistake. Or at least it said 87, but I think it's Peter Kuipers, RP Motorsport. And that was the one that was involved in the incident between himself and, if I mentioned Naveed Hussein.
It's a bit of a shame as well when it has this sort of influence on class lead battles, but it's still just about 6.5 seconds between Boltink and Hussein, as we expect there to be about 4 40 minutes left on their relatively mammoth 3-hour opening stints that both of them are putting in. I think most of the... there have been a few changes, but a lot of the drivers in BLC 4 seems to go through with it. And Pinchek hasn't really been able to get past on Olivier Fenerk. Just picked up a slight bit of gravel on the outside of the track there. A little bit of a moment for him as a consequence. Through comes the Flemish Lambo, close to the tail of them now, as well as Maxime Vandenhove in the GTE racing machine. 0.3 of a second, Edward, and yet it can be so hard to find the run to really be able to make the move here.
Yeah, and I think Adam is definitely the faster of the cars, but can't get the track space, can't line up the move. He needs to set it up so in advance and maybe count on little mistakes there, but again, Olivier Van Hoek takes a slightly different line, hits the apex later. Adam is going to be getting frustrated just a touch more. Needs to really focus on getting the run out of this chicane, up the hill, down into the next one, into Villeneuve, I think is one of the times we see plenty of moves being made. Doesn't quite work out. A little bit closer, but then all of a sudden GT3 car comes through. Lamborghini BLC1 car. And that is, I think, Johan van den Akker. Just going past the pair. On board with Adam Pinchek now. Just see the rear end of that Theta car is probably what Adam's going to be frustrated to keep watching for the remainder of his stint. Hoping to get through, but again, Zolder, a track that's difficult to overtake on. You need to really focus on the runs out of the corners rather than runs into the corners. Maybe have little half looks down to the inside, force the car ahead to go defensive so you can take the conventional racing line and get the better exit. Very nice coming out of final corner. You can see him using a bit more of the curb, but car twitching on the exit means he can't apply the power as nicely as he was hoping. And the gap stays just under half a second.
It's one of those situations where it's so hard because you're trying to get this run, but you're also being sort of held up at the apex when you're trying to get this run, and it's a test of patience most of all, and just waiting for a mistake like that one, which could open the door. Van Eyck slow through turn 3. Now down towards the first chicane, and he's not going to be close enough. It's going to be a lunge from far back. And Adam Pinchek takes a...
good run, run.
Very good run here, and that might be it down towards the Villeneuve. And I think Olivier Van Eyck is really feeling the pressure, but just makes a split-second defensive decision to place the car dead in the middle of the track and just sort of close the door for Pinchek just ever so slightly. Make the long way around even longer, and also filled with quite a lot of risk in terms of just putting a tire onto the grass and having a big old incident. And Pinchek has to get out of the way of what I think is a BLC1 Lamborghini. Yes, indeed. I think that's the 146. And the ART machine of BLC2 coming through as well. And that's sort of interrupted the battle for a moment. It's going to be straight on again. Intelligent driving from Van Eyck to enter that little bit slower, making sure that he doesn't compromise his run out of the chicane, knowing that he's going to have company indeed on the run here on the start-finish straight. This is a great battle indeed, and two drivers that really know how racing works. And that's also why it's not easy for Adam Pinchek, because he's having had no gifts handed to him whatsoever so far. And it's a balancing act. I'm sorry, Edward, but I'm just going to say one last thing here. It's such a balancing act having to do this and having to keep a level mind, knowing that it's such a long race as it is, and not, you know, overcommitting to something after being frustrated by sitting behind for 10, 15, maybe even more laps here.
Yeah, nothing getting handed out for free here. He's having to work for it, is Adam Pinzex. Losing out just a touch from the Porsche Cup car. But then, of course, the Porsche needs to pass himself, so could open the door for Adam into the next few corners. It's so difficult, though, isn't it, to find the space to get through as Rudy Jetton rides Pink Panther Racing. All of a sudden, the BMW is very, very close, looks to the inside, thinks better of it, forces Rudy to sort of V off the corner a little bit more than he was hoping for. A good exit coming through from Abel Court, but the run down into the next couple of corners is too short to really make any gains down this straight. Abel Court definitely looking quicker of the two cars here. It'll be our AAB car with the wonderful, very iconic Golf livery. Just down into turn one. Can't make up the place. Can't make the time. Good touch onto the apex. Good run through turn one. Can he set something up through turn 2, 3, and 4? Just get it right as rain for a move into 5. Turn 3, easy corner enough. Flat out all the way through. Turn 4, trail break it onto the apex. Power out as soon as you get to those sort of anti-cuts on the inside. There's a good run, actually, between Van Hoek and Pinches. I saw that gap come down, but also Abel Court going for a move around the outside. Not able to find the gap, find the way through, as there's a battle going on, and Adam Pinzex has gotten into second place. We missed this, Hassa, but we saw the gap coming down.
Oh,
and it was through Villeneuve, side by side, almost touching, giving each other enough racing room. Adam does finally get in front. I think there was also a bit of a move coming into the chicane just before. It looked very close between the pair of them for quite some time, Hassa, so maybe we'll try and have a look a little bit further back from that move just to see how it all happened. I don't think Adam actually ever got ahead up until Villeneuve, but definitely forced the issue on Van Hoek, made him go defensive and open the door for the move at the next available opportunity.
Yeah, I'm afraid
we're that was coming a long time though, Hassa, wasn't it? We knew it was going to be happening at some stage. Adam was very quick, piling the pressure on, and I think that just told from Olivier there.
Yeah, very much so. I'm afraid we're going to have to go 4.5 minutes back on the event viewer to find something to, see what happened before that overtake. But dicey situations like that arise. Very, very, very good racing. Hard but fair. Going 2 by 2, and now here comes Van Erck. He's going to go on the outside. He's going to brake late and try to squeeze in on the Belux BMW that takes a big old bounce over that second part of the chicane. It comes out and through on top, and we've had another pass here. This is in BLC4 with Luc Dice on the inside of Christoph Hermans, and then Abel Court, I think, who's gonna pass. Oh, that's a bit of a problem, and Court just flies through. Rudy Jetton sort of stopped. There's a car off up ahead as well, and Sebastian Keimel had an issue, but that's a few laps ago now. I thought that was it. Certainly is it. Peter Kuipers has been off track, and I think that might be related. Yes, here it is, as he gets touched by the Pink Panther car. This is the 81 RP Motorsports machine, and that situation also let the Brab car through, and here comes the Data Network Esports car. Pinsex is having none of it. And just holding on. This is one to watch. We'll try not to look away, because certainly heated action between Olivier Van Erck and Adam Pinches. Close but fair. Still to this degree. Great there, Edward, from the BMW Belux car to hang it around the outside and to stay put.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant stuff. We've got another half hour, I think, Hassan, until we go for our next break. Another half hour of excellent racing to come, as You know that fight between JWS and Christoph Reis? Well, it's closing up now, half a second between the two Porsche Cup cars. So all of a sudden, BLC2 is getting a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
because it's very interesting as they're side by side. Backmarker traffic. Christoph Reis staying in front slightly, but Vince Peters, he isn't going to want to give it up. There's a bit of contact. The TCR car turns in. I don't think it's aware that the Porsche Cup car is on his inside. Doesn't get the spotter call. He's on the inside. A flash of the headlights from class leader in the BLC1s in the Lamborghini. All of a sudden, it's very spicy for the Porsches that are going to do their very best to stay on the racing lines to keep themselves predictable and slightly frustrate, perhaps, Nolan Lemeray.
This is going to frustrate. Yeah, he's losing time. Lemeray is down to 5.5 seconds or so down to Sam Kurtzert, who, as we speak, is being held up by a TCR here. And Jimmy Antunes has sort of clear air ahead of him.
Maybe, Hassa, that was why we saw Nolan Emery a little bit more patient than we were expecting, because I think he was getting in his ear from his teammates that Sam was having the same issue, slowed up in traffic. Both of them now negotiating their groups of backmarkers, allowing Christoph Reis and Vince Peters a little bit of clear track space to duke it out between themselves. Yeah, we did come to that fight, Hassa, when they were side by side. Vince Peters, JWS Motorsport, in behind Christoph Reis, closing the gap down, trying to find a way through. That last lap, Hassa, he gained about 1.5 seconds. Vince Peters, ow, it's loud in my ears. Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
My apologies, but that just looked like a quite dramatic one for Siggy Sanchez, who got kind of 1 o'clock at the end and then straight into the wall. And that's going to be with quite a lot of force in the end, I'm afraid, and it could be, I think the suspension looks okay, but it's a heavy hit at the front regardless. And a bit of a lap tap from behind, not what you want to see. Here's Vince Peters closer than before, ever so slightly, and there's the data car ahead that they now have to get past on. And that's Van Eyck, who's losing time to the BMW B-Lux car up ahead. And this traffic isn't going to help him one bit. At least for now. Look at them touching as well. Here the 11 just coming in and scraping the rear end of the 999 ahead. And I think there's a clear comment on the underside of the rear wing to that sort of behavior there. Since he doesn't want to get turned on the bump draft, which does indeed is an easy thing to come about. Let's see if there's any trouble for the B-Lux machine. It's the in the way the second place car of Sam Kuitert, who's looking to come through here as well. This is going to cost a bit of time. It's going to be too bad. They're side by side up ahead though here, Edward. It's a good chance for the 11.
Yeah. If you can hang it around the outside and then get the inside for the next corner, he has got this done. He does have a bump on the apex. You could see as well. Christoph Reis, 2 wheels in his defense, trying to hold on. Going to the inside. Vince Peters, after taking that position, great move between the pair of them. This has frustrated the number 2 car, Sam Kuitert, who, let's not forget, was, treated to a brilliant fight, able to see the pair of them duke it out for the leader BLC2. But it was like, oh, very good, lads, but come on, I've got a race to run. Get out of my way. Yeah,
very much so. That was one great scrap between the two. Well, look at this. We can get it from another angle that'll show the slight contact there might have been. Great stuff from Vince Peters to hold it there on the outside. And now here, is that where we see a little bit of a contact? It doesn't even seem that way, Edward. I think this is pretty clean.
Kiss. I think it's a slight kiss, but you know what? That is just pure racing. None of the drivers get hung out to dry by the contact. It's just a little bit of bumping as they fight for the apex. All's fair in rubbing and racing. Vince Peters into the lead now of BLC2 with, you can just see traffic coming past on board with Jimmy Antunes, just to see the Irish competition driver get past the car ahead. Oh, a little bit of a rear end slide, slowed up a touch for Vince Peters, but now that he's in clear air, he can try and focus on extending his gap, extending the margin. You can also see the straight line speed differential between the Porsche Cup cars and the GT3s. Acceleration is definitely there for the Lamborghini, but when it gets to the top end of the range, Porsche does start to streak away a bit. Just down now into turn number 4. Easy stuff for Jimmy Antunes, and now can get through on the VLC3 car, TCR, Greenleaf Racing, Jelly Verstraeten. And clear air now for the next few moments as something's going on in the background. Jimmy Antunes forced wide. The Porsche Cup cars racing on through. It's that straight line speed, so strong. And to be fair, they shouldn't be racing. They need to work this out amongst themselves. Jimmy Antunes are very quick at the moment in the GT3s. All of this fighting, all of this squabbling is allowing all of a sudden Christoph Reis back into the picture.
And
I think...
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Hasse.
I was just gonna say, I'm wondering if some of the drivers here are thinking, well, I'm afraid this race is getting too boring to watch. Let's spice it up a little bit and just throw the Porsche Cup up the inside of a Lamborghini. He's gonna do it again here into the final chicane. He's having a look here. Vince Peters is having none of it. And it's certainly adding to the flavor of the race to see this kind of thing here.
Oh, an 81.
Avoidable contact, stop and go 1 lap. Oh, that's going to be a painful one. That's a 1.5 minute.
Stop and go.
Yeah.
That's very, very heavy penalty being dished out by the stewards. Either that's a 1 lap penalty, yep, stop and go 1 lap. So, yeah, they have to come into the pits, stop for a lap, then come back out. They can't do any work on the car in terms of taking fuel, taking tyres. Dear, oh dear, Hasse, that is very, very strong coming through from the stewards. Good to see, though, that they aren't letting the race get away from them. They're making sure the driving standards stay very high for not only the first 2 hours, but feasibly as well for the remaining 22 after the fact. Christoph Reis, though, you can see the difference in strategy. Just seeing in the chat that it was due to tyre strategy that the battle is coming through. So that probably tells us that number 11, fresh tyres, 999, old tyres, is working in favour at the moment for Vince Peters, with Christoph Reis just dropping out. So Reis is only doubling. Peters has new ones, I think, every stop so far. Maybe into the night, we'll see both drivers opt for the double stint. Because, of course, when you have fresh tyres, you'll be able to lap quicker through the corners, but not all the time, because backmarker traffic. So I think over the whole phase of the race, having older tyres isn't as much as a deficit as it would be on, say, a clear track.
Spot on. That's exactly it, and it's why you often see drivers go for it, because they feel like they can handle the traffic just as well on rubber that might just not be as sharp, but is still viable to use. And you know that ever so often you're gonna find cars that are losing 1, 2, or even 3 seconds per lap down to the traffic, and that's not really anything that you can change with the tires. The thing is, though, that sometimes with a fresh set of tires, gives you that little bit extra poise, that little bit extra that you need in order for to work the traffic that little bit quicker. So it's a double-edged sword, and it's I think also very much down to driver personalities and driving styles and such. There's a lot to it, but certainly it can work, and it's if you feel like you're not really on the pace with the car you're competing against in a situation like the one that Christoph Reis finds himself in right now, it can actually be a pretty decent call to gain back some of that time.
Look at this, Christoph Rise. Old Tires, he's making things work for him. Another moment. Sebastian Keimer with another TCR car, this time into the other chicane, the Villeneuve chicane. Simracersworld Black in trouble just a bit. Let's have a look. And is that down to John Ruins turning in for the corner, or is that maybe just the two cars moving over onto the racing line and getting involved with one another? Let's see what the stewards make of that. I think it was just a bit of miscommunication more than anything else, but Sebastian Keimer was able to keep on going. Wonder how much damage has been dealt, though, to his Simracersworld Black Porsche Cayman.
You gotta hand it to Nolan Limeray, though. He's been sturdy this stint so far, keeping that 7.3 second gap alive down to Sam Kuitert, who in turn is also managing to keep the gap alive down to Jimmy Antunes. He was flying up for a long time, and I think the gods of traffic haven't been smiling on Jimmy Antunes, and it hasn't really been going his way for the last few laps here in terms of luck. And with all this, it's more or less status quo in that still very tight top 3 battle in BLC1, with the leaders just about 10 seconds from one another altogether. And 3 cars that close, that's interesting. Got a good lead battle in BLC2 as well. Vince Peters now at about 2.5 seconds clear of Christoph Raas. And in BLC3, Sebastian Keimer, who is really sitting on a nice advantage compared to basically everyone else. It's about 45 seconds to Adam Pitches, who's now gained about 5 seconds on Olivier Fenech, with whom he had a great battle just a few minutes ago. So we're closing in on the completion of this 3rd hour of racing here from the 24 hours of Zolder, the final round of the Virtual Belcar Series 2021 Season 2. Mind you, there are points at 6, 12, and 24 hours. So it's half a set of points, basically, at 6 and 12 hours, and then the full set of points at 24. Pick them all up, and it's double points. And here is Ronald van Utrecht in the 81 machine that's been struggling ever so slightly today. He does so as well in this particular situation, I'm afraid. But the car's stricken as well, and I'm not quite sure they've been able to fully get it repaired. And Greenleaf being lapped by Pinch's Boot, who is indeed getting lapped by Maxime van den Hove as well.
So Maxime van den Hove going through plenty of traffic. Lap times looking strong though, aren't they, for the GT racing driver? Comes across the line again faster than Jimmy Antunes. Very quick times coming through from Maxime. Of course, we don't know how much traffic Jimmy's had on his last lap. Sam Kuitert though, personal best so far this race. Fastest lap for that car as well. Simtag E-Team closing in, trying to at the very least, on Nolan Lemeray, who, like we've been mentioning, Hasser has been very strong, nice and stable towards the front. Taking over that car and doing a sterling job as we approach now the 15 minutes till pit window. For all these drivers, expect them to come in just around about the 3 hour mark, some maybe a little bit before, some a little bit after. That's in the BLC 1 class. TCRs as well, actually BLC 4. We expect to see them come into the pits in around about 15 or so minutes time. Jimmy Antunes sets the fastest lap of the race so far, so that's his reply to Maxime's pace by setting the fastest lap of the race.
And what better way to reply to such a statement? It's just what you want to be able to dish out when you're in Jimmy Antunes' position, in his shoes, if you will. find his goody two shoes and make a move on, because it's certainly spicy competition at the head of BLC1. You really gotta get up early to keep up with these teams. The pace that has been set has been blistering from lap 1, and there's been no real holding back. We've seen a few drivers and teams on the opening stint opting for the fuel saving and such, but I think Edward and you might have observed differently, but from what I've seen, I haven't really seen or heard drivers lifting off and sort of taking it easy. It seems it's full-on attack for more or less every lap here, just to try and stay on the pace that's being set at the head of affairs.
Look at Sam go, really showing some good pace, closing in if he can to no, but all of these drivers at the moment in the top 3, their pace is bringing them all together. When they're in clear air, they are basically all coming up to one another. Jimmy and Tunes coming up to Sam Keitzer, Sam reeling in Nolan. We could be in for a very interesting moment after the pit stops, seeing if drivers opt to take tyres. If they don't, what they do in terms of how they've managed the tyres at this stage.
That's a very good point. Oh, we had a few incidents here that we have yet to catch up on. That's more bad luck for Siki Sunches on the 29 machine. John Bruins have been off as well. Oh, and that's a major one for the 154. Makes contact with the 911 car. That's in TCR. John Bruins was sitting 3rd. I wonder if that's Johnny Nellis who's also involved in that one. Yeah. And that's John. I think that John Bruins just picks off the outside grass. Yeah, you can see wheels on the grass there on the outside. As he brakes, that turns the car around. Turns it straight into the 154. Oh, it's the other way around, of course. It's Nellis who has his tires on the grass. Turns it into Bruins. Bruins gets off the worst, because he gets spun around, put into the gravel trap, and there might be a penalty coming the way of Johnny Nellis there. I could suspect that it's going to be a 30-second stop and go.
And Hasse, I've just noticed, you know that I said Jimmy and Tunes is replying to the pace by setting the fastest lap of the race. All of a sudden, Sam Keitzer has now set the fastest lap so far. So like we say, they're all coming up to the leader. They're all very close now. They have a little bit of track space. That Sam Keitzer's pace starts to reveal itself. And with 10 minutes until the drivers make their pit stops, 10 minutes before me and you have to go for our quick break for 5 minutes. Everything's getting heated up once more here for Virtual Belcar 24 hours, approaching the 3-hour mark now. As actually, we have a fight on the road for class position in the TCR class in BLC4. Watching Hankook de Grave close in on Jean Bruins.
Yeah, Bruins, who had that issue before as he got spun. That's led Hendrik de Grave right back into it. There's another problem for Johnny Nellis. Very same spot on the track. Seems he's really struggling with it to me. This time he just comes in too quickly.
Tires, I think it's the tires gone.
Yeah, that might just be... It's a Bono moment. And we're not talking about you two, are we? But John Bruins here, who's... I found himself in a spot of bother before. I don't think that damage is going to affect him too much, though. And that's going to be to his advantage here. But certainly lost a lot of time there before. Here's Thomas Propocki, sitting 5th at the moment in BLC2. Sebastian Keimel still leading in BLC3 and still extending the gap overall, even with the few moments there's been for Keimel. It hasn't really been any particular fault of his own, and it hasn't been anything grave, so to say. Here's another. It's a man who is off the grave, de Grave, of course, if you pronounce it to somewhat precision. Hendrik de Grave in 4th place in class, trying to close in on John Bruins, but really, as you said before, Edward, it's traffic making it so difficult to get a concentrated battle in here, indeed. And it's something that we'll see go on till the end of this race, I suspect. Only thing that could really change it is if it gets really atrocious, if we see a couple of drivers or teams get some really heavy damage to the cars that takes them, well, if not completely out of the race, then at least into the pits for a long time. You do see, sometimes at least, periods of time where the track is just less populated due to having 5, 6, 7 cars in for repairs at the same time. We've seen nothing like that so far in this race, and it's interesting indeed. Siki Sanchez there in the Revolution Racing 29 Porsche, being lapped and overtaken by the TCR, so they're just going to be trying to stay out until their natural pit stop window opens. Because the pit window is just about 8 minutes away from here. Coming through on them, here is Sam Kuitert. And you can see Nolan Lemeray coming into the chicane up ahead, so it's still that close for the lead in BLC1. And by the way, speaking of close, Antunes just 2.5 seconds back. He's doing a very good job of closing that gap overall. And then he finds a Porsche in the way as he tries to come through on the TCR. There's a little bit of dust being collected. That's the 71 car of Luc Thijs, I think, having been off here in the Villeneuve chicane, Edward.
Yeah, again, the tyres just not with it. Coming to the end of the life, coming to the end of the stint. Luc Thijs with a bit of an error, a bit of a mistake on the brakes. Wasn't able to slow it down in time. Opted to go across the gravel, staying well out of the way of the cars coming through. Very smart move from Luke. And, well, Jimmy and Tunes, places he been able to show. Closing up to Simon Kuitert, lost out a bit with the traffic. Gap now up to 4 seconds from 2. Shows if you catch traffic in the worst possible points down that mid-sector, you do lose a lot of time in those succession of right-handers. And then the left-hander after the Villeneuve chicane is one which is very painful if you are in a GT3 car stuck behind a GT4 or TCR car. A lot of time is lost, but the race is still on for all these drivers here. The top 10, well, not top 10, the top 3 separated by around about 10 seconds. So it is definitely game on. 5 minutes till we expect them into the pits. 5 minutes for Sam Kuitert on the first half of his double stint. What we expect to see drivers double stinting tyres. We saw it in the first 2 hours. Drivers taking the same set of tyres. So as the track temperature has cooled off even a slightly bit more, I think Hasse will probably be seeing drivers opt for the double stint yet again. Now all the way down to 25 degrees from the 35 that we started with.
Yeah, and from here on, I think it's going to be more the rule than the exception. Than drivers, the drivers are going to be going on to the double stint to save that sort of time. Mind you, that the tires seem to level off at a certain sort of zone of performance, and we've seen quick lap times as well late in this stint, which really suggests that the tires are still with plenty of life left in them, at least for the BLC1 machines. And Tunes got very close, but he's got pushed ever so slightly away by traffic. Yet again, it's about 4 seconds now, but he's closing in. In the bigger picture, he's just ever so slightly pulling himself in lap by lap, trying to close in on Sam Kuitert. Here is Keanu Borgagnon. He's on the tail of Peter Lemkins in the PSR by RPM machine, the number 1 car, chased down by the number 13, who's found that to be an unlucky number indeed. And maybe they should start turning the number around like they do in cycling for reversing the bad luck associated with it as well. We've seen it when it was the Porsche Cup car running the 13 number as well. That was a rather unlucky entry altogether. I'm just scouting through the field here. Bruins and De Graaf is still close, but Jan Bruins has managed to settle back into the rhythm here, Edward, it seems, and to to keep the driver behind, which is, of course, very, very important for himself as well here. We've had Ignium into the pits. Paul King has taken over the car. They did pit a little bit earlier as well on the first stint, I think, so that's left Boltink up ahead. It's going to be coming in shortly as well, is what I predict. And now there's been a bit of a battle here between Keanu Borgignon and Peter Lemkens coming into the hairpin. Let's see just what happens. Borgignon on the outside. I think Lemkens stays ahead in the end. Which is sort of interesting because he's behind here. He still indeed is. And he is all the way through. So good move there for Keanu Borgignon to squeeze himself past on Peter Lemkens.
I'm just intrigued to see that we're seeing Igni Motorsport come into the pits so much earlier than the rest of the field in the TCR class. They're coming in consistently a couple of laps before everyone else, consistently as well before the 3-hour mark, whereas Olivier Bultink and all the others around them were able to extend their stint somewhat.
Yeah. Good point. Here, Nolan Lemeray, by the way, comes in now. So that's the race leader overall in BLC 1. Both Kaitzet and Antunes is going to do another lap. Nolan Lemeray in here. And let's see if it's going to be as we predicted with the double stints. I'm expecting him to take fuel and that's it. They're just awaiting the car to roll off, but it does take longer than you expect for these cars with the limited fuel flow that you can have in the pits to fill the tanks, and it's also certainly a nice touch to it. You get so impatient, don't you, Edward, when you're sitting there in the car just saying, "Come on, let me get out of here!" See all the rivals coming past out on track, and it's. The nerves are building. It's of course not when you're coming in for a stop like this, but if you're getting into the car, it's always it can be a difficult moment mentally. But I think Lemeray is going to be in a good position to stay ahead. Seems he has clear air here, which does look like the team timed it nicely for him to at least not get caught up with traffic immediately.
Yeah, you don't want to get involved in the traffic. You want to time your pit stops nicely, which is what we're seeing from Lemeray. But again, your mind has got to be focused on the task at hand, which is getting to the hour mark for each of your stops. Otherwise, you could be in trouble coming towards the end of the race, needing a splash and dash pit stop when all of those behind you don't. And it's nothing more heartbreaking than losing out on a race lead or even a podium right at the end of 24 hours. So that's definitely one to consider, is how they'll negotiate all of those questions. Maybe in the night, that's when they'll focus on fuel saving. But for now, they're focusing on the track position, which is fair enough at this 3-hour mark. We've just now passed, Hasse.
Absolutely. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break. I'm just going to scour on through the field, find the best bit of battling going on, but we're going to go on board with virtual leader Nolan Lemeray and the Valkyrie Esports by Francorchamps Miniatures machine, the 667 cars. Enjoy 5 minutes or so of V10 wailing going on, and Edward and I are going to be back shortly indeed. Don't go anywhere. And as we're back to the pictures of Nolan Lemeray having retaken his lead. It's no longer virtual, it's back to being real indeed, on track. 6 seconds clear of Sam Koitets, another 10 seconds, or not another, but another 3.5 seconds or so. 10 seconds to Jimmy and Toons, who still seems to be the man with the pace overall at the moment. Lap by lap. Fastest lap of the race still stands with Sam Koitet, and that 128.72. Murray hitting a bit of traffic here, and that's both BLC 1 and 2 machinery he's going to have to get past here, so that's always going to be a bit of a challenge. Well, there's been a big fight between Christoph Raas and Vince Peters into Villeneuve. Not the first time between the two, probably not the last. They scrape again. And I just wonder just how this is going to play out at the end. But a great one indeed, and that is Peters coming out on top. So Vince Peters and GAWS Motorsports, the 11 car, keeping clear and getting ahead of Christoph Raas, who's now in the pits. Which is slightly surprising, I think. But interesting stuff here as we're back with the BLC 1 leader. Scott McFall, by the way, is closing in quickly on Jorn van den Akker as well. And a lot of good stuff still going on as we are getting past that 3-hour mark. And getting into the deeper zones of the afternoon as well. Evening now, Edward, beginning to close in upon us.
Yeah, the evening closes in. The drivers notice the track temp cooling off. I don't think we're going to see any triple stints coming through just yet now. So maybe in the dark of the night we might see drivers try something a little bit interesting with their strategy. Maybe they'll come out on top, maybe they won't. But for now, double stints. Order of the day, Jorn van den Akker under pressure from Scott McFall, who's definitely getting the better run through turn 1 this time by. Lining up a move if he can into chicane at turn 5. Going through turn 3 now, just behind the thing that we can't see. Then we can see them appear all of a sudden. Turn 4. Hear the pops and bangs from the Lambos as they come up to BMW GT4. Car being driven by Adam Pinjex at the moment for BMW Belux. Both cars getting through that, but Scott McFall loses out just a touch. Had to come from further back as there's a slide. I think there's a car off the road. Is there at Villeneuve? I heard the noise of some tyres going. It seems to be okay for the moment. Well, that might have been what we heard. Hans Damians with a little mistake. Way off the racing line, able to rejoin nice and safely. And then we come back to this fight between Scott McFall and Jorn van den Akker, as actually I think Jürgen Knockart is just been passed by Jacob Erebacher. G-Force Experience, Esports Blue, getting ahead of RP Motorsport. There's the move down the inside into the chicane. Easy does it, nice on the brakes. Good move. Come down in towards Scott McFall. Scott McFall rather. He's just trying if he can to get ahead of Jorn van den Akker. He's very strong in that first sector. Doesn't seem to have any sort of mistakes. Then coming through on this sort of infield, not the infield, but sort of the second sector, starts to struggle just a touch. Isn't able to really get the upper hand. So for the moment, you can see how much Scott McFall closes though through Villeneuve. Much closer this time by. You can get the car nice and settled. Could try and set up a move as well because of the back marker traffic that's coming through. One of the RP Motorsport cars. A little look to the inside from Jorn van den Akker. Scott McFall follows him through, follows him very close behind as well. Defensive positioning of the car by Van den Akker. Scott McFall looking to the inside now, a little bit late. Forces the Lamborghini up ahead to make a slightly compromised line. Does he get a good run out of the corner? That's crucial because the run into turn 1, we see moves being made here all race long, but nothing for the moment opening up Scott McFall's way. Jon Van Akker staying ahead. Scott McFall through the first corner. He gets it stopped nicely, pitches it in. Car on the exit of the pits. Oh, please be careful, everybody. That's Ludwig Kuster for JWS Motorsport, leading in the Porsche Cup class, VLC2. Oh, that was close, and that slowed down. Scott McFall just a touch wasn't able to hit the apex of turn 2 as he would have liked. Whole gaggle of backmarker traffic lining up for Scott McFall. Had to go slow through the chicane. In behind the Duct Tape Racing TCR Porsche Cup car as well. Number 11. Ludwig Kuster getting through traffic as well. Scott McFall closing back up now on account of the Pink Panther car. Just not able to be passed at the moment. Now here we go down the inside. Is Scott McFall going to go for it late on the brakes? He's going to send it. He's going to stick it. He's going to take 5th place. Great overtake that from Scott. Easy does it. Nice on the brakes. See Hasser if we can get a little press of the button and have another look at that move, because that was great from Scott. Down the inside. You can see it here. Easily committed, taking advantage of the backmarker traffic of Jon Van den Akker's slow exit from the Villeneuve chicane and all the way down into turn 8. Easy little move that from Scott McFall. Going out, seeing what other fights are erupting for us. Adam Pinchaks, Kurt Van Aken. I think we're waiting on Kurt to make another pit stop. So there shouldn't be a really too much of a worry for Adam, who's made one more pit stop than the rest of the field to, I think, repair some damage. Doing all right on his charge back up through the field as well. But Adam definitely closing in, definitely the faster of the drivers. You might see him make the overtake even before the pit stop comes through from Kurt Van Aken. Who's Jimmy and Tunes we're going to go on board with for a little while, just to see him and his pace in getting through some of the back markers. Going through Lawrence DeWitt, driving the Greenleaf racing car. The lone McLaren this evening. Very distinctive with its livery. You can see it from miles, not just from the shape, but from the colours as well. Jimmy and Tunes Cap coming down ever so slightly between himself and Sam Kiteset, but I think it's going to increase now as Jimmy catches traffic in probably one of the worst places. You can just see on board now how much he has to slow down. He's able to get through the BMW, but then coming up to the Porsche Cup car, he'll start to struggle as up ahead just saw Sam Kiteset in the black number 2 Lamborghini, easily making that move. Straight line speed of the Porsche that Jimmy Antunes is trying to overtake makes it difficult, but lifts out of it. Very smart maneuver there. Jimmy Antunes now again, Duct Tape Racing, feeling up to the right hand side of the track, staying on the racing line, getting over to that right hand side nice and early. As the car's settled down and sorted for turn 1. Having a look at that last lap from Jimmy Antunes that we were able to be on board with, losing, well, not even more than a 1/10 of a second, even with all of that traffic that he had to sort of suffer through. So that was good effort from Jimmy, keeping that margin. In fact, actually, the interval to the leader, or the gap to the leader from Jimmy, is around about 5.5 seconds. So the front 3 definitely all closing up all of a sudden. Means that we could be in for a very exciting second stint for these drivers on their tyres.
Very much so, Edward. Thanks for covering while I was off for my burgers dinner. Very good indeed, and that set me perfectly up for the remaining 2.5 hours or so of this part 1 of our broadcast here tonight. We've seen some very good action indeed, and that gap between the 3 leaders is indeed closing in, and it's interesting because Kurtz is slowly closing in on Lemeray, and soon slowly closing in on Kurtz and Lemeray as well, over the course of this stint. But we're not much more than half an hour, about 40 minutes or so, away from the end of this, of these stints, I'd say, at the 4-hour mark. As Hendrik de Graaf is in here in chat after 3 hours in the car. And Hendrik, feel free to hop in the interview waiting room. You know where that is. You've been there before. And if you want to come in and have a chat to us just about how the race is, how the track surface has been developing, blah, 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 etc. That would be much appreciated, and it goes out to any teams basically. If you want to come in and have a chat with us in the commentary booth here, we're all eyes and ears here. As Edward May is doing a good job of making me crackle up with a bit of jiff in our broadcaster chat here, which is it's a good thing. It keeps on going here in these races. It's a thing we can have all to ourselves. Once in a while, it catches me off guard, and something pops up that I didn't expect to see. That's basically what happened here.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
Very
Gotta
much
keep
so,
you on your
Edward.
toes, mate.
Very much so. What's good, Burgers? I sort of felt a slight bit of pressure to. Oh, that's the 81 spinning around like Kylie Minogue. Anyway, Lemeray to Kurtert, that's down to 3 seconds, and then another 3 seconds or so to Antunes. That's what's in it here. 3 hours and 19 minutes into this race.
It's all getting exciting, Hassa. You can see now, getting up towards the, we're past the halfway point for our stint in the comms box for this first 6 hours, aren't we, Hassa? And so it has flown by. We've got some more action up and coming, though, as Jimmy Antunes closing in. You can see the Simtag E-Team car held up a little bit with traffic up ahead. That's the Porsche Cayman, I think, just up the road. Yes, that is the Line 1-2 car that's just trying to get out of the way, currently in 4th place, the GT4. Jim Antunes very late on the race, almost getting into the back of the RP Motorsport car now, who again is classed as a back marker. So this is going to be Jimmy Antunes putting another lap on RP Motorsport. I think that was Jürgen Knockart. Yes, that was the RP Motorsport by DB Racing car getting overtaken. Gap staying at 2 seconds. Roughly between Jimmy and Sam. All the while, Nolan Lemeray able to extend his margins slightly towards the front with clearer air. Now coming to Martin Kerfs for Flemish Simsport Red, currently in 3rd place, number 69 car. And this TCR class has been one that we've seen plenty of changing about, haven't we? Obviously, started off with Ignium Motorsport right the way up at the front. But all of a sudden now, driver changes. We've seen Jens Gustens take over the Simdrister TCR green car from Olivier Boltink. Paul King as well up behind the wheel of Ignium Motorsport. And it's been a very intriguing TCR class battle that I don't think we've seen the end of just yet. Different strategies coming through. Driver lineups. Some are faster, some are not so quick, but maybe better in the traffic. Means that you never really know what it's going to be like up until the final few moments of the race. And of course, with traffic always being a question, don't want to get involved in incidents, don't want to get penalised by race control. Be some few more twists in the tail just yet, Hassa.
Very much so, and we've got Hendrik de Graaf in to speak just about a few of those things at least. Hendrik, welcome in. Thanks for taking a few minutes to chat with us here mid-race. We're closing in on 3.5 hours of this race gone, which means you've had the time to catch the breath and cool down ever so slightly after a mammoth 3-hour stint in the car. Seemed, well, surprisingly orderly as compared to what we've seen before. What was your experience of the first couple of stints out there and the traffic on track?
Hi, Ed and Hasse. Yeah, it's been quite good. We've tried to keep a good pace and not to battle too much with the other guys because it's a long race. So there's no real point in battling it out right now. I think it's going to be more at the end. But it's going to be, it's going to be a tight one, I think. But Ignium and Sim District are really going very fast. So have to see what happens. So it's been a fun race so far for us.
Are you taking a sort of a long run approach, knowing that you might have slight troubles matching the leading cars on pace, or is it just flat out still and just trying to make the best of it?
Well, strategy-wise, I can't say much about all that, but we're trying to go as hard as we can, of course.
Well, indeed, I was doing my best to see if I could wriggle a little bit out of you, but indeed, it is sealed like the Berlin Wall, which does make good sense. 3 hours or so into the race, you don't want to give away all of your strategic masterpieces to come. Hendrik, coming into the night, how much are you gonna expect that to change your tire strategies and such? Because we all know the TCRs are prone for especially some heavy front tire wear.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a big problem with all the tires here. So I'm not seeing any issues there. We'll have to see, of course, because I don't know what the temperatures will do. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, indeed, thank you, Hendrik, for coming in and having this little bit of a chat with us. Do feel free to check in later on, or maybe we'll have a bit of a word in the morning just to hear how the night has been. Again, thanks, and it's always a pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much, and have fun, guys.
Indeed. So that was Hendrik de Graeve of the Flemish SimSports Red Team, now driven by Martin Kevs, who's taken over driving duties from his teammate. Now, look, we've had something happen at the head of affairs, which we might not have been expecting here, but Nolan Lemeray has had a moment, and it's been enough of a moment for both of the drivers behind to get past here, Edward. We're going to have a second look, or a first look, because we didn't see it before, and it's the first chicane, and it's a bad angle to be at. There goes the two. Well, it was chasers before. Now Nolan Lemeray is going to have to get used to being the chaser, because he's lost the lead. And for the first time since they started out, he's coming into the pits here as well. So interesting stuff here, Edward May.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see this Nolan Lemeray coming out of the pits. But
there's a drive-through.
It was I think it was a... I'm having a look. I can't see anything coming through for a drive-through penalty. I'll have a look and see. So we've got... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything come through about drive-through penalties, perhaps. So very intriguing. I'll keep my eyes on the YouTube chat to see if there's any intel coming through from there. But unforthcoming. Very, very strange to see Valkyrie Esports into the pits at that stage just for a drive-through, not even stopping. Can't see anything that says that they have one though. Unless it was incident points, but there's an incident limit of, incident penalties every 20x. So drive-throughs every 20 incidents, disqualification every 130. So that could have been a drive-through penalty from incident points from iRacing.
I think that's a very good call as well. It's gonna be a tough one to swallow for the 667 team. I'm afraid they won't
be the only ones to take drive-through penalties. 20 incident points.
That's not a lot. That's really not a lot. It's the drivers being held to some strict standards here. Which I indeed also like to see, because it's lenient approach, just sort of. Oh, and here comes the move for the lead, and it's Antunes. He's passed on the inside of Sam Carter. That was one very, very nice move on the brakes, full of confidence into Villeneuve there. Coming from, he's trying to block him off, realizes that he can't, as he's already slipped it up the inside there. And a good move from Jimmy Antunes. We're going to take another look here just on board.
Oh, great stuff. Brilliantly sent down the inside from Jimmy Antunes. Sam Kiter, I think, let that one happen. And now, what are they going to do in terms of penalties and such? I think, ideally, because it's an iRacing penalty, you can get away by serving it just around about your pit stop. So if you know you're going to have a drive-through penalty at some stage, and you're close to it before you come into the pits, it might be worth just maybe cutting a chicane a little bit too, cutting Villeneuve just a little bit too much, picking up that 1X, you suddenly get the black flag, you have to serve it. But iRacing penalties, you can serve and also take care of the car, which means that it's not as bad as a drive-through.
That's
it's done when you schedule a stop.
Yeah. That's true, because you can actually get away with it in another way than a drive-through just won't really allow you to do. But it all depends on the timing as well, and here mid-stint is just such a bad time to get hit with one of those. You really have no chance.
You can't extend it to your normal pit stop, can you? Yeah.
Just another look at that overtake. Brilliantly done. You can see Sam Kiter trying to come across, but realizing he's too late, and well realized as well, because just how right he was in that situation. Had he come across on Antunes, would have been a major incident between the two. Would have let Lolan Lemeray come back in through the race lead, at least with a certain amount of probability. So sort of settled further down in the field. Here's Jens Hoosens, who now leads for Sim District TCR Green. Paul King for Ignium in second, and then the aforementioned Flemish Sim Sports Red Machine, now driven by Martin Kevs. In third place, in BLC 3, it's Flemish Sim Sports Black leading with their Porsche ahead of the two BMWs of BMW B-Lux and Data Network Esports. It's still Adam Pinches and Olivier Fenerk behind the wheel of the two, or the wheels, if you will, of the two BMWs. Autobahn Küster in the 11 JWS Motorsports Porsche Cup car leading Flemish Sim Sports Yellow in the 999, and Thomas Leysen, who's in at the moment. And up at the head of affairs now is Jimmy Antunes, who's really coming under pressure though, and that's because they're catching up to the JWS Motorsports machine. And as we've seen before, Edward, we know that the Porsche Cup cars are not easy to get past. And even though you could probably say Boudeman Küster isn't really under any particular pressure, it's he takes a corner wide here, and that's both of the leading BLC 1 machines through. But it's let Sam Kiter right in underneath the rear wing of Jimmy Antunes. Do you think we're going to see a move into the chicane here, Edward? Well, it might just be.
I don't think the game is up yet. Sam Kiter very close in behind Jimmy Antunes. He might try and send one back, you know. They're very evenly matched on pace, and with back markers playing their part, who knows what could happen. And don't forget, Ludwig Kuster, JWS Motorsport, straight line speed is definitely there. He's not really losing too much in terms of ground to those up in front. Getting the slipstream from them all the way as well helps him in his race out to no end, especially considering, I believe it was Flemish Sim Sports Yellow, the car that was leading, the 999, having their penalty, dropping all the way back. cements their place, the number 11 car at least, at the head of the BL2 class. So BLC2 definitely in the hands of the JWS Motorsport. And having a look down towards at least BL3, and it is still Flemish Simsports Black, even if they have been involved in some light contact with back markers, mainly TCRs, going into both the two chicanes. They're still doing a good job up towards the front of the field, around about 40 seconds. This is Stefan Keremans again, that 911 TCR car struggling, damage on the front as well. That could be part of the equation. They're just not having the best of times to be sim racing TCR car.
I'm afraid not. They have been struggling, and they seem to be struggling still. It took him 30 seconds almost to get out of the gravel trap. There is also a very inopportune spot to be in. You can't really get the car turned around. Oh, Sam Kurtzert being held up by the Flemish TCR here. Of course, no fault of the Flemish machine. They have a right to exist as well, and that's the life of being a faster class car. That's just how it is. But it's cost precious seconds that Jimmy Antunes has been gaining. Now Jürgen Nockert has been having some kind of issue on his own in the non-temp car. That's into the first chicane. Oh, enters too quickly, misses the apex, and takes a 180-degree turn rather quickly. Finds himself pointing in the wrong direction. Gets it rolling again, though. Considerable time loss, but that'll be it. No real damage to the car, I think. Luckily, the 154 machine receives a 30-second stop and go for an unsafe rejoin. So, will certainly be worth noting. Just looking down here, that's Mike Hoosens for Sim District TCR Orange. Was getting hit with that 30-second stop and go penalty. So they've been off. And let's see. Oh, Hoosens is... Oh, you can see how it's caused issues! And he's had a... Oh yeah, that's a major one here. Just gonna have a look from the beginning. Just what caused it for Mike Hoosens, who had a bit of a touch to one of the GT4s. Then he gets touched himself. It's kind of in the middle of the track. Oh, then he...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really blame the stewards for slapping the penalty for the unsafe rejoining on that one. Not only did he have a little bit of contact, spin around and then put his foot flat to the floor, collided with the rear end of the duct tape racing TCR car. Unfortunate, especially when you get involved in a little bit of an incident. You're trying desperately to get back up to racing speed as soon as possible, but it's easy to do that unsafely, and I think Mike Hoosens is going to be, I think, probably holding his hands up and agreeing that it's justified that he has to come into the pits, serve a 30-second stop and go, then be on his way.
Indeed. Oh, and Thomas and Chad, I'll tell you what, next time I'm in the booth alone, if you're watching, you're more than welcome to swing by. That would be fun indeed. We've shared many jokes over the times. Anyway, Thomas Layson, who is second in BLC2, finds himself about 45 seconds down on Boudewijn Kuster, so about half a lap or so. They've managed to keep the 999 clean, but slightly down. We need more puns. Well, we'll do our best to increase the level of puns. I'll tell you what, usually the level of puns increases as Ed and I get a little more tired as well and get into it, and especially as the race settled in as well. The thing is that the racing it hasn't really done that yet, has it? We've had action somewhere in the field pretty much at all times, and I don't recall a time, at least not yet here in these 3 hours and almost 40 minutes that we've been racing here so far, where it's really been dull in any way. And reflecting that is that the gap between the two leaders in BLC1 still is under 2 seconds. Sam Carter doing a very good job of staying on the tail of Jimmy and Toons out ahead. And indeed, Jacob, some of these liveries look very, very fine, and you can tell that a lot of the teams here have spent a great amount of time putting in the detail on the liveries. Carter here. And back to Nolan Limray. Only 11 seconds between Nolan Limray and Maxime Vandenhove as well. So all of a sudden GTE not by any means outside of reaching out for the podium spots. There's been a problem as well, I'm afraid, here for Janne Biersmans. Oh, who's also lost a position to Ronnie Heyman, and that's going to be an impact with the wall, I would have suggested. Yes, it is indeed.
Not too high speed, so I think Biersmans has gotten away with that just a bit. QSR Racing Esports back underway. A little bit of contact, but doesn't seem like the end of the world, so we expect to see him back up and running. Having a look towards Maxime Vandenhove. Lap time's coming through pretty decent from him as Steve Kleiss down the inside. That was a great little move between himself and Hans Damians. Down to the chicane. And, well, easy does it. Up the order now, up into 4th place in the BLC2 class.
Yeah, very much so, and that's the 2-man team, mind you, so great effort there from Steve Kleiss to grab that position and move on up. Here's Janne Biersmans, who had that moment less than a lap ago. It's now 2.5 seconds to the car ahead, driven by Ronnie Heyman. That's the duct tape racing machine. The 132 car, that is, of course. Here's Jürgen Nachart, who is in the number 10 car in 11th place. Just a tad ahead of Thomas Layson, second in his class. But this is a battle for overall position. Not that I think that they're really going to go into that sort of thing, but interesting how the Flemish GT4 machine's able to stay with the Lambo, at least through the middle sector, it seems. And as soon as it really gets to stretch its legs up ahead, the race is of course done for the GT4 Porsche. Speaking of that GT4 Porsche, driven by Sebastian Keimel, done such a great job so far in this race. They're still leading this one by almost 3/4 of a minute, so it's an impressive one. It's a very good lead. It's a very good look to their race over the opening hours here.
Sebastian Keimel, Simsort Black leading the way in the Porsche Cayman in the BLC3 class. Got on board. You can see that that's nicely destroyed. They are going to go 3 wide. That's a bit of heart and mouth stuff. You could hear Sebastian Keimel, the hesitation, the lift of the throttle. Keeps it back on the way though. Make sure to monster the curb on your way through. Never tire of seeing that, do you, Hassa? These GT4 cars just smashing it over that curve on that chicane.
Yeah, and it's I think it's something you really have to set the car up for perfectly, because the GT4s usually aren't that fond of a tall curb like that. So, but it's very much a case of trying to really straight line the chicane and just do all the turning before and then do a little bit of turning afterwards when the car's settled again. And something that you can see, these drivers know their way around Zolder. Certainly not the first time that any of these drivers have raced here. And it shows, and I think it shows as well in the maturity of the field as well. I've seen some very fine multi-class racing in here, and fairly clean as well. Just given just how challenging the track is, with 4 classes of cars that do differ quite widely on their pace. It's quite impressive that they're able to keep it running as smoothly as they have.
Yeah, it's good to see them keeping on going. Plenty of action keeping on going, to be fair. There's lots to dissect, lots to get into here, as we are around about 15 or so minutes from pit stops in this class, the BLC 1s. Sam Keiter reeling in just about Jimmy and Tunes, but the lap time is staying close together. It's only when the traffic comes through that the gap really changes, if it ever does. Jimmy and Tunes, though, still can't get over that great move he made, was it? Down the inside into the chicane, into Villeneuve. Easy does it, and I mean, we're going to be expecting drivers to come into the pits and change tyres, probably change driver as well. Some of the, I'm guessing they might put in their 3rd driver or go back to the driver that started the race. Depends, of course, the availability and also what they're thinking is best at this stage of the race when the action is still fairly close together.
Just glancing through for those close fights indeed. Oh, and Hans Damians has gotten back past there on Steve Claes. A battle for 4th place. Oh, Claes has had a bit of a spin in the hairpin. Just what happened to him here? We're gonna have a look at that. Oh, just carrying too much speed coming into the corner. Tries to get it turned quickly enough. Just about gets past. Or not past, but past. I realize how the two could be confusingly similar to one another. But indeed, Hans Damians is back ahead. And in 4th place in BLC2 now, being hounded by the Eagle Race Simulators car. The number 3 machine, they have a Lambo on their tail as well. That I think might be that the 86 of Davies Suffaliers, indeed it is. So a very nice looking machine. Them has to be set for the Eagle Race Simulators car, with the Eagle in above the rear fenders. Fitting in so well to the graphic that you don't really notice it at first until you have a closer look and realize, oh, that's an Eagle. Here's Scott McFall, whom we haven't spoken about for quite a bit now, finds himself just over half a minute down on Maxime Vandenhove. They've had a close fight, the Sim District GT3 car, here, the 145 machine, and the 99 of GT racing up ahead. It's spread out by now, and Jorn van den Akker 9.4 seconds behind in the JWS Motorsports number 5 BLC1 car.
Got quick look.
And that, by the way, is Steve Claes sneaking back through on Hans Damians in turn 1. So that battle's certainly still going between the two. But Damians has been distant by 3.5 seconds since that overtake. I think he got caught in this traffic here. Sorry, Edward?
was just going to say, it's a car that we don't see too much, is it? This older style Porsche 911 Cup car, because obviously we have the newer model in iRacing. But good to see it get one last hurrah in the Virtual Belcar 24 Hours of Zolder. Really fun car, one that definitely helped me in terms of getting better at iRacing. Made me learn how to actually how to drive a car without crashing it for once, and made me a bit more deft on the loud pedal, which has translated very well to even stuff like GT3. Even though you have obviously those things that help you out, the habits you learn from driving a car with no assists, no traction, no ABS, but still a little bit of downforce to send it through the corners with, does help you out to no end, especially when moving into GT cars afterwards.
Yeah, indeed, and there are those machines that are just set up like this that are such great cars for learning the Formula V, the Formula 3 cars. Generally, the basic open wheelers, all of them are translatable, and there'll be something to pick up in terms of how to drive the car, and especially with the Formula V, I think as well. That way you can get it to sort of be rotating on all four tires in every single corner, and you can really learn a thing about maximizing the grip and still going quickly, still carrying the momentum. And if you can translate that to a GT car, that's where there are certainly a few percentages here and there lying around waiting to be found in lap time pace.
I'll tell you what, I do like the look of that Valkyrie's rookie car. You can just see the sort of, for me, it's like it's all like you can see sort of the shining spec map coming through, don't you? It's a very, very nice looking car.
Yeah, it really is. It really is up there with the Flemish machines, who also make brilliant use of the spec map option to have shiny surface and stuff like that. Really looks pretty indeed. The Flemish livery just translates so well to basically every car you throw it onto, and that's something we have to join the choir in saying as well.
Even on the NASCARs, it looks good.
It looks good on anything. I can't imagine a car that it wouldn't look good on. So the car might look bad, but that's not the livery's fault, is it? And generally, it could be, but you could have a good look livery on a bad looking car anyway. Besides the point, that is
like the BMW, the M4 GT3. But I actually like the look of that car, and I've had this discussion before.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it.
I like it too, and it's grown on me. I think I still don't like the road-going version. Because
the road one's hideous.
Yeah, exactly, because there all of a sudden the huge nostrils just seem to be like they're completely out of proportion. But on the race car, big air intakes are a thing on race cars, and it sort of makes sense. And it has it has these huge wings and wide stance, and it all makes sense. It comes together in a way,
One thing I don't like though is the sound of it. The car doesn't sound nice. The BMW GT3 car, it sounds muted, and if you've heard it in real life, Passer, it sounds almost worse in real life than it does in iRacing.
Yeah, but it's true, but that I think comes down to the nature of GT3 racing with the balance and performance and the sort of restrictions that are on the engines, meaning that a lot of the engines are going to be running at what's basically going to be quite a bit below what they could actually produce, which I at least believe is a good bit of the reason why we're hearing especially GT3 cars that might not be as screamy, as shouty as we want them to. Of course, there are those that sound great, like the Porsche 911 are, but GT3 are, that is. But it's it is indeed a thing. But it's also that indeed also makes sense because I think being a non-turbocharged 6-cylinder, not a huge engine, and still putting out impressive power figures, that engine is going to be working to a larger percentage of its potential, and thus probably going to be making a bit more of a racket of itself as well.
I suppose that's fair, but still nothing beats the sound that we're hearing now. Budwig Kuster, the Porsche inline 6 naturally aspirated
Inline 6? What are you
Is it
talking
inline
about?
6? No, it's not inline 6, is it? No, it's
That's a flat 6, my friend.
flat 6. Yeah, flat 6. Not inline 6, flat 6. Naturally aspirated. Listen to it just scream, washes. Oh, beautiful.
And the new one sounds even better, if you ask me. It really has a nice howl to it. Be even more aggressive than the old one. Here's our new race leader, Jimmy and Toons. Here's Sam Kuitert.
Kept staying around about
And
1 second to 2 seconds, isn't it, Hassa?
Yeah, but I was just about to say, I think we missed the... Oh, there it was for the lead. We did not miss that one. It's been a few laps ago now, but certainly worth another look indeed. Very, very fine piece of racing from Jimmy and Toons to take the lead away from this Simtag E-Team number 2 car, driven by Sam Kuitert. The gap between the two, 2.6 seconds now. And it's about 40 seconds down to Nolan Lemeray, who had to take a drive-through penalty we suspected being on the base of iRacing penalty points. It's a drive-through penalty at 20 incident points, so it doesn't take a lot for the drivers to get hit with that hammer either. And as we spoke about as well not too long ago, it is indeed strict standards that the drivers are being held up against here. Thomas Layson still is on the tail of Jürgen Knockert. He's following the number 10 car around nicely. Maybe just taking a bit of an advantage from the slipstream here and there. Even though it's not really a track where you get much opportunity to do so. But a good job by Thomas Layson nonetheless to keep up with these faster class cars. We know the differences aren't that big between the quickest Porsche Cup cars and especially some of the lower to mid-pack BLC1 Lamborghinis, but still impressive to see.
Well, Thomas doesn't need to get involved in too many squabbles, as within the next 5 or so minutes expect to see BLC1 cars make their next pit stops. Not long before we see the likes of, well, race leader Jimmy and Tunes, Simon Kuitert, Nolan Lemeray, all make their way down pit road. Pit road, what am I talking about? I'm going into NASCAR terms now, Haas. I've been infected by the series.
Well, it does infect you, the whole oval side of things, doesn't it? And it's I've found myself calling the safety car the pace car now, which it took me some time to get used to calling it the pace car. Now it's I'm struggling with it the other way around. You can't win ever, can you? By the way, here is the 995 machine of Jacob Erlbacher, and he has not had a nice race. So had they in general, I think. The car looking rather beat up, I'm afraid. On the tail of the ART Sim Racing Porsche Cup car. And speaking of good-looking machines, I gotta say, for me, that's one of the top contenders as well. Let me just fetch it out there. Chris Lewis. And the 55 ART Sim Racing 1 machine.
Tell you what, that ART Sim Racing car does look very nice. Nice and clean. As we have a bit of a move here. A bit of action. Right above it. That was just... Is there something up here, Hassa?
Yeah, and I was just casting my mind back to something that Thomas Smets wrote in chat earlier about Navarro de Bover. He is 12 years of age, which is a pretty young man to be racing in iRacing. It's a complicated old thing, and it's pretty impressive to see at that age. Do keep at it, young man. And of course, Bovo coming from quite a bit away back in the pack here. These overtakes are of course going to be simple stuff. Overtaking the stricken 81 car, seem to pilot the car with the more confidence than some of his teammate has so far in this race. So in that sense, it's hats off to young Navarro de Boer. Oh yeah, of course it's Jeremy de Boer's son, which makes sense here, but it's what a way to have a bit of a father-son activity going on. Like, I believe Renzo and Joel Erlenbrook, who from time to time share the GTE Racing 99 machine.
Yeah, so interesting to see Navarro de Boer, Jane de Boer's son, going through, having a very good time of things, but having an even better time of things up towards the front. Is of course Jimmy and Tune's Sam Keitzer. They're having a good little scrap as well. Close, 1 second the margin as they come towards the pit stop phase now. 4 hours on the board. Tick that off. Or near enough to tick it off, because we're getting close to it, aren't we, Hasse? Very close to getting the 4 hour mark. Well on the way, well completed. And then it's just 20 hours of Zolder still to come. Jimmy and Tune's Sam Keitzer. What would you do if you were Sam here? Would you pit early, change your driver, get fresh tyres on, go for the outlap, or I don't know. It's going to be intriguing, isn't it? Because you want to extend the stint as long as possible, especially if you're going to be this close towards the end of the race. Having that shorter stop is going to do you absolute wonders.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can use the traffic now to gain track position before the pit stop, that's not going to be a bad thing either. I think it's also a question of where are they going to come out after the pit stops, and that can be a really hard thing sometimes to figure out. But indeed, Sam Keitzer is going to leave the car, I think, to Koen Klopman. That's what I imagine as well. Unless we're going to see Fabrice Cornelis come in for another stint, that could be as well. It is certainly a possibility. Sam Keitzer really looking to end his stint in a positive way here. And he's having a big old look up the inside of Jimmy and Tunes' car. Remembering well how Tunes sent his machine up the inside to take that position away from Sam Keitzer earlier in the race. So he's really wondering where he can find somewhere to repay him the favor and take back the position. Let's see if it's going to be pit stops this time around. Nope.
To stay out. Wow. This could be very, very intriguing in terms of what they do, because other drivers around them come in. Obviously, Trevor, Valkyrie Esports taking control of the car that was leading for a considerable stretch of time in the early stage until they had to serve a drive-through penalty from picking up what I will assume to be too many incident points. Didn't come up that there was any penalty to serve from the stewards, so we can safely assume that was due to incident points rather than anything granted by the always watching stewards. And then we can come down to, obviously, the battle between these two. Gunvan Højdunk, Danny Stufaliers. This is for what's currently at the moment 6th place.
Yeah, Sim District has been in for their pit stop slightly earlier than some of the other teams here, and find themselves on the tail of Simtag, the 86 Simtag car. Just gonna have their pit stop soon, so there really isn't much point in the two fighting. At least not too hard. Oh, that's Antunes who really wants to clear this traffic quickly. I wonder if it's going to be this time around, Edward. They've been stretching this stint, it seems. I think Antunes is going to be powering in, and Sam Keuter just follows him straight on into the pit lane. This is where you gotta make sure that you don't pick up a penalty. It's a tricky old pit lane as well, with lots of pitfalls, you could say. Lots of bits of wall that are sticking out and stuff to clip here and there. That it's one of those places to really stay awake, isn't it? Anyway, ahead of Sam Keuter is the Anash competition machine. There is the driver change, and it is Ricardo Ferreira taking over for Anash. It is Fabrice Cornelis taking over yet again for the Simtag number 2 team. And just how that is going to affect the race as it develops from here, well, we're just going to have to see. Johan van den Akker still out as well. This battle's still going. Quinn van Hooydonk still haven't found his way through on Davy Souffleurs. Might just be awaiting the pit stop round patiently. Would make sense instead of forcing the issue, especially at a time with plenty of traffic around them. In focus at the moment as well, Thomas Layson will, in gentlemanly fashion, let both the Lambos through. Expecting Souffleurs to come in, if not this time, then soon. Well, this time it is for David Souffleurs. And here goes Ferreira, leaves the pits. Here is Cornelis. It's just about 2 seconds between the two. Slightly quicker in the pit booth. There it is. So it seems they've taken maybe a little bit less fuel on, or they've somehow done it quicker, but not in the pit lane, it seems, all the time. One in the pit booth overall for an Irish competition.
I love that paint on the JWS Motorsport car. It just looks aggressive, like the Lamborghini itself. It goes with the angles, it goes with the shapes, red, white and black. You see it all the time on race cars. It gets a bit boring at times, but just the geometry, the shapes of it look really good.
It is indeed. It's in a sea of high standard liveries, I think, in this series. But yeah, it's true. It's a really nice looking machine. Especially it's not bad looking at a distance, but it's once you get a little bit closer and you can really appreciate the details in it, that it just appears just how nice it is. But that said, by the way, we are closing in on evening time. As you can see, of course, sim time, as mentioned earlier, just about 10 minutes ahead of what we are at least on Central European time. But with a sim date of July 3rd, expected to remain bright and sunny for a few more hours before darkness really sets in. And that's something we haven't really even mentioned, Edward. It gets properly dark here at Zolder. There isn't much lighting all the way around the track, and it's really at night that the comparison that many people seem to make with this track and the Nürburgring really gets a sort of justification, because it is sort of the same feeling driving around here when it's dark with the walls close. There's just grass, walls, and you know that, any mistake, any slight lapse in concentration is most likely to get severely punished. And it's a place to really stay on your toes.
Yeah, so drivers in the pits, some drivers out the pits. Obviously the front runners all out the pits, and it's close between our Nage competition and Fabrice Cornelis. Fabrice Cornelis. Still around about a second the margin between the pair of them. That's how it's Thomas Layson getting it all sorts of wrong, but keeping out the wall at least. 9 Flame Resistance yellow car avoiding damage. This is Stefan Karamaz again. This chicane just isn't able to get the direction change in. Tyres probably wearing off a little bit as well. Don't forget, pretty much not all, but most of the TCR drivers came in at the 3-hour mark, so those tyres have gone a full hour's distance, expected to run about another half hour more before their next change. Let's not forget as well, those rear tyres, they've been on probably since the start of the race. Unlikely to see any drivers opting to change rear tyres. Maybe once, depending on how worn they are, but to be fair, those rear tyres, they do last a heck of a long time.
It's incredible to think about the fact that they're under so little strain that they can last driving at race speed, race pace, at race...
Yeah, for definitely a long chunk of time. I think I remember driving in one of the old Simracersworld endurance events in the TCR, and our tyres, those were back when it was 6-hour endurance races. Those tyres lasted the whole distance quite handily. I think the worst was around about 80%.
Yeah, and with
that
those...
was after 6 full hours, so...
With those... Yeah, it would be sort of possible to do so with those sort of figures. It might make sense to still swap them in the middle, but, you know... It's something I've never really thought about.
Where they got that worn. It was at Spa when they got to 80%, so a very high wear track. Could be interesting to see what they do here at Zolder, another circuit that does use the tyres a fair bit, constantly cornering, never really resting, apart from... I think this is one of the few places where you can get any sort of meaningful rest from having to turn the wheel one way or the other way. But Fabrice has closed the gap now to Ricardo Ferreira. Arnage competition, feeling the pressure just a touch. As well, would it be fair to call Fabrice Cornelis Mr. Belcar, Mr. Virtual Belcar? We've seen him around a lot, haven't we? He's a very capable driver. Knows what needs to be done in these situations. And could be on to take back the lead of the race for Simtag E-Team.
And what a change that would be at this time. He's basically just come back into the car. The 2-second advantage has been absolutely demolished. But of course Fabrice has the advantage of being settled in the car already. He's done his double stint from the beginning of the race. You know exactly how the track is, and it's only going to be grippier now than when he was last in the car. That's not a difficult transition necessarily to make, and you can see he is dialed at the moment, right on the tail of Ricardo Ferreira. And I think we're going to see a change of position here within the next few minutes. I'd be surprised to see Fabrice Cornelis just accepting to be held up by anyone. That doesn't strike me as his style, Edward. I don't think that's what we're gonna see. He's gonna push to get past whenever possible. And another turn in the saga that is the 24 hours of Zolder here from the Virtual Belcar Series 2021 Season 2. The action keeps on going at the head of BLC1. Every time you think it's cooling down, it decides to... that's an early entrance to the hairpin from Ferreira. Firmly closing the door, and yeah, you can see the flash there. Fabrice Cornelis knows it. He felt that too. Had he gone for that, he would have been chopped. And that could have caused an incident, but of course, he didn't. And that's also always the mind games. As I said earlier in the race, we've seen these two teams come into argy-bargy with one another while racing, so it's there's very much a championship fight going on, and it's a close one as well. Edward, how do you see this progressing, and also thinking about the points that are on offer? At 6 hours, they're gonna want those. They're gonna think we need to be ahead at that point. So the strategy might be somewhat biased towards seeing and trying to get into good position at that specific time.
Well, that's why I love the Virtual Belcar Series, especially the 24-hour. It means that you get racing at every single juncture because they know when the points are scored, when the points are counted. Fabrice Cornelis knows what he needs to do, and what he needs to do is get ahead of Ricardo Ferreira at this stage of the race to get a move on and see if their move is on at this stage. As Mike Goosens gets into the wall, make sure he rejoins safely. Already been penalised for that once, that car. Making sure it's nice and safe as Navarra the Happy Motorsport by VT car coming through turn 2. Taking tyres. Thomas Layson for Flemish Motorsport Yellow is in second place, but that car is also expected to come into the pits soon. Difference in strategy in the Porsche Cup, though. Thomas Layson might be double stinting. I think they're double stinting at different phases, and maybe not if those tyres get any more used like that. Big lock of the brakes. Wow. That was filth, but in a good way. In the kind of filth to be like, that is nasty. That is such a great overtake from Fabrice Cornelis. He saw the opportunity, realised Ricardo Ferreira was giving too much space to the Ignium Motorsport TCR car and absolutely sent it, didn't he? Way down on the inside. This is it. Saw the gap opening up, realised, hang on a minute, Ricardo, you've left that gap wide open for me. I'll just come on through. Thank you very much. Wow. That was a great overtake from the Simtag E-Team number 2. And now they're in the number 1 spot. Can they break rank? Can they get ahead? Clear a path, as actually we have a little bit of an interesting fight here. Yano Hao in 4th place, trying to get up into the podium places, right up behind Jerome Charvet.
Meanwhile,
Charvet.
Edward, I've done the endurance thing, where you take a snack or a bite of your cookie, or in my case it was 3 wine gums. But you mute the mic because you're eating, and then you forget to turn it on, and then something great happens, and then it doesn't get heard. Of course, at least the lovely commentary by Edward May did come through, so it wasn't in complete silence that we saw that awesome move for the race lead by Fabrice Cornelis. But I just wanted to catch up on the fact that it sounded like I was being silent indeed about something that I would never usually be silent about. So that might even be a slightly worrying fact here. Indeed, Jerome Charvet in the 667 Valkyrie Esports by Francorchamps Miniatures machine. Just like its sister car, beautiful livery as well. And I gotta say, Edward, it would be between this one, and maybe we'd have to then discuss who would be the contender up to against the Valkyrie cars for overall best livered. Standards are high, but this just has that little bit extra for me.
I quite like the Sim District GT3, the BMS Vibe esports car. That's a very nice one, currently being driven by Vin van Hooydonk. Also Jens Goosens, both those 2 cars looking very nice. You can see Jens Goosens leading in the TCR class. Then again, 5th place in the BLC 1 class, the Lamborghinis.
I get you on that one. Edward. But so for me, this could be if you see it from a slight distance, against a manatee racing car. It's a sort of color combo that you've grown accustomed to seeing also with the Monster, the Monster energy drinks and stuff like that. I feel like the Valkyrie cars are just that little bit more unique, and I love the mirrored livery as well. And I think to me this is an absolute gem indeed. Not that the rest of the flock are by any means bad looking, but they are, however, seeing some hefty company here from a recurring Jarno de Houw. Having gotten back into the car, he gets a very good run here on the outside down towards Villeneuve. I think he's going to stay in there. He is. He's going to brake late. He's going to take the position. And if he stays on, which he very much does, that's third place.
Charvet's been turned around. Charvet got spun round by the Porsche, Hasse.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
They were battling into the corner. Charvet massively late on the brakes. Goes into the corner.
Oh, that is heartbreak.
Oh.
That might be a penalty for that Porsche as well. That's the ART Sim Racing 1 machine. But I'm not quite sure of that. We'll have to see what the stewards have to say about that. But it's an unlucky situation. And for a minute there, our timing board said 1 second between the two cars. It's indeed 12.5 seconds that they've lost on that incident. We've had a problem for Maxim Rubruk as well. That's the Brab car who collects the 29 after going over the curbs. You could argue that there wasn't quite enough space left there. Breeze Connolly still with company from Ricardo Ferreira, who is by no means given up. The Arnage competition driver on the 23 car, still very much in with a shout here. We're 10 minutes away from the final break that we're going to take in this first part of the stream. And it's my excuses.
Well, that was...
Yeah.
Ricardo, he's really trying to stay in touch with Fabrice. If he was just to stay behind, he could have lost touch, could have lost the slipstream. So instead, wants to make sure Fabrice does not have an easy time of things, and that should the traffic favour Ricardo next time by, he's in the perfect space to try and capitalise. He already lost out once because of traffic. He doesn't want to lose out anymore.
Oh, good point. A good point indeed.
So actually, look at that, Hasse. The sun's starting to set. You can see the different sheen coming off of the cars now down into turn 8. Getting a little bit later in the day where the drivers can see the track cooling off, see the light dimming, and realise this is probably into getting close towards happy hour when the track is at its coolest, at its fastest, and the light is still there for the drivers to really attack into the corners. Just pitching the car nicely through the corners. Getting through past. Again, seeing those two pink cars together is a nice shot. Get your screenshots out for that, everyone. Then the Carrera Arnage competition car swiftly moves on in pursuit of Fabrice Cornelis, who is currently one of the fastest, if not the fastest, driver on track in his class. Definitely a very, very quick start to this stint from Simtag E-Team 2. Putting him in the car is definitely working wonders for him. You've started the car, put them up into a good spot at the early stages of the race, and then from then until now, teammates have done a great job. Now he's back in and able to snatch back the lead of the race, and you'd expect, should nothing else happen, that Simtag E-Team to come across the line in class lead position, in overall lead position, and bag some good points for their championship hopes. Also, comes down to a lot of different factors in terms of what happens if there's any incidents with traffic. Ricardo Ferreira dealing with traffic himself, just through turn 1. Seeing in the YouTube chat is Christoph Geldof cheering on the number 10. Kevin Onaka, RP Motorsport behind the wheel there. Number 10 currently in 11th place, seeing if he can get inside the top 10, of course. And there's also plenty more cars out on the track as well. In fact, I think we're seeing some TCR cars start to battle the touch. Ronnie Hayman, Mike Goosens together. Ronnie Hayman for Duct Tape Racing. Around about half a second behind the Sim District GCR orange car, so that could be a battle for 5th place, starting to heat up. Keep my eyes on that. Then traffic starts to come through for Fabrice this time into turn 8. You can see the, I think the Simracersworld car, number 13, Keanu Bourguignon, just up the road. But for all in all, relatively clean lap this for the leaders. So they can start to match pace or compare pace to one another. And it is Fabrice that is the slightly faster driver and the clearer run. Cross line with the 1 minute 29.3. 1 minute 29.7 for Ferreira. So margin of around about 0.4 of a second. But Arnage competition getting some love in the chat. Jimmy and Tunes, who's been having a great job behind the wheel now that he's out, cheering on his teammates in the YouTube chat. Good to have as many people as we have here along for the ride on Simracersworld TV. All the drivers getting some love there. Number 99 getting cheered on, but here we go, so this is the fight. Ronnie Hayman right up behind Mike Goosens, and there's definitely damage to the front end of that TCR car, so it's going to be a tricky job, I think, for them to stay in front.
Yeah, certainly going to be challenging. It was a big hit they took, I'm afraid. And we say it's well built, but we usually don't see that kind of damage on the TCR, so that really tells us that the Sim District orange machine is taking a major hit to the front of the car there. Ronnie Hayman alongside him here into the first chicane. Oh, they almost touched. How they didn't touch there, I have absolutely no clue. And I suspect Ronnie Hayman will be not necessarily livid with it, but it's, let's see. Oh, that's actually perfectly clean racing from the two of them. Fair and square. Very, very well taken through the chicane by Mike Goosens, who keeps the position at least temporarily. Paul King is in the pits here. And I wonder, getting a tire swap. That'll be front going on it. And that means that Jens Goosens will be sitting on a comfortable advantage out ahead. But he has yet to do his pit stop as well. It is the pit window right about now here for the TCRs. With the Sim District TCR green machine doing a very good job of extending the stints as long as possible. Here is Janos Sinor. And only about 5 seconds clear of Lucas Romano in the PSR car. Those two could certainly come together quickly. Oh, and here's Alex Baines, who's had an issue prior to this already in the first chicane, entering too quickly and spinning around. Right round like a record, Edward. Did you spin him round like that, or No, I'm sorry. Puns has been asked for, and puns shall sort of out of the blue be delivered. Especially to keep you on your toes as well, since you were so lovely and sweet to give me the same treatment earlier. Out ahead here, Fabrice Cornelis is leading he hasn't managed to really dispatch Ricardo Ferreira in any way, because he's still there, just about a second down. It's very, very good indeed.
Yeah, both of them coming up to traffic just up ahead. They were able to get through on Keanu Bourguignon. For Simracersworld, you can just see there a car that's in 9th place, just in the background behind Ricardo Ferreira. Got TCR to navigate here. It should be simple as for Ferreira, which it is. Just put flat to the floor, getting on through. And then they've got a couple of Lamborghinis to try and pass as well, which could be difficult, especially if they are relatively on pace. Damage, though, to the front of Fabrice Cornelis's car is it's definitely visible. You can see it there. It's not the healthiest looking at the front, but it still seems to be doing all right in terms of lap times.
Yeah, and I
Can't
think
quite see it from that angle, but here we go.
Yeah, but I think it's also a question of not really mattering all that much. We don't have a huge amount of high-speed corners where you really need every bit of downforce that you can get, and we don't have these super high-speed straights as well, where the added drag is going to be something that costs you major time, like it would at Le Mans or Spa or somewhere like Daytona. So I think basically it's just the track also playing out to the advantage of those, having picked up just a little bit of damage, nothing too heavy, as it seems to be the case here for the Simtag E-Team number 2 car.
It's just trying to get through, trying to not get too involved. This is Jeremy Chavez now getting lapped, actually, by class leader Fabrice. Let's not forget, Valkyries were leading at the early stage of the race, weren't they, Haas? A very good job from them to get up into the lead, but all of a sudden, they found themselves very quickly 1 lap down, and that was partially down, I think, to that penalty they had to serve.
Yeah. And that's how it is once you get that penalty and you fall off the pace ever so slightly, and they might also just not have the same quality and depth. And I'm not saying this to be critical of the squad driving the 667 machine in any way. It's just a testament to the quality of the Simtag E-Team number 2 machine and the Arnage competition team as well that we're seeing this at the moment. But it's just a single lap, it's a minute and a half, and in the grand scheme of things, it's an amount of time that's quickly lost, so they have to just keep their head down and keep chucking at it, and things could indeed come their way later in the race. Interesting, however, here that after 4 pit stops for all the leading BLC1 machines, a bit of a twitch there for the Flemish GT4. GT Racing has managed to get back up into 3rd place here, about 20 seconds clear of the Valkyrie car. And still, of course, on the lead lap. Very hectic period in terms of traffic right about now, that a lot of the lead BLC ones are having to negotiate, and it's both lapped Lamborghinis as well as every other class of cars, and certainly keeping everyone on their toes. Still a second and a half out in front for Fabrice Cornelis. Just scouring through the field, a lot of gaps in the range of like 4, 5, 6 seconds between cars, where it's close, but it's not that close. It's not like they're really scrapping away for position, but it's certainly close enough to keep people honest and working hard, because it's the sort of gap where you can't really allow to make much of a mistake, and you'll find the advantage all but gone. And in that sense, it's still close enough as well for a lot of stuff to happen and a lot of stuff to change as well. We are 4.5 hours plus a wee bit into this race, and we're gonna take another just about 5 minutes break. Edward and I are gonna get up and stretch our legs and maybe make another cup of coffee, Lord knows. But we're gonna get back to you in about 5 minutes time for the final hour and a half of part 1. Part 2, by the way, is gonna take you through the night. There's gonna be no commentary available, I'm afraid, on that part of the stream. And for most part, not with our goodwill, but we just haven't been able to. And Edward and I will be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Central European Time, of course, 8 o'clock in the morning, Greenwich Mean Time, to take you through the closing 6 hours of the race with full coverage. And we'll do our best to really pick up on the pieces and what's happened throughout the night at that point. Anyway, 5 minutes it is. We're gonna be back with you shortly indeed. and with that, we're back for final part, our final slice of part 1 of the stream, if you will. Edward and I, my name, of course, being Hazelrömer. It is a great pleasure having you all along for this evening's broadcast. And some great racing we've had on display already here in the opening 4.5 hours and a bit. And I think Edward as well will agree that it's been really good so far.
Yeah, I'll be sad to exit the comms box, but it's for a good reason. It gets late on in the day. I know for you, Hester, I think you're about an hour or 2 hours. I think you're an hour behind me, so we exit the comms box. It's 9 o'clock, and we can't really stay around for another 6 hours.
No,
after this one, as much as we'd like to.
But Jakob says it as well. You sound so tired. That's because I am. But indeed, it's keeping me on my toes as well, and it's keeping me interested. And thank God for the fact that we're not having a dull race in any way. Because if that was the case, then 6 hours can turn into a long time all of a sudden. But that's very much not the case today. It's been enjoyable. It's been great to watch. And indeed, I'm also going to have a good night worth of sleep before coming back in the morning as well, as we said before the break. We've had a problem here for Bad Firestein. That's the 29 car, again, Revolution Racing Enduro, who's had a tough old cookie of a race, I'm afraid.
So here we can see Tom Van Gimande. Whatever. Tom. Here we have Tom, who's currently in P2. Watching it over the curbs. Under considerable pressure from the other Tom, Thomas Stockmans, in behind. Data Network Esports. There are 2 BMWs. They still look quite big, don't they? Even compared to something like the wider GT3 cars. It's expect a GT4 car to look like, of course, just a sort of ordinary, I don't know, what they call a saloon car, isn't it? Just an ordinary car that you'd see on the road, you wouldn't bat an eyelid at, but all of a sudden it's got wing on, trim at the front, all of a sudden it's on a racetrack, which is why I really do enjoy these GT4 classes. You see some cars that you don't usually expect racing and being quite competitive.
Yeah, absolutely so. And there's been some really interesting GT4 machines built as well over the years.
Was it the Caterham? Not the Caterham, the KTM.
The KTM, I was just about to mention it. The Crossbow, yeah, exactly. And amongst others, as Chess does indeed come to the answer. By the way, it's Tom van de Kimmenade. It's not that hard, I guess. This is one of the places where the limited Dutch I do speak does indeed come into handy, you could say. But yeah, very nice battle here we're seeing for second place. It's kicked off while we were away on a bit of a break. And it seems to be the sort of a rule here that whenever we go away for a few minutes, stuff kicks off, and it kicks off here again into the first chicane. Thomas Stockman's not really content with sitting behind the BMW B-Lux machine. The Mage. Oh, and here he goes through into Villeneuve. That looked like Tom van der Kimmenade not wanting to fight too hard at this current time for that position. And up ahead, it's now Thomas Stockmans. They're chasing down the leading Flemish Simsports black machine, driven by Dave Hillink. The gap, though, about 55 seconds.
Yeah, Gilling. To be fair, not just Dave, but the whole Flemish Simsport Black team doing a great job, haven't they, so far this race? Putting a very strong performance in GT4 class BLC3. Then, of course, TCRs well, Simdistrict GTI Green, after an early fight with Ignium Motorsport, a little squabble between the pair of them, that's seen Paul King drop back, unfortunately, in Ignium Motorsport, and Jez Goosen's way up in front. As Ricardo Ferreira gets in on the action, sees some back markers, in fact, sees a little look down the inside of the Dynamics Racing Blue Steph Del News TCR. Again, the GT4s provide us with some acceleration, so the GT3s, the Lamborghinis. To be fair, every class has had their time in the spotlight. There's not really been many a dull moment this evening.
There really hasn't, and it's as I said before, it's been great throughout, I think, and surely and one of the best races, at least for the opening part. Someone's gone off here. I think that might be Thomas Protpucky for Eagle Race Simulators. A big old lock-up of the brakes into Villeneuve. Running across the gravel and leaving a cloud of dust. Like a dry Paris-Roubaix indeed. It's now 2.2 seconds between Cornelis and Ferreira. Cornelis doing a great job of slicing through the traffic, still remaining safe as ever. But just extending that advantage where he can. Certainly not turning out to be an easy job in any sort of way. That should be underlined quickly. And then Kim van Huydonk, who's 10 seconds down, or just a bit less than, actually closer to 9, down on Jérôme Chavet for Valkyrie. Ahead of them is Jarno de Houwen GTE Racing in 3rd place. Vince Peters in the 11 JWS Motorsports machine still leads in BLC2. Which means it's certainly time we get our class display updated. Because we've had a driver change since then. They lead ahead of the 999, still driven as well by Thomas Layson. And then Chris Lewis for ART Sim Racing 1 in 3rd. And that's in the BLC2 class. And BLC3, as we mentioned not too long ago, it's Dave Hillink for Flemish Sim Sports Black, leading Thomas Stockmans for Data Network Esports, and Tom van der Kimmenade for BMW Belux. And BLC4, Jens Hoosens for Sim District TCR Green leads Paul King and Martin Curves. Paul King, of course, driving for Ignium, while Martin Curves piloting the Flemish Sim Sports Red Machine. That is a rundown of the podium. Running order throughout the classes. We saw a few minutes ago as well, Edward, that all of a sudden you see these areas of congestion that sort of appears on track as chance would have it from time to time, that a lot of cars gets put into a small amount of space, and all of a sudden things get very, very hectic indeed. And that's just those moments where you really got to stay sharp, and once the fatigue really begins to set in, that's going to be a bigger factor later in the race, especially for the drivers. Thinking about, we're getting a little bit tired. We've been on for a fair few hours as well now, Edward, but from a driver's point of view, when you've been up and sometimes you can't really fall asleep in the night because you're checking out how it's going with the boys and still listening in and checking in, and it's just going to be a few hours through the night, and maybe you got the early morning stint, or you're one of the drivers going through the night with the graveyard. Regardless, when the fatigue really begins to build and you get these congestion zones of traffic, that's just such a hard thing to manage. And especially on a track like Zolder, we've seen it before at these 24-hour races, where late in the race, all of a sudden, there are these waves of incident that sort of pops up because a lot of traffic happens to be close to one another. So it's certainly a thing worth keeping our attention upon and staying awake too, especially as the drivers start to enter the night. Speaking of which, we're going to check the track stats and of course the time as well. Sim time, just over 8 o'clock. We do really begin to see the sun not really setting yet, and I think it's gonna be gonna be light enough for the next couple of hours, I guess, even, and then we're gonna see the night. But 21-degree track temp now, which means that it's getting nice and cool for the drivers to keep their tires within an optimal working window, which is always nice.
Yeah, it's just good to see. We've got drivers staying out there, keeping involved in all of the action, going right until the end. We've got GT3s together, Adrian Brzezinski, Rzichny, I think, GeForce Experience Blue, Kurt and Owenaka all together on the track together. So definitely some intriguing developments so far this race. You can see both of them nursing a little bit of damage. Actually, it was Adrian who was able to get ahead, I think, just now. Yes, he has just been able to make the overtake. You can see he's got the number 12 on his number board compared to the number 11 in behind, but that will, of course, switch on over when they come across the line. Watching all of this unfold, I was going to say maybe it's going to be Adrian trying to streak away, but it's not really the case, is it? Kurt is staying with him, being nice and close, that constant presence, which is something you don't want to always have in your rear end. And of course, that constant presence is coming through from Ricardo Ferreira and Fabrice Cornelis, who's now 1 and 2. That order is, I think, been switched around us, and as we've seen that order swap around more than a couple of times. In fact, actually, I think there's just been a change because Ricardo Ferreira wasn't always P2. So Hassa, I think there has been a change for the lead.
That is quite interesting. It's recently happened as well. Just as I've become unmuted.
Oh, it was a mistake.
Oh, yeah, a mistake for... I wonder, we're gonna go on board here to see just what happened.
It was the curb.
That was the curb indeed. Something you didn't maybe expect to see, but there it is. Chess knows how it is, by the way, with the whole mute game. He's strong on his snack game while commentating as well. I've caught him as well on time. Being I'm through on the wine gums now, Thomas. I'm into what in Denmark is known as snack chips. It's a very particular kind of potato chips that are Very, very good. Come with a very, very certain kind of sour cream and onion spice blend. They are brilliant. Oh, never, Chess, never. Never. Just...
I've been quite good today. I haven't been keeping myself muted when I've been speaking. I've been quite well behaved. Usually it's either one or the other. Usually it's either me or you, but I'm keeping myself well behaved.
It's easier to do in Discord, I think, than it is in OBS.
See, I've got a fancy microphone that I can just sort of tap a little button, not even press a button, but just sort of like brush my finger against it, and it mutes itself, which is very handy. It's got a big red light on it, so I can see.
Yeah, if I do that, it says "tukunk." That's the problem with the big old Yeti, and that's how it is. It's good that we have an unmuted Edward May to take you through the action when I'm.
Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it'd be better to have a muted Ed May for the next little while. Give you all a bit of a rest for your ears.
Don't bully me as if I'm not here.
Oh dear. Oh, podcast Jacob joining in on all the action. We can't keep him away from the comms box for too long. Has to always be involved, doesn't it, Eva? Glad to have him here. Glad to be involved. It's been a fun 5 hours, Chaz.
Yeah, it certainly has. I just thought I'd pop in and say hello very briefly because I wanted everybody to know that I'm an absolute idiot, and in taking over my stint overnight, I looked at a very old screenshot of our roster that we have and have come home an hour early to get set up. So I now have to sit for an hour and listen to you two bully me over the fact that I eat when I broadcast. But Hass is very right in bringing that up because he has often caught me with a mouthful when he's asked me a question. And Apex.
I've caught Hass earlier. I distinctly heard something in his mouth at the early, I think, first hour or so. So Hass couldn't even much better
myself. I'm not much better myself. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to eat dinner, which I luckily was. But you gotta keep fueled. You gotta keep running. I was actually considering a bottle of wine, but I thought, you know what? I'm afraid which kind of direction things are gonna take if I get into that mode. So I think it's silly enough already as it is. No need to add to that factor. We've had a brilliant race though so far. I don't know how much you've seen, Chaz, but to me, it's been one of the best Belcar races in general. It's been one of the best 24-hour races so far as well, and the lead battle currently being kept apart by about 4/10 of a second.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one certainly, and I mean we've said it before that there's never any lack of entertainment in these sorts of races. It's absolutely awesome. So it's I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye on things as the broadcast goes on anyway, so just because it's going to be a pretty unmanned broadcast, everybody, do not worry. When my PC is doing its bit later on, I will try and keep an eye on things. But for now, boys, I'm just going to shoot off. I was going to just come and say hello and thank you for your continued commitment, and I will be on air with everybody in about an hour.
No worries, Chaz. Good to have you in the comments box, and yeah, hope everybody in the YouTube chat will enjoy the coverage for hours. I think it's 6 until 18 because, of course, it gets late in the day. Me and Hassa can't stay here forever. We have to get some sleep at some point, and I definitely need more beauty sleep than others. Got to keep my good looks up somehow.
Well, indeed, and what we're seeing as Chess is checking out again is some of the best racing that we've seen in a long time. That's continually happening here for the 5th consecutive hour for the class, and not just class lead, but for the overall lead of this race here, with Fabrice Cornelis retaking the lead from Ricardo Ferreira after his mistake not too long ago. No 24 hours of commentating challenge. No, Kim, I'm sorry. I did that once like 3.5, 4 years ago. It wasn't on iRacing, but it was on GT Sport. I didn't do the full 24 hours. I did. It was overall, okay, this is the deal. Overall, it was 27.5 hours of streaming because there were breaks and stuff in between. And I think I did 22 of those 27.5 hours of streaming live, and I was absolutely devastated mentally in a way that I have never been before and that I never hope to be again. And that was one of those experiences like, okay, I've tried this and I will not do it again because it was just that little bit too much.
I think you need a co-commentator for that one. I could never do it solo. I can see
No.
Chaz is up for giving it a go. 24 hours of commentary. And I mean, I managed 12 hours last Virtual Belcar. In the last Belcar 24, I think I had the mad midnight 12-hour graveyard shift where I think I was partnered with Chaz and then Hasse for, I think, Hasse, were you the second part when I was very tired and delirious?
Yes.
And we were feeding off of each other.
Yes, that was hilarious.
That was a fun little bit of time, and I think I've come a little way since then in commentary. I think we could easily do a 12 if we wanted to, but of course availability time constraints don't really allow for that. Maybe next year, me and Chaz will hook up together and do a 24 hours commentating challenge if he's game for it. He seems to be.
I'll hook on to it and help out and come in and entertain and do a bit of
Eat your wine gums.
here and there. Yes, I'll chew and let's not go any further into any sort of innuendo. Anyway, Edward, I was just thinking about something and then I seem to have forgotten. But regardless, it's been some good action. We are 1 minute away from the 5-hour marker of this race, and I just don't recall having seen a race that's been kept this close at the front of affairs for 5 hours indeed. And this in the way that this one has as well. So we're seeing Kent van Huydonk in the pits, of course. It's very much a pit stop window as well now, as these drivers is going to go into the second part of their double stint. Of course, anticipating double stints. There could be triples on the way as well. We'll have to see if there's any surprises later on.
Yeah, I'm just watching. The gap still staying close as ever between the front runners. Fabrice Cornelis leading the way. Points, obviously, like you mentioned, has scored at the 6-hour marks. So you get points at the 6-hour mark, points at the 12-hour mark, and points at the 18-hour mark. And, of course, points at the end of 24 hours of racing here at the wonderful circuit. Zolder. Very close, isn't he? Not too far away. Could definitely capitalise should another mistake creep on in from Fabrice Cornelis. Simtag E-Team number 2 has done sterling jobs, though, hasn't he? Up towards the front of the field. Don't forget, he took the lead in the first few moments, first few corners. Got the jump on Valkyrie Esports into turn 1, swept around the outside through turn 2. Had a little bit of a moment later on and lost out to, obviously, Valkyrie Esports, but on our competition, put it on pole position. They are ones to watch in terms of this race later on. They've got a very strong lineup of drivers, as does Simtag E-Team. There's a reason why they're only a second apart after 5 hours of racing. Will it be the same, though, Hasse, after 24? I sincerely hope so.
Well, you know, given the evidence we have to go after right now, there isn't really anything to suggest that it's going to spread out a lot in the course of the night, isn't it? It's just if we wake up in the morning and, you know, have our morning coffee and turn on the stream and see that it's still the case that they're duking it out and still within a few seconds of one another, I would be elated indeed, because from there on, we pretty much know that we'll be in for a fantastic finale, should that be the case, which I sincerely do hope it will, for the sake of entertainment, and also for the sake of the drivers, knowing how much these drivers enjoy racing as well. Cornelis there, the first to blink with this pit stop, 5 minutes and 2 seconds into the race. That's not exactly the case. 5 hours, 2 minutes and 2 seconds into the race, making their 5th pit stop.
Now, I think we need to focus on Ricardo Ferreira up at the front. Is he going to have traffic on his in-lap? Is he got a clear run all the way through till the pits? 7,000 I-rating driver for our Nage competition, who's done a great job in this stint. A little bit of traffic coming up. You can see one GT4 car already dispatched. But there's a TCR car incoming for the next corner. There's a plume of smoke as well. That was the other TCR car, I think, having a little bit of a moment. Was that potentially Lucas Romano? I want to see. I think that might have been Lucas with a slight error going into the chicane. Comes back on the circuit, Lucas, I can see. So everything okay in that situation, just stopping in the gravel nice and safely. Yes, it was. Just a touch on the grass on the way into corners, and how many times have we seen that happen? I've done that numerous occasions. Far too many times to mention, actually. It's not a pleasant thing, but a very easy mistake to make nevertheless. So, Ricardo Ferreira did have traffic, but has it slowed him down too much? Are we going to see him dive into the pits? Yes, he does. Straight on, almost like the brakes fail, but he gets it stopped in time for the left, then the right, then the double yellow cones to get onto the pit limiter. All the way through towards his pit stop. Going to be focusing on his relative as he gets stopped into the box.
Yeah, but an
Keeping
interesting thing
in the number 2 car.
An interesting thing, Edward, is that Ferreira here is not using his pit limiter. And he's doing that to just be able to go that little bit quicker. As you see, he's doing 60 instead of 59. And then he'll switch on the limiter late here as he comes to a stop. As when he accelerates, he doesn't want to go past 60k an hour. So really maximizing his potential pit time there.
That's what you get from drivers that are 7k rating. You see those little gains.
Well, actually now I'm gonna brush my shoulders massively here, but when we with the team that I race with Simtag, we actually do that as well because it doesn't really cost you anything, and you don't have to do any crazy sends on pit entry or anything. It's basically just getting used to doing it in a lower gear and at a soft throttle input where it's pretty easily controllable. And an added bonus is that you're going to be saving fuel as well. Here comes Ricardo Ferreira. Enough about my own exploitations. They are bleak indeed, especially in comparison with these drivers. Fabrice Cornelis is well clear, so the traffic seems to have really held up Ricardo Ferreira on that in-lap. And the gap is now 2.2 seconds here, Edward. So it's been a wise move, it seems. And the undercut worked out well for the Simtag E-Team number 2 machine that not only retains, but also builds on the lead here.
Yeah, too much traffic, unfortunately, for Ricardo on that lap. Definitely not his fastest effort around this circuit. So loses out. Again, just going to watch Thomas Stockman's. He's been passed by James Slate's Ferrari Motorsport on track position there, although they are in separate classes. The GT4 driver passed by the GT3, so a relatively easy overtake there for James. And looking back from Thomas Stockman's to the other Tom in the 100 BMW, just leaving enough space for the Lamborghini to go down the inside into the chicane. And that's very tricky when you are in the slower class cars, maybe even in the mid-class cars in the GT4s, because not only have you got fast cars to worry about behind you, you've got slower cars in the TCRs to worry about just up ahead, and we're going to see exactly that come through for Thomas Stockman's, the Beta Network esports driver. Got GT3s behind him, TCRs up in front.
Yeah, exactly, and that's for the GT4s. It's a tough life because everybody else, except for the TCRs, is going to be, quite a lot quicker. But for themselves, having to go past the quickest TCRs, we often see that those classes get sort of mixed in together with one another as well in the longer races. The top TCRs mixing it in with the bottom of the GT4 field, and especially if the GT4s are running with a little bit of damage or something like that, all of a sudden you find that there really isn't all that much separating them. So it often leads to a bit of frustration, but you also often see a fair bit of cooperation between the drivers that across the classes. When they know they're not racing one another directly, the TCRs see no reason to hang out there in front of a leading or a high-placed GT4 machine just to be a nuisance, because hey, nobody likes that. So I think there's a fair bit of gentlemanship going on across the field in that regard, and that's always nice to see as well. It makes life easier for everyone and makes it all the more possible actually seeing the checkered flag.
Yeah, it really does. So, of course, if you can come through, avoid damage, avoid getting contact with other cars, it does mean you finish usually quite well. So, of course, sometimes it's a lot to be said for pure raw pace, which is what we see at the front. Reese Cornelis, even with the damage, still very strong. Trave just seen the car ahead that he's chasing. Finn van Hooydonk, Sim District GT3 by BMS. 5 Esports. Going down the inside goes Jerome for Valkyrie. And it's been quite an unfortunate race, hasn't it, Hasse, for Valkyrie? They started off so well, but have just gradually fallen down the order, getting drive-through penalties for too many incident points, and just, I think that was what really hurt them more than anything else, was that drive-through penalty. It's put them way down the order. They've also been lapped by the leaders that they were squabbling with just 2 hours ago. Not the best of times if you're a Valkyrie Esport fan, but they're still in with a chance. They can easily crack inside the top 5 if they can. Well, they're already in the top 5, but they can easily crack inside the podiums if they just, play to their strengths, play to the strategy, get something by the end of the race.
Yeah, that is a very good point, and they just gotta keep their head down and keep on chipping away at it, and the opportunities might just arise as the race progresses, and especially into the night. Things can change so quickly. So there's been a change in positions here in TCR as well. Or has there?
I think that was done through the pits potentially, as Martin Kerfs is up into second place ahead of Ignium Motorsport, who again consistently comes into the pits several minutes before everybody else in the class. They've been able to make it past the hour mark at least, so NX won't be too aggrieved with that. Actually, they haven't been able to make it at all past the mark, because we're expecting them in. When are we expecting them in? We're expecting them in at the 6 hour mark, aren't we? Yes, we are.
So there must be some reason that they're pitting in now. Might it be... Well, that's a very good question. It's one that I must say I'm a little bit at a loss to come up with a explanation. I could... it's always easy to speculate, but I don't really know. Oh, this is not the way to enter the pits for Peter Dennis. And finds himself touching at least the soft part of the barrier, so it's not going to hurt him as much as it could. Could have been much worse.
I've just seen, was the driver of that Ignium Motorsport car, I'm trying to think, was it Paul King?
Yes.
Because I think Paul King disconnected.
That is terrible luck for the Ignium team, and that would explain why Ben Hicks is now in the car. Indeed, we have Kim Behade confirming it as well, so it's a disconnect for Paul King that ends up costing a lot, I'm afraid, for Ignium Motorsports. And that's gifted second place in BLC 4 to Martin Kerfs and the Flemish SimSports red car.
Oh dear, you never like to see it. It's absolutely heartbreaking, especially when you're in a close fight for the podium, for even the race lead, potentially. That Ignium Motorsport definitely had the pace in it to challenge for the lead. That's just made Sim District's TCR car just a little bit more comfortable up at the front of the field. Sim District TCR green by BMS Esport. Nice and clean up at the front. Not really putting a foot wrong and getting a little bit of good fortune their way. There's some close fighting, I think, further back in the TCR class, actually, as we can come, if we can possibly hass it, to Dries Mays, who I think is very close to Jan Biesmans, which he is, who himself, in turn, is close to Christoph Herrimans.
A beautiful little...
Hermans.
Yeah, indeed. beautiful little three-way fight here. Dries Meijers, who is trying to recover things for the Sim District TCR Orange team. Started out well. Been sitting in third place for a large part of this opening 5 hours of the race. But they've also found themselves on the receiving end of some bad luck indeed. And looking now to recover some of what they lost earlier on. There's the QSR Racing esports machine of Janne Biesmans. And then the duct tape racing driven by Christoph Hermans. The number 10 sneaking on through. And speaking of that disconnect there for Ignium, they're back out running with Ben Hicks behind the wheel of the car, but they're almost one lap down on Flemish. And they're now more than 2 laps down on class leader Sim District TCR Green. So, all in all, it's been a terrible piece of luck for Ignium Motorsports here. And it's, even though they have some absolute top quality drivers on their roster, it's going to be a huge ask for them to get back in this one.
I think they're almost 2 laps down, actually. If we come down to look at where Jens Goosens is on the track, I think you'll see that he is just behind. Yes, he is. So, chasing down to try and put 2 laps on what was their nearest competitor. Bitterly disappointing for Ignium Motorsport. Unfortunately, that's the way things seem to go. Internet disconnects, they're never fun. I've had my fair share of those. Had one actually at the most recent Daytona 24. We still managed to hang on and win our class, but it was less fun than it should have been. Let's put it that way. It can go from a very nice, comfortable race to one where it all just starts to come unraveled. So for Ignium, they need to pick themselves off, dust themselves down, and get back up to winning ways, or at least their ways that they showed at the start. They have the pace to do it, and they've got the time as well, with just about 19 hours remaining.
It sounds insane saying 18 hours and 3/4 remaining in this race. And we're 5 hours and 15 minutes into it.
Look at the front end of that Arnage competition car. A little bit of damage, but I think it's mainly over the curbs. It doesn't seem to hamper the car. And to be fair, if one car has that damage, then every car has it. It's worth more as well to go over the curbs hard, pick up that damage, than it is to go through the curbs safely, not picking up anything. Yeah. Which is interesting, isn't it?
Look at the, I'm sorry, Edward, to cut across, but yeah, look at the traffic situation here as well. Really heavily congested. And Ferreira now being cut off as Fabrice Cornelis is yet again slicing through it like a hot knife through butter. Oh, look at that! Behind Ferreira's absolutely sending it. It's 3 wide up ahead. It's not even Ferreira sending it. That was actually, I think, the other Simtag car, the 86, if I'm not mistaken. And oh my word, that was rather mad as it shoots into the pits here. But the gap grown by about 2 seconds on that lap alone, as Fabrice Cornelis really starts to push through the advantage where he can.
Yeah, Fabrice got a bit of a break there in terms of the traffic, got through it when he could, and then Ricardo all of a sudden had cars going 2 wide, 3 wide up in front, trying to take advantage on the wake left by Fabrice as he made his way through. Ricardo Ferreira unfortunately lost out a lot of time, but it's just time with plenty still to go. Maybe not for the next maybe not for the 6 hour mark, of course, when points are scored. I think Ricardo is resigning himself to be in second place for then. But still, before the end of the race, Arnage competition can, you have to say, probably might make up that time just yet.
Oh, that's a good point. It is all about just staying as patient as you can and as level-headed as possible as well to deal with just those kind of situations in a nice, calm and positive manner, knowing that losing a few seconds in those situations with traffic really doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. But the mistakes that might arise from pushing hard, or too hard as well, that's really where races like this is going to be lost in the end, at least for most drivers. Sim Formula Europe is in the pits. Koen Bevers, Dave Gelink in the pits as well for Flemish Sim Sports Black. They're going to come out ahead, I think at least, of Tom de Kimenade, and they are, because they've gone in afterwards and they had a very decent advantage. I think they, however, there's something with the pit lane time of the pit stop for Tom van de Kimenade that doesn't quite stack up altogether. And he's ahead of Thomas Stockmans by 20 seconds at the moment. But that's going to change back at some point, I'm fairly certain. Here's Dries Maas, who we've seen before on the tail of Jarne Biesmans. He hasn't really been able to push home the advantage, but they've both been able to get past on Christoph Hermans. And I'm afraid Christoph Hermans might have had some kind of issue, actually, because he's... and Dave Gelink actually certainly has had an issue. That was in the well-trafficked bit. Look at this. Oh, and he gets touched and turned around. He manages to park it into the escape road nicely. Gives himself a good launch onto the straight. The Ignium car there as well, picking up a bit of dust.
It's like the M5, isn't it? On the rush home from work, absolute pandemonium. Cars literally everywhere. A huge traffic jam making its way into the final chicane.
And here,
Watching Dave Galen losing out as there's in contact. Alex Bayens in B Sim Racing GT4. Was that just across the nose potentially of the Duct Tape Racing TCR? I think that was Christoph Hermans. Yes, it was on board. I think that was, I don't know, that was probably on the GT4, I think, on that occasion.
yeah, because the GT or the TCR machine has no chance of really disappearing on the outside there, and it's the GT4 that has the superior
Inside
grip
line.
of the two, should be able to corner that a little bit quicker. So should have done that a little bit more, maybe, to make sure they stay on the inside and stay put, leave that room, that space that you always have to leave. According to a certain Spanish double Formula One world champion. It's something you always have to leave. And there is a certain truth to it. If one's out there, leaving the space. That's also something that's been hotly debated over the last week or so in the, around the interwebs and with motor racing fans and Formula One fans in particular. And I gotta say as well, Edward, I think sometimes the modern driving standards in Formula One are a little bit too physical for my liking. I know the modern machinery can, at least most of the time, stand up to the punishment and such, and in a very different way than they were not able to, I'd say, in the 1990s, for instance, where it really didn't take much to break the suspension of a Formula One car. But I don't like seeing drivers just shove each other out of the way, and I mean, it can be entertaining.
Cough, Brazil, cough.
Yeah, and that too, that certainly wasn't pretty to look at, was it? And it's if that's gonna be the if that's going to be the pointer to go from, it's going to get even uglier for the rest of the season, which I really don't hope.
It's not just Formula One, though, is it? You see it a lot in other racing series, and Formula One is sort of held to this higher standard as the sort of the top level of motorsport, and what a lot of younger drivers coming up through look up to and aspire to be a part of. So they learn from those drivers, they see what they do, and then when they get in their racing series, they think, "Oh, I'm going to do this," and not only is it expensive, it's also a lot more dangerous than when you're not in Formula One, because obviously the safety regulations are much more stringent in that series. And yeah, it's definitely a shame to see drivers, but I think in sim racing, at least in here, the stewards have been very firm with what is and what isn't allowed. So I'm expecting a penalty. I think we both are expecting something to come from that on the sim racing GT4 car, just moving across the nose of the duct tape racing car on the exit. It wasn't really needed. They're both in different classes, and I think stewards will probably investigate that one if it's protested by duct tape racing, which I'm sure it will be, because they've had to take an unscheduled pit stop and fix a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and the B-Sim Racing GT4 sort of got away with it. Now they're falling into the clutches of Greenleaf Racing. So, not getting away with it completely, are they? That McLaren seems to have better pace about it at the moment. And they are indeed closing the gap to the car ahead. It's now 4.3 seconds from Fabrice Cornelis to Ricardo Ferreira. So the gap is just expanding and expanding and expanding, just ever so slightly, lap by lap. For every bit of traffic they encounter, Cornelis just being that little bit quicker. Not necessarily on a clear track, but when we have the traffic, as I've mentioned before, it really is a trait of his. He is extremely good at managing that traffic in a very, very efficient manner.
Watching all the cars out on the circuit, it's great to see so many drivers involved, isn't it? We're coming to the end of our stint in Cosbox Hasse. The final half hour is fast approaching for us before we go for our break and back with you all for the final 6 hours of racing here at Zolder. Hopefully we will see all 36 cars still out on circuit, still running around. Obviously the night can take its toll on both the driver's physical strength and mental strength on a track like Zolder, where there isn't really much light at night. You can already see the headlights coming on for Laurens de Witt, as they have been for most of the other drivers past this stage of the race. Porsche Cup cars, interestingly, not got their headlights on yet. No, that does the Porsche Cayman. So it's intriguing to see that different cars have their lights switching on at different points.
Well, that's actually a fun point. It's something I haven't really noticed before. But yeah, indeed, the Porsches aren't running with the headlights yet. But that's Boudewijn van Kuster in the 11 car. That is the leading car in BLC1 after contact with the 912.
Again, the 912 involved in an incident. I'm not sure, though, if they were too much to blame for that. Was Boudewijn Kuster a bit too late? Didn't get the best angle, Hasse.
No, let's go on board here. Oh, he did get a touch, but it's hard to say. We'd have to see it from another angle as well to really be able to say anything about it. Let's see if we can catch the angle of...
If you only got the tail end of it, it'd be easier if we saw the run into the corner. Alex Baynes, was it something that he was keeping his nose in when he should have backed out? We're going to see it coming up here. So through goes, I think, the McLaren down the inside. So does the Porsche. Interesting.
Yeah, that's hard to say, really, but I think if anything, it could have been avoided by Alex Baynes and the 912. I think they've had to take a drive-through penalty, on incident points, and it could.
No, they weren't. They were. That was by race control, as was black flagged for that one. So that was just a standard drive-through penalty. not sure if there's going to be anything more coming through because, of course, I think that was on the same lap that they were black flagged. They then had that incident just afterwards, so they might be busy yet again taking a trip through pit road.
We'll just have to see. Yeah, double 2 times avoidable contact for the 912, and that's resulting in a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for B-Sim Racing GT4. That's going to cost them quite a lot of time in the pit lane that they cannot spend doing anything on the car, of course. And mind you now, half an hour away from the first points that are to be scored here. I'm just gonna flip open my points table and look through the different leading battles. Simtag, who is leading by 4 points at the moment, they're gonna be extending their advantage here after 6 hours, so that's a very positive situation for them. And Jauno de Haufer GT, who is currently sitting in 3rd, well, they're making sure that they stay there indeed. In BLC2, it's class leading car or team being the championship leaders as well, with JWS Motorsports well clear of Flemish. And then it's ART Sim Racing 1 battling away with Sim Formula Europe, Optica Biodynamics, and Vulcan Sim Racing P Cup for 3rd. And at the moment they're looking pretty handsome there as well. Data Network Esports battling Flemish Sim Sports Black. Now Flemish looking very good to pick up maximum points here tonight, while there's no guarantees that Data is gonna run away with 2nd there, because there is of course the BMW B-Lux team who could throw a spanner in the works and send the championship in the direction of Flemish Sim Sport. We'll have to see just how that battle progresses. And then of course in Belcar 4, Sim District TCR Green leading the race. They're leading the championship by a comfortable margin. And so, well, it's looking very, very positive for them as well here. Of course, still half an hour before the first points are scored in the race. So nothing set in stone in that regard yet.
Yeah, nothing really ever set in stone, is it, in these endurance races? Things can always just happen all of a sudden with a moment's notice. For the time being, though, the closest gap is the one we are watching. The lead pair in BLC 1, Fabrice Cornelis, Ricardo Ferreira, on large competition, the way it has been for quite a lot of this race. These two duking it out for the top spots, but Fabrice has really done a strong double stint here on these tyres. And with 30 seconds, not 30 seconds, 30 minutes to go. Well, 30 seconds, that'd be a lot closer than expect. No, 30 minutes before we expect to see them come into the pits and before they score points. Fabrice will just have to bring it on home and get some very important championship points his way, because, like you said, Hasse, it's still wide open.
It very well. Then it's still completely open. There's now the one chord with a bit of a crisp in my mouth.
Oh, not
my
this
apologies.
Time.
But indeed, it does throw things wide open in BLC 3, and I'm just about to say it's almost to the point where I'm almost thankful for it, because I think it's one of those that could go all the way to the wire here. Still 5 seconds separating Fabrice Cornelis and Ricardo Ferreira. I'll tell you what, it is crunchy indeed. Is that those snack chips I mentioned earlier, Thomas? It's if you ever come to Denmark, it's one of the things you have to try. It's Kokyo chocolate milk. It's frikadeller, of course, smørrebrød and a few different things as well. But then I'd say snack chips high on the list. Seth Kosemans with a bit of an off track there, but no biggie in the end. Lucas Romano, it's not the first time we've seen the PSR car do that. It's not the first time we've seen that happen in the first place. Quite a lot of drivers having picked off the grass on the right hand side and then sliding into the gravel trap at the first chicane. So we're back with Fabrice Cornelis leading this race. He's really being kept honest though. 5 seconds is not a lot of an advantage. Jarno de Houw 1:17 down there in 3rd place. And the same as we mentioned as well earlier for both Sim District and Valkyrie, they gotta keep chucking away, but GT Racing here, Edward, has done a really good job to come up through the field throughout the race and now sitting in a podium position here, whereas they were battling for 6th, then they came up through 5th and 4th, as you do when you come up the order. That is usually the way it happens, you know, but still, it's always nice to see when a team like that is able to progress strongly in the race and not sort of falter away as the race grows older.
Yeah, the race is definitely going to be interesting, isn't it, later on to see all of these alternative strategies start to materialize. We're already seeing the first inklings of it here, especially in the BLC2 class in the Porsche Cup. Ulrich Kuster trying different strategies with the tyres compared to Christoph Reis. JWS Motorsport opting for a slightly more aggressive strategy on the tyres that's worked out for them. Then, of course, Christoph Reis, Flemish Simsport Yellow, that team sort of a bit more standard on the tyres, opting for a few more double stints, and then, of course, picked up a drive-through penalty, if memory serves correct, which saw them drop back down the order. Still, though, wide open in terms of the race for them two. Could easily go one way or the other. It's just for the moment looking very strong for JWS Motorsport, considering as well they had that huge moment, right on the first lap, didn't they? Almost completely out of the running, kept it going through the gravel, only had to serve a slowdown and lost a few positions, but that could have gone so much worse if not for their quick reactions.
Yeah, that it was such a brilliant piece of car control to just first of all dip around the slower moving machine ahead, but also really control it on the gravel. Mind you, the Porsche Cup machine without the ABS is fairly difficult to control in those circumstances. If you have to slow it down and there isn't really grip, or if there's grip on one side of the car and not on the other, it's not an easy car in those situations. So really hats off for that save and for managing it, and they're reaping the fruits of being able to just settle in after that. There's like you could feel the message coming from the team as well in that situation. Okay, that was close. Settle in, take it easy, play the long game, and they've done exactly that to a perfect point from that on. There's been a slight issue for Boudewijn Kuster, but they're signaling on a comfortable advantage down to Flemish there. In second place, it's almost 2 minutes at the moment, so I'm not saying they can afford it, but they're not under immediate pressure in any way, and as such, those small incidents that don't really cause damage or anything, it's not the end of the world, as it is.
Yeah, it's definitely not the end of the world. Plenty of time from coming. Nuno Enriquez. Oh, a little bit too much curb taken there. As well, though, to keep the car going. Keep it not really losing too much time, and just a little bit of rally crossing over the coast, but definitely a big bump to the front end. And we come to another incident. That's them spinning it around too much on the loud pedal. Loops around the rear. Look at all of the rubber pickup as well, all over the front and sides of that car. It's looking filthy. I love it. Come to watch Ulrich Kuster just sliding it on through the Villeneuve chicane. Bring out up the hill. You can just see, even at this stage of the race, nearly 6 hours, well, 5.5 hours into the race, he's really just absolutely wringing the neck of the Porsche still, even with so long to go in the race. He's got a healthy advantage, doesn't need to push as hard as he is, but is used to doing it. Why not carry on?
And he's enjoying himself, I think. He knows this car so well, and that it's really, I think it's become second nature for him to drive. I've spoken with him about these sort of things as well. Mind you, this is the team who on previous occasions has chosen not to qualify, to start from the back, to, in Bauderwein's own words, make it a little bit more interesting for themselves to race. So they're coming from a position of surplus, and they have something to give, and they're giving it in forms of good racing, as well as a flamboyant driving style. Maybe the drift king of the Belcar series, if you will. But they have been dominant as well, this team, throughout the different names they've been racing under as well. They've kept everyone honest, to say the least, throughout the entirety. I don't think we've ever had a different champion, actually, in the history of Belcar here on Simracersworld TV. The number 11 car and its team composition, a force to be reckoned with indeed. And reigning class champs, just as the leaders are in BLC 1 as well. So we'll have to see just how it plays out over the next 10-15 minutes, as we'll be saying good evening and thanks for now, at least Edward and I, as Chess was so lovely to explain as well earlier. And we will be... Oh, there you see it! The Drift King indeed, as Bauderwein Küster gets a little bit hectic on corner entrance. Just manages to go sideways instead of trying to kind of back off the pace or anything. No, none of that boring stuff. We're gonna keep being completely on it for the entirety of the race. I do admire that driving style, and it's certainly a one to watch as well, worth watching, and always enjoyable.
Küster, you can just see it's such a fun car. Even from the outside, it looks like great fun behind the wheel of a Porsche. No assist, none of this nonsense like traction control or ABS. Just full on car, wheels, engine, go. And you love that, don't you? It's a proper bona fide race car. Good to see the spirit of the Porsche Cup stand alive with the new model. That's, I think, equally as fun to drive, especially on iRacing. It's a really great car. I hope to see it next season for the Virtual Belcar. I'll see plenty of these drivers in for next season. Küster, JWS Motorsport, again, just so strong at this class. Nice and consistent as well. You're not really seeing many mistakes come through, which is, I think, the real difference maker in this class. When you haven't got any traction or ABS to help you out, if you can just keep lap times consistent, even if they're not as quick as everyone else, as long as you don't make mistakes and everyone around you does, then you're in the perfect window to get something from this race. Properly an endurance style car, an endurance style race. Around the outside, look at it, it's just the straight line speed as well. The top end is really something to see. I'm excited actually for the next round of the Dynamics 6-hour endurance series, because we go to Monza and we've got a lot of fun action there, because Porsche Cup cars against GT3s. Porsche Cup car, the drivers in that class, Peter Mackay was saying that he was going to be going for the win in the overall class, not just in Porsche Cup.
Well, it does make sense, because they're so quick in the corners as well, compared to this old machine, that I think that they actually could be contesting with the GT3s at a track like Monza. It all, of course, depends on the BOP that's run as well, which could...
Even here, Hassett, the gap between the two cars is around about 1.5 seconds in terms of lap times between GT3s and Porsche Cup car, and this is a circuit with so many corners.
Yeah. Exactly, so it's certainly something that that's worth having in the train of thoughts that's always going on when you're trying to process the possible outcomes of a motor race. on tracks like Monza, and we've seen it at Le Mans as well, where and that was back when we had the Radicals. But the Porsche Cup cars were actually able to sort of match the Radicals on pace around the entirety of the lap because they were so much quicker with on the top line, on the straight line speed, the top end. If I could just decide on one of the two. And I know that the Lambo here has a weight penalty and a BOP, sort of a power limitation on the engine output as well. But it really, the new Porsche Cup car is so much quicker than the old one as well. I'm not quite sure how much it is. I've never compared the two around a lap. Maybe it just feels a lot quicker, and it isn't necessarily all that much quicker, but it just feels massively quicker, and also quite a bit easier to drive. So maybe the purists aren't going to be too excited about that, but I think in no way has it become too easy for me, at least. I still find it massively enjoying, and one of the best experiences out there in sim racing, for me at least, at the moment, is the Porsche Cup around the Nordschleife. Boudeman Custer still flying. Fabrice Cornell is still building the gap here. It's up to 6.5 seconds. And that's the biggest the gap has been for quite some time, Edward. And that says a lot about the closeness of this race at the head of BLC1.
Yes, there's a lot to go on in BLC1, isn't there? Of course, Fabrice Cornelis up at the front with 15 minutes to go before the 6-hour mark, before the points are scored. Before we get to really look into exactly what is going to go on, exactly how the race shapes up. Fabrice Cornelis, Simtag team in a very good spot though, but don't count out our large competition. They put it on pole position for a reason, so they are looking a very strong outfit. All their drivers relatively evenly matched. So is Simtag team. Said it before, they're going to be close right the way through. You can count on that.
Yeah, indeed, because we've seen the pendulum swing in the other direction as well, particularly when Jimmy and Tunes was in the car. And that just goes to prove that nothing is settled yet. Anything can still happen. And if we believe the, of course, now deceased Murray Walker, may he rest in eternal peace, the great man that he was. If we were to believe him, which I think you should always take what he said with a grain of salt, but anything can happen in motor racing. And I'd say anything can happen in sim racing, and it usually does. And that's, I think, an even bigger truth than it is normally. Because we've certainly seen much wilder things happen than for these two cars to switch in the lead of BLC1. Ricardo Ferreira at the moment. Our NASH competition in general really keeping the pressure on Simtag, and they're having to deliver on their top level to stay where they are. And that's what we want to see. Maxim Robrook for Brab in the number 9 machine, sitting 7th in their class. They're chasing the mighty Pink Panther racing machine, still driven by Sef Kosemans. And they're ahead of B Sim Racing GT4 now by about 12 seconds. It's Chris van Hoekt who's in that car. For the first time in this race, Edward, it seems to me that we don't have two cars that are really close like that, which is interesting, and also a reflection of the quality of the race so far, I think, because it's been 6 hours, almost, very, very close to it, and yeah, it's been a great race so far. I think it's what I'm trying to get across here.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit of a shame that the cars are no longer as close as they once were, but I think the action is still going to be going through nevertheless, up towards the the 6 hour mark, Hasse. Points are definitely going to be handed out, but to who and how many are going to be the real question. Each of the classes you can see at the moment, Reese Cornelis leading for Simtag. Then you've got Woodvin Kuster for BLC2, JWS Motorsport, and Eve Gelling, BLC3, currently for Flemish Sim Sport Black. And then we're down in the TCR class, BLC4, Jens Goossens Sim District TCR Green, who's currently top of the pile. And I think the biggest gap is probably in that TCR class, because there is near enough 2 laps between Jens and Martin Kerfs, I think, or at least over 1 lap, which is a relatively healthy advantage.
Yeah, then indeed, Jens Husens and as you said, the Sim District TCR Green team has driven such a good race until this point of proceedings, and we've mentioned it multiple times already as well. They've not really set a foot wrong at all. Ignium kept them honest for a long time, and they've suffered that bad luck, particular bad luck of Paul King's disconnect. And with that, they lost 2 laps or so, and they're now over 2 laps down, I think, on Husens. Husens up ahead, indeed. The 29 Porsche is no more, I'm afraid. Looks like they have pulled the plug on this race for their sake, I'm afraid. But they did have a tough old time as well. They were involved in multiple incidents, most of them just by themselves. Also just proving how difficult that Porsche Cup car actually is to drive. And it's one of those machines, Edward, you spoke about it as well earlier yourself, that it teaches you a lot driving it, but it's also something that just requires you to take a bit of time and gradually learn the car. I think very few drivers will be able to just hop into the old Porsche Cup car and get quick within a few days or so. It really was a car that took a bit of getting used to, or is a car still, as in its legacy days now. It takes a bit of getting used to the quirks and in and outs. It's very much a Porsche. You feel it has the weight at the back. You feel the rear wanting to pendulum around and all these classic 911 things, which I personally love, being a big 911 fan. I think it's pretty cool that you can feel that it's actually a 911. It feels much more like a 911 than the RSR does, for instance, or the GT3 even. So in that sense, I really love that machine. And it's... I've also always had a fairly good relationship with it as well. So a great car, the Porsche Cup, and indeed, it's a great way as well to send it off here at Zolder, as the sun is looking like it's now really beginning to set, and darkness will be creeping in on the drivers. And indeed, it's time for us, I think, to hop off, Edward, and let Chess set up the night stream as well, so we can have that transition over in due time. Of course, it's been a grand pleasure having you all along here on Simracersworld for part 1. Let's quickly throw the link up for part 2 of the stream and chat, so we can easily transition the lot of you over there. And of course, do remember that Edward, May, and myself will be back with you come next morning, 9 o'clock Central European Time, that's 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, for the final part of the race, the final 6 hours, the deciding 6 hours. We'll be there to talk you through all of the action and do our best to sort of round up what's happened over the night. Anyway, there is the link in chat to the next part. And with that said, from Edward May and Hasse Römer and everybody else on Simracersworld TV, we will be back in a few minutes.